We need our screen here.
And we're back here at the Mountain Outpost. Looks like we've got Dr. Stephen Crawford following. That would either be Eli Wavy, which I'm pretty sure it's not, or Jim Smith.
Eli Wavy and Jim Smith are on the way. 184 and 192, if we can grab a bib.
Well, I know
Eli is 184 and Jim is 192.
I know that Dr. Stephen Crawford is
closing in on him.
Yep, that's 192. So yeah, that is still Jim Smith. Followed shortly by Eli. We'll catch Jim on the other side, as it looks like he's got some people waiting for him there. Heading down Cocodona Alley. That's what it's called. We declared it.
Indeed. And we called it so. Jim Smith, you are a finisher of the Cocodona 250. Fantastic. Well done, Jim.
And I have a feeling it's going to be very, very quick before Stephen Crawford catches Eli, who has slowed down a little bit in the last little stretch here, but still moving at looks like at about a 30 minute per mile pace here recently. So Eli still moving pretty well at this point in the race.
Eli Wavy. Jim Smith now is in the house, looking very happy, meeting family and friends. This is the Cocodona 250 finish line. We are Andy Jones-Wilkins and Chris Warden. Here through the night. At our studio in Flagstaff, our producer Jordan, cameraman Steve is going to be out there as long as he can be.
That is Eli Wavy. I see Matt Feldake over there. See, Matt knows.
Matt's going to get dropped. At least isn't carrying one of his kids.
Actually, it looks like Eli's picked up the pace a little bit. He smells the barn. Crossing LaRue. Just building and a half, basically, to head down the street, and he's going to take a hard right down Cocodona Alley, and Eli Wavy is going to be your next Cocodona 250 finisher. Heading down Cocodona Alley. Can we get the finish line, Cam? And congratulations, Eli, with a little hop across the finish line. Got it done.
Eli's happy.
Yeah, like I said, Eli definitely has a huge follower base on social media with about 360 at last count, 360,000 Instagram followers. A very fascinating story. A former LA fixture on the LA nightclub scene. I think he was actually a nightclub manager, perhaps, at some A-list clubs. Has found a different passion in life as time progressed, and now I've seen him out here at Cocodona, seen it Haviland 100, and he's starting to become a regular out here.
That's fantastic. I love it. Eli Wavy, joining the growing list of finishers of the Cocodona 250. Is he still live in LA?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I would assume that a large number of the people who are tuning in for this finish are his people. I mean, are his followers. Like I said, he's got a pretty large contingent of followers out there. So glad. Thanks for those of you that were following Eli's journey and we're catching one of our live streams for the first time. Thanks for joining us. That's what we're here for. As he is being greeted by Jubilee Page, who is taking care of his GPS tracker. Yeah, again, if you've ever, if you're not familiar with him, yeah, use the Google machine and learn about him. Truly a fascinating guy. Yeah, he's definitely tight with Andrew Glaze, as the two of them ran out to the front of the pack at the Cocodona 250 earlier this week, maybe for a good 100 meters, but it was so they could get their camera shots. Completely, like
they ran out in front and got the camera shot, like looking back at the field.
They had the 360 cameras in hand,
right,
like Jake Jackson or Pete Mortimer always carry.
Right, yeah.
And then, of course,
get a shot of themselves.
Yeah, and kind of like the moving mass of people heading into the trails. I don't think that they were doing it like we're gonna look like we're leading this race. No, they just knew that if they positioned themselves in front, they would get a really cool shot. So,
I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, and he has trained with Andrew Glaze, who knows a thing or two about running this race in particular, as he is one of our legacies. Those who have completed the Cocodona 250 each of its runnings.
I think he's north of 220 miles. Andrew Glaze is, 225 at last count ish. And as we mentioned before we went to break, we still awaiting our 9th and 10th place females. We have 8 women in the house. We would expect the next 2 to be Ashley Paulson and Emily Katz, who've actually flipped places. Ashley Paulson, another one, very popular.
We have to. Looking and trying to handicap the next few finishers coming in, it is really hard to say at this point. You don't know who is feeling gassed when they hit the bottom of the Elden descent and into Buffalo Park here in Flagstaff, Arizona. I can give you some names that we would expect to see fairly soon. We've got a few Sedona Canyons runners that we could expect to see sooner rather than later, including Bob Vanderwal, Emily Flynn, perhaps Jess White. And on the 250 side, we could see Ashley Paulson, potentially Brian Baines, Brian Bondi, and Emily Katz. Those would be the next few people in each of those races respectively that I would expect to see. We do have a few more people that are 2+ miles out in each of the races, so we'll be keeping an eye on them because, of course, we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here providing the Cocodona coverage from here until the last runners cross the finish line or 11 a.m. on Saturday, whichever comes first.
Good finish line picture here. Chris, what do you think about, if you can remember them, what do you think about circling back on some of our pre-race, not favorites? Because as I was talking to Jamil earlier in the week, we were kind of having some fun. It's like, we do the front of the race for about 70 hours, and then we do the rest of the race for about 55 hours. And we're at mile 9. We're at hour 90. We're doing the rest of the race right now. Yes, there's still 9th and 10th place women to come in, but we're in rest of the race mode. And we had some fun selecting some potential finishers from the mid and back of the pack. Maybe we should dig around on some of those. Can you remember yours?
Yeah,
okay. Why don't you jump in with one of yours? We'll go back and forth. Jump in with one of yours, give them an update, and talk a little bit about how you're seeing their week going so far.
Yeah, okay. Well, first up, I will mention Dmytro Sokolovsky, bib number 179. Again, this is somebody who I've never met or communicated with outside of a YouTube chat. And Dmytro is a runner, I believe, from California, and a regular in our chat streams. And he was, I believe, the first person to sign up for Cocodona this year when we opened up registration last year. And so I was just curious to see how he was doing, because he was quite possibly the first person to put his money where his mouth was and register for this race, get some skin in the game. And right now, Dmytro is currently about mile 190, 191. So moving fairly well, basically about 100K to go. But, over basically a day and a half almost to get there. So Dmytro looking pretty good. Can take his time, and as long as his body holds together, I fully anticipate we're going to see Dmytro finish this race.
I love it. That's great. Well, my first one of mine, I'm gonna circle back, and it was a group one, you might remember. It was the Chisum family. And I guess it's sort of cheating because 2 of the 3 of the Chisum family have finished. Brody Chisum, 17-year-old Brody Chisum, and 18-year-old Ben Chisum from New Hampshire have already finished. But mom, Jenny Chisum, has about 20-ish miles left to go. I want to confirm that. 25 miles to go. And I just think this is just a heartwarming, exciting story. As we've learned through the broadcast, both Brody and Ben were paced by their brothers, Brody by 16-year-old Elliot and Ben by 13-year-old Asher. And Jenny, their mom, is being paced by a group of friends they have met over the years through the through hiking community. They're avid through hiking family. They've hiked collectively all 3 of the big trails in North America: the Appalachian Trail, the Continental Divide Trail, and the Pacific Crest Trail. And I'm just excited about this finish for Jenny. And if you're, by the way, I'm just a little plug here. If you're still on the live stream and you know the Chisum family, and you could figure out a way to help put us in touch with them, we would love to have them come into the studio tomorrow night, on Friday night after dark, and talk to us. It's a long shot, I know, managing a whole family, 4 boys, a mom. But if you're out there and you know the Chisum family and you could reach out to us in the chat and let us know how we might be able to connect with them, we would love that. Chris, who's your next one?
My next one would be Courtney Share. Sadly, Courtney Share did have to drop out of the Cocodona 250 this year. She was chasing cutoffs for most of her last 50 miles on course. And finally, she simply had to call it a day. I'm not sure if she was timed out. I think so, because when she and her crew were contacting me, I gave them explicit instructions. If she gets timed out, she gets timed out. I don't think that it would be right for her to quit this race at this point, because she was also just barely ahead of the cutoffs anyways. I said, if she wants to keep going. But unfortunately, still over 125 miles to her credit, this week, by far the longest thing she'd ever done. Her next longest event was having 100 a few years ago. So I talked with her, and she seemed to be in good spirits today when I spoke with her on the phone. And when I was done talking with her, the last thing she said was, she said, "Oh, I want to go to Silverton so bad." So she is trying to figure out whether or not she can make that work with her schedule, because of course, Silverton is a magical place every July.
Well, that's sad, but still a good day out there. A satisfying day, and a day that she can take and build from.
Mm-hmm.
Before I go to my second one, this is the Fort Tuthill Aid Station at mile 210. Cutoff here is 3:30 tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. tomorrow on Friday. By the way, the next cutoff we have coming up is at Munns Park at 1 a.m. Arizona time. So we've got about an hour and 17 minutes until the cutoff at Munns Park, mile 191. Munns Park cutoff, mile 191 at 1 a.m. My next runner is one of the two 73-year-olds in the race, Michael Copy. We saw Michael several times from Duluth, Minnesota. We saw Michael several times during the broadcast earlier in the week. I think particularly we saw him looking very content and happy. Chris, you might recall at Whiskey Row.
Mm-hmm.
He was taking his time there, sitting, collecting himself, eating, taking care of himself. Michael is out on the course. He's 215 miles into the race, so he is on that long 17-mile stretch between Fort Tuthill and Walnut Canyon. He's moving well, and he's averaged about 57 miles a day, according to the tracker. Take that with a grain of salt. But he's a confident guy. He's a hardworking guy. His current tracker has him about 11.7 miles from Walnut Canyon. So again, well under the cutoffs. Duluth, Minnesota's Michael Copy. So I expect to see him here at the finish line. I'm going to say in the midday tomorrow. Let's give him midday, early afternoon for Michael Copy.
All right. My next one is Aen Davis with Aero Viper running. She was attempting to become the first deaf runner to complete the Cocodona, and unfortunately, like Courtney, I believe Aen actually had to call it a day right around Dead Horse Ranch as well. And which is just heartbreaking to me to have two friends who were not able to complete the journey. But if it were easier, then a lot more people would get it done. And that's just the way it goes sometimes. I hope that they enjoyed themselves and learned a lot about themselves in their experience. But it looks like Alen's day or week drew to a close. Let me verify which aid station. At Jerome, actually. So right before Dead Horse Ranch. So shout out to Aen for going as far as she could, but hopefully she gives it another stab in the future.
Good work, Aen. My next one is going to be someone who's been very popular in the chat, is very popular in the area, in the state, and that's Cali Vinson. Cali, I think, is known to many who are following along in the race. Body positivity, active in the community, very good marketing and communications person, and a wonderful member of the Arizona running community. She is still moving well. She's gone past 200 miles just recently. She currently sits at about 201 miles. We saw her looking happy and content at Sedona, back at mile 162. And Cali, she looked, as I said, and in particular, one thing notable, we got a really good drone shot of her, on the climb, the long extended climb that takes you from Sedona back up onto the Coconino Plateau and, ends up ultimately getting to Schnebly Hill. And she looked, the indicator I got that she was on a good day was that she hit the water only aid station with the big blue water jugs, topped off her bottles, and just got out of there. They had a couple of chairs set up. There's some spots in the shade. You could tell that there were some people who were taking that as a little rest stop. Not Cali. She got there. She filled up her water bottles and kept on moving. So Cali Vinson is another one. She's in that 200-mile range right now. So when you think about it, with 50 miles to go, we could see her finishing, tomorrow night right around this time. So keep an eye out for Cali, and let's follow along with her. She's doing great. Oh, we've got eyes. This is nice to get a little camera shot of the Mount Elden Aid Station, where Pete's meets. We're going to be sampling some Pete's meets here in a bit. This is the last aid station, not crew accessed, at mile 241.
Yeah, the crews don't deserve the party that is the Elden Aid and the spread of food that is available up there. Of course, runners from here have about 8 miles with about 2,000 feet of descent. So, the rest of the race is in their hands. Barring what happened with the front of the men's race this year with Jeff Browning, it's usually kind of a victory lap in most cases for a lot of these runners that are, able to be ecstatic that they got to the finish line of the Cocodona 250. Speaking of runners that are making their way up to Elden Aid here shortly, one of my other personal picks was Pete Kostelnik.
Yes.
So Pete, for those, the name might be familiar to fans of really ridiculous distance running. Pete Kostelnik is a multiple-time Badwater winner, a former course record holder, and holds a couple of FKTs for runs that range from San Francisco to the East Coast, from Alaska to Florida. Pete is also a 15-hour, 14-hour, 100-mile runner. He is one of the fastest ultra-distance runners in the country if everything is clicking. And unfortunately, last summer, when getting up to Colorado to run Leadville, Pete was in a very serious car accident where his pelvis was shattered. And it's been a long, hard road in recovery for him. And Pete is now out on the course. This is the first time he's raced since the accident. And I wasn't sure if he was running it or not. I actually reached out to him before the race to see if he would join our commentary team. However, he said, well, I would, but I'm going to be out on vacation next week running across the state. So I am beyond elated that Pete Kostelnik is well within the capabilities of finishing this race. If he is 236 miles into it and about to engage the Elden climb, yeah, he's got some real tall timber ahead of him. But given the fact that he's got roughly 30 hours to go 20 miles, I really like his chances.
I like his chances too, and it's kind of cool. Pete is, he's coming back from a major injury, a major accident, a trauma, quite literally, and from the mountaintop of being an elite performer in the sport.
Yeah,
and,
Hoka, professional athlete here is what we're talking about.
Right,
yeah,
exactly. And props to Hoka for hanging on and sticking with Pete, and props to Pete for re-entering the sport in such a cool way here at Cocodona 250. You might recall, shared the story of Gina Harcrow, who we got to know very well, a Colorado native,
mm-hmm.
who you and I got to know really well in our call of the Golden Hour at Hard Rock this past July, where there was a record number of women finishers at Hard Rock. There were 29 starters at Hard Rock in 2023 and 27 finishers.
For frame of reference, the average finisher rate for that race is around 60 to 65%.
It's around 60, and the number of women, the percentage of women was 93. Gina Harcrow was the final women's finisher that year. Last year, she finished with about, if memory serves, somewhere around 20 minutes on the clock.
So about 47 and a half hours.
And afterwards, she set her heart on this race, the Cocodona 250, her first 200-plus mile race. And at this point, she's at mile 210. So she's closing in on Fort Tuthill. In fact, she might even be at Fort Tuthill. And is certainly, like Pete, well on her way to a finish here. My guess, knowing Gina, is she'll collect herself a bit here at Fort Tuthill, perhaps even sleep a bit, and then start that final push, across to Walnut Canyon, and then ultimately up to and over Elden. Gina Harcrow.
My final of our 5 personal interest picks that we made before this race is Andrea Moore. Andrea Moore is a Flagstaff local now by way of Texas, and Andrea first came onto our radar together basically as we were doing the coverage of the golden hour of the 2023 Black Canyon race. She came across the finish line, and she was, she had some energy and some spring in her step. And so I said, hey, why don't we go and interview this woman as she came across. And so we brought her on, and she mentioned at the time she still lived in Texas, and we started talking to her, and we're like, well, what's next? And she goes, well, I got to get up in about 4 hours to run the 60K as well. So she was doing the doubler, and she had finished the 100K in probably about 16 and a half hours. And she went and got some rest, came back the next morning and ran the 60K, finished that for the 100-mile challenge. Not the 100-mile race, 100-mile challenge over the course of 2 races. Mm-hmm. Flash forward about 4 months, I'm up in Flagstaff for Big Pine, in an event that is a favorite of mine that I go to every June here, that is put on by Aero Viper. And I stopped at a local business, and when I went inside and went to purchase something, she recognized me from our interview, and it took me a second, because the way somebody looks when they're at work and cleaned up and everything versus the way that they look after they've just run 62 miles can vary just a little. But Andrea introduced herself. She said, oh yeah, you're the guy on the live streams. And even further, I realized that she was the person we had interviewed. And so, we chatted for a couple moments, and we've become friends since then. She runs a lot of races, both here in the Flagstaff area and down in Phoenix. And Cocodona is looking like it's going to be just another feather in Andrea Moore's cap, because she is about 195 miles into the race at this point. And her race schedule would be one that I would call aggressive. She's got the Triple Crown coming up later this year, Haviland 100. She already did the 100-mile challenge at Black Canyon earlier this year. She ran Antelope Canyon 100-miler this year. She ran Dinosaur Valley at the end of last year. She's going out and doing all of the things. So she ran Run Rabbit Run and Javelina last year, 2 more races that we covered. She did run Cocodona last year. I apologize. I forgot about that. But yeah, Andrea Moore is, this is somebody who is, in her mid 40s that is, basically chose to dive into this sport head first and is having a blast doing it.
Love it. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Well, Chris, that's a great 5 you got right there. My 5th is a young man that I got to know last year at Western States. In fact, it was before Western States at the Memorial Day weekend training camp that you introduced him to me. This is Zachary Bates, 22 years old. He then would go on to run Western States in a sub 24 hour time. Zach, since then, ran at the Speed Goat 50K, the Flagstaff Sky Peaks, Pass Mountain 25K, won the Across the Years 24 hour in December. We were talking about that earlier with Lisa, in a total of 125 hours in 24 hours. And then for his tune-up races for this, did the Black Canyon 60K in 5:55 and the Crown King Scramble in 4:47. He's in the Cocodona 250. We had a little bit of drama earlier today. If you were watching along, you remember it. Zach, as an autistic runner, it's very important for him, especially in the latter stages of a race, to have a companion, a pacer. So he ran the first 78 miles to Whiskey Row by himself, but picked up a pacer at Whiskey Row, picked up another pacer at Fain Ranch, and then rolled into Sedona, and his pacer was really not able to continue. It was unfortunate. It's not that the pacer bailed on Zach or anything like that, but the pacer was unable to continue, and Zach stayed at the aid station for about an hour to an hour and a half. We did some support here on the live stream to try to help connect Zach with a pacer, a local who might live in Sedona or in the area. Ultimately, a pacer was identified, and Zach left the aid station after about an hour and a half, and our man on the ground, Josh, had a little chat with him as he was jogging out. Zach has been nursing a little bit of a knee injury that he shared with me back in August that was kind of struggling with. Seeing him leave Sedona, he was favoring his knee a bit, but he's out there. He's currently between Munns Park and Kelly Canyon, and well in front of the cut. Oh, well. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Not well in correction. I'm sorry. I need to, before I get ahead of over my skis here, because the Munns Park cutoff comes at 1 a.m. So not well ahead of the cutoff, but about an hour. It's midnight right now. An hour ahead of the cutoffs at Munns Park. So it's tight. It'll be tight for Zach right now. But with an hour buffer, it's conceivable he could still make it.
Well, here's the thing, AGW. Yeah. For that section, it's tight right now, but the next cutoff at Fort Tuthill, 20 miles later, is at 3:30 p.m.
Yeah.
So he'll have, once he gets through Munns Park, he'll have until 3:30 in the afternoon to go 20 miles. That's a pretty good situation.
That is really generous.
So
you're right.
That's the thing about the last few cutoffs of this race, is that they get exponentially more generous at the end, simply because, once you make it to that point, nobody wants to take it away from you. Number 2, Elden's brutal.
As we know, as we can't completely trust the trackers, but okay, good. I'm glad that I did this drill for myself. Thank you for bearing with me. Zach's tracker right now has him at 192. The aid station at Munns Park is 191. So theoretically, he's out of that aid station, and as Chris mentioned, has until 3:30 tomorrow afternoon to traverse 20 miles. And that's the story of Zach Bates. Let's root him on. He's a fantastic young man. And man, I hope he makes it.
I saw one of our racers / content creators in the chat, Simon Gerard. Simon is apparently in the sweet embrace of Mount Elden right now.
And so he decided it would be fun to reach out to the chat.
Well, his comment was, "Ouch, Elden sucks." And his second comment was, "I'm going to nap first, I think. It's only 8 miles, but damn." But yeah, it's, if he's on the climb or if he's, I don't know exactly where he is. I'd have to take a peek at the tracker, but he's definitely within shouting distance of the finish. It's just a question of getting here to get it done, because it's pretty brutal. I mean, that is an absolute gnarly climb. So hopefully Simon is able to hold it together and get it done wherever he is on Elden. Let me see if I can actually see more specifically where he is. As right now you can see the Elden Aid.
And this is for this time of night, this is busy for Elden Aid.
Yeah, given that they're only handling the one race here.
Yeah.
That is fairly hopping. So Simon is at mile 240. So yeah, he's basically just about cresting Elden at this point. So probably just short of the summit of the climb. It is a brutal climb, as you could see when we had video of it earlier in the race, but Simon is trucking along. No doubt we'll have some choice content posted to his YouTube channel coming up here in the next few days and weeks. Simon had a fun interview at Haviland 100 with Corinne Shalvoy and Maël Backhausen as part of our series that we did with basically, you remember that we had the media tent where we basically just, grabbed, 2-3 at a time, grabbing runners. Some were elites, some were, notorious for other means, and maybe, content creators and everything. And we just wanted to have chats with some of them and talk to them about their anticipation of running Javelina. And Simon was, he was having fun with Corinne and Maël. So, he's a pretty entertaining guy. I don't think I've ever talked to him personally, but he races a fair amount around here, and he's one of many runners who are currently still on course that I'm cheering to the finish. Actually, Simon just asked how Zach Bates is doing, so if you want to reiterate that.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, as we said, Zach has, as far as we know, cleared the Munns Park aid station. So he's well within under an hour ahead of the cutoffs. And moving well. So we are hopeful for Zach.
Hey, Jordan, do we have any streetwalkers right now?
No.
Follow cams. I'm kidding, folks.
No, Steven is currently at the finish.
Okay, that's cool. I just wanted to make sure, because it looks like we've got a couple of runners. We've had a gap of finishers here, a little bit longer than normal at this point. I don't think we're going to be having too many long gaps like this for very long, because the map shows that it's going to get a little bit hectic.
It does look congested. I mean, it looks like Ashley Paulson and Brian Bondi are more or less together. And Brian Baines and Emily Katz are within a couple of tenths.
Yeah, so Brian Bondi finished this race last year, actually, with a memorable sprint finish down the street.
Oh, yeah?
It was, okay, so I can't remember who it was, but I'd have to look at last year's Cocodona finishers. But Brian Bondi, I believe, was kind of, running down the street and, at a decent pace, but then somebody came, basically just charging, almost like in a full sprint, and Brian Bondi responded, by picking up his pace and base. They were sprinting. Like there's no other way to put it. They were sprinting down the street last year. And it was during the daytime. And I just remember that the two of them, finishing in, 100 or so hours. I thought they were absolutely insane. It was Jason Baum. Yeah, it was Jason Baum who came into the last mile or so charging, and Brian Bondi, responded by engaging in a full-on sprint from about 4 blocks away. So Brian Bondi, it doesn't look like anybody is close enough to him that they would force him into that kind of finish again. But you never know. Maybe he gets a bit of energy. Brian Baines, Ashley Paulson, as we mentioned. Ashley Paulson is not quite to pavement yet. It looks like she is through Buffalo Park. And when you get through Buffalo Park, you're on pavement for a short time, and then you jump back onto the last trail that you're going to be on as a part of the Cocodona 250. It's a Switzer Canyon trail. Compared to the other canyon trails in this race, it is not a technical one.
And it's actually not really a canyon.
And it's not really a trail in the fact that it's I guess you could say that it's a trail and that it's not paved, but it's more of a gravel path than anything else. But it basically, you come out from that at the corner of Forest and San Francisco streets, or actually not Forest and San Francisco, Forest and Turquoise. You go west on Forest for a couple blocks. Then you take a left to go south on Beaver Street, and you basically follow that Beaver Street all the way down past Beaver Street Liquors, and then you take the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports.
Left on
Birch.
Ryan Fry, thank you for the donation and for enjoying our chat. $19.99 for the good of the cause. I wanted to back up a little bit. Ben Mead, Ryan
Chasing
Fry,
Cutoffs podcast.
Yeah, Chasing Cutoffs podcast. That's just a cool title. So I wandered over to Ben's questionnaire because he was kind enough to fill it out. Host of Chasing Cutoffs podcast, back of the pack crusher, DFL elite specialist. I've been obsessed with Cocodona since year one. I grew up coming to Arizona to visit my late grandmother. She was an amazing woman, and my memories of Arizona are super sweet because of her. Well, we will see you when you get here, Ben. It'll be a little while because, after all, you've got to be true to your podcast's name, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, we've got just under 34 hours to go in this race. Last year, we didn't need them all.
That's true.
But you never know.
Each year's different, though, right?
For sure. Well, to that end, of course, our last year's DFL is in the race again this year. Her name is Elizabeth Russ. And Elizabeth, let me check to see where she's at here, because I know she's still in the race last I saw.
And while you're doing that, I guess I'd like to ask from a logistical standpoint, since we're planning for our team, we team up. We've got a good team. Mercedes is here for the duration. I hope. By the way, I hope you've enjoyed having Mercedes on. She's been so much fun, as has Shelby and of course Corinne and our great team. But Walnut Canyon's cutoff is 9:30 p.m. Tomorrow.
Yep.
Right. So at that point, they have 12 and a half hours to go 22 miles. Do we get data? Will Race Command provide data of the time of the last person that makes that cutoff?
I'm sure they will.
And then you sort of extrapolate when they might come, right? Because if they make that cutoff, as the guys told me up at Eldon, nobody drops there.
No.
Nobody drops there. There's no cutoff there. They don't even give anybody rides. They're like, oh no, you got to keep going. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah.
So the reason it ended early last year or earlier last year was because you must have known that the most recent person left there at X time. And
Okay, so what happened last year was that Elizabeth Russ, who was our DFL, kind of threw off our projections. I don't want to say that sandbag is not the right term for it, but what happened?
Yeah, but you kind of want to say sandbag.
No, that's not fair because she was running her heart out, as this person probably is as well.
Oh, Dr. Steve back on the case.
Like Brian Bondi.
Is that Brian Bondi there, or is that? No, that's a Sedona Canyons runner. Yeah,
that's a 125er.
So
Then it would be Emily Flynn. She's going at 125.
she's moving really well. Do we have eyes on the finish line after she drops Steven here? Yeah, we should probably go to the finish line cam here, actually. And
Emily Flynn,
stay
born
here.
in Kentucky, lives in Pennsylvania, Pennsyltucky. And she spends most of her days taking care of her two sons. She volunteered, crewed, and paced at the 250 in 2023 and fell in love with it. Therefore, she sees this 125 as part of her journey to get to the start and finish line of the 250 in 2025. Oh, I love that story. Love it. Love it, Emily. So can we make sure Steve or Jubilee or someone has the iPad ready when she finishes so she can sign up right away? That's the best time to do it. Just kidding. But Kentucky to Pennsylvania, to taking care of two kids, to coming out here and volunteering, crewing, pacing, and catching the Cocodona fever.
I
have no idea what she's talking about. I already signed up for the 125 for next year.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Nice. I didn't know that. I need to pay closer attention.
I told you that was my plan. Javelina, the 125, and then the big dog.
So I was mentioning Elizabeth Russ, our DFL from last year, who through her amazing running deprived us of what you would call a true golden hour because she finished like 2.5 hours under the cutoff.
Okay, so but she was close. She was the last person. She must have been the last person through the cutoff.
She was
at Walnut Canyon
by like 5 minutes,
and then she just hauled butt.
So what happened was she was napping there until the cutoff intentionally. At least that was my understanding.
That sounds an awful lot like sandbagging.
But not sandbagging to like try and throw us off. But it was more like she knew that she could do what she needed to do to finish this race. And she felt like she should probably be in the best condition possible to do it.
And
which I totally get.
And obviously that also means there were no other runners that were in worse shape than her, that were going to slow down more and have trouble making those 22 miles in 20 hours, in 12 hours.
Yes, we have a finisher coming in to the finish line of the Cocodona 250. Is that...
Looks like a 125 number.
It looked like a 125 bib. I mean, the Emily Flynn was, if that was Emily Flynn before, she was hauling down the street, though, so that could have been her. I don't think we've missed anybody else because we've got eyes on the finish line perpetually. So, oh, that's Brian Bondi. I recognize him. But yeah, actually, I do believe there was one runner who did drop at Walnut Canyon last year because they simply were physically unable to continue.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was not like they were not good. I think that I can't remember who it was, but they were pretty wrecked. And I know for a fact, in order to call your race, that late into the odyssey that is the Cocodona 250, things have to be going very wrong. Ryan Fry asking if AJW, are you coaching yet? I need a coach.
I threw it in there. Ryan, hit me up on IG. We'll talk. So this is Brian Bondi?
Yeah, Brian Bondi.
And do we know if that was Emily Flynn who bolted through the 125 finish?
I have to assume it was.
Okay.
Although that's kind of... Yeah, because the next woman that would be coming through would be Ashley Paulson.
Okay.
Looks like our our
Steve.
follow cam, Dr. Crawford is.
What's going on, Steve?
We're getting the down view of the gimbal.
This has a rather Robert Martin look to it. That's a gentle job.
Well, what's
to Rob.
funny is that if you think about it, with the story about Brian Bondi and Jason Baum last year with their sprint finish, that means Emily Flynn potentially sprinted past Brian Bondi, and this time he didn't respond with a counter punch. Brian Bondi, I one of the things I remember about his finish last year, beyond the fact that he and Jason got into a sprint down the line, was that Finn Melanson was super stoked that Brian Bondi was running this race because he recognizes Brian Bondi from the tech world. Apparently, he is a big-time tech guy, and he is crossing and making the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports, left on Birch.
Left on Birch.
I can't remember exactly what it is. I just know that Brian Bondi is a pretty prominent tech guy, and me being tech ignorant.
All right, that's I'm going to give, if you were on earlier when our 9th place finisher finished with a right lean, he's grabbing it I'm going to give this a 2 out of 10 left lean. We were talking about this earlier. The runner's lean happens late in the race. And you can see Brian Bondi, he's grabbing at his hip there, trying to kind of push it in. This is a condition that afflicts long-distance runners. It's somewhat mysterious. You know, smarter people than me will talk about things like core strength and, I don't know, other things like that. I just think you're just tired and worn out and you start to lean. But nonetheless, this is Brian Bondi with his little lean to the left. We saw earlier John Van Gun with a big, strong lean to the right. He's right there. When you're leaning to the left, making the right turn, he got it, nailed it. We saw Olga King, too, in the 125 with a pretty significant lean to the left. Now, there's nothing political about those leans. You could lean left, you could lean right. It's not about that. It's just a little bit of a lean. It kind of gets you. But Brian has escaped it. Just a little 1 out of 10.
Bridget question referencing the Scotty Mills trot.
Well, now Scotty Mills was like a 9 out of 10. I mean, that guy, he was leaning so hard that he would go around the world to the right, just like be like a hummingbird.
Well, congratulations, Brian Bondi, with his second straight Cocodona 250 finish. His time this year, about 91 hours, give or take, much faster than last year's time. I do know that. Brian ran a 102.48 last year and was about 91.09 this year. So cut off darn near half a day.
Absolutely. Trail Gangstas in the chat. Come on, man. Come on over. Let's wrap.
For those folks, for those who missed Trail Gangstas in the studio with us here on Monday night, it was a watershed moment in the budding rap career of one Andy Jones Wilkins.
Yeah, and if you know how to do this, if you're a tech guy like Brian Bondi, you could look it up and figure out how to rewind it enough so you could see it. But it was fun. It was the chat, or it was the stream, day one, stream 2. The last 5 minutes of the show were something to behold. And I mean, if maybe Jordan, if he's bored, could like find it and show it to us, but it's probably not possible with the tech the way it is. But okay, so that was so much fun. Oh, the last 5 minutes of stream 1, day 1 stream. Day 1 stream 2. The last basically 2. when Rory went off the road on that one. The Scotty Mills lean year. Ryan Fry's asking that. Really, it was 2017. It was the year the trail had been decommissioned in the high country, lots of snow, and man, that was a full blown lean. Angela Chartel, the current race director of San Diego 100, was literally in tears, and it was rough. But he made it.
How does it compare with the lean from the guy that Paul Bonet ran over when he crossed?
That one was that was a 10 out of 10 too.
Okay,
that was an East Coast guy from Virginia. Look at Dr. Steve is getting in his steps.
Yeah, he said that this is the most he's run in quite a while. This is going to be Brian Baines, bib number 94 here. Brian Baines, congratulations.
In which race?
He is in the Cocodona.
Brian Baines, right on. From the Northeast, living in Boston. Entrepreneur and investor.
Did he park his car in the streets of
He
Flagstaff?
He moved to Boston in 2000 to pursue a doctorate, met his wife, and has been stuck in Boston ever since. Arizona is a stunningly beautiful place, and that's why he wants to be in this race. Very cool. He wants to shout out to his family, Megan, Maddie, Connor, and his awesome crew and pacers, Aaron, Josh, Kevin, Bill, and JM. He's making the turn up Cocodona Alley. This is Brian Baines from Massachusetts.
Congratulations, Brian.
Brian Baines coming in 91.12. Brian Baines, nice work.
So our next finisher.
That was good. This is good. And we suspected they would be coming in somewhat hot and heavy.
Our next finisher should be here in the next few minutes, and it is definitely one who people are highly interested in.
Pink hair?
That would be correct.
Ashley Paulson.
Always smiling, pink
Ashley
hair.
Paulson is on the way. We had a nice exchange with Ashley and her husband and her crew in Sedona.
It could be her. It could be one of our Sedona Canyon runners. She's actually, from the looks of things, somewhere around two of our 125 runners, Bob Vanderwal and Jess White. But, of course, Ashley Paulson can be seen from a mile away.
And let's not forget about Emily
hair.
Kratz, who was also just behind.
No, Emily Kratz finished, I thought. Wasn't that the woman who came charging through? Oh, no, Emily Kratz, you're right. I was thinking of the 125 runner. I apologize. Emily Kratz is the one who I was mentioning about her pacers.
If Emily Kratz finished, we didn't see any of those things that we're not supposed to talk about. All right.
Cocodona After Dark.
This is Cocodona After Dark. And Jordan's working on a special project we've commissioned him for.
I would believe Valuadri that if she was expecting cheese balls from her husband, that they're going to happen, because he's pretty well dialed in as far as how he crews and handles her at races. I've seen them together because I've covered several of Ashley's races, at least two, and also seen her on course at Across the Years as well.
Wait a minute. From Edinburgh, Scotland, it's morning over there tomorrow. Fantastic. Good to hear from you, Kevin. Crying like a baby at Lucy's dad, weren't we all? Bridget, say what? Come on now, don't be that way. You know I'm rather literal. But
Unfortunately, I will not be able to get to that clip for a little while. I can't download anymore.
That's fine.
Yeah,
we don't want to mess with anything in the system to try and rehash the madness that was Monday night.
I know, but we're getting some positive vibes. Like Dora Fop running. I mean, listen to this. I mean, I need a Yelp review. The best 5-minute rap show by trail runners I've ever witnessed.
Well, to be honest, I think that you probably need to go and check out the Trail Gangsters channel then, because there's a lot of that kind of content there. It's actually pretty great. Rory does a great job. He's got a lot of fun little stuff. Some of it has gone viral in years past, but Rory loves to do his raps and his music for fun. So yeah, that's Ashley's husband.
That's
right
Ashley's
there.
husband. Yeah. Oh, look, they've got a little finishing tape, and I know, Bridget.
Looks like she's
Okay, Dr. Steve is still crushing it. Poor guy's put in some miles today.
Well, the thing is that we, of course, we used to joke.
Fortunately, Mercedes has offered to do it next year. All right, here we go.
That's Matt Feldake out there. Is he going to do the follow duties, or is it going to be Steven?
There we go. There's Ashley.
Well, he doesn't have his kids, so I assume so.
Well, they didn't stop him in the past.
That's true. So I do have a link.
I think Matt's doing the special content. Yeah, put the link in the chat. Here we see Ashley Paulson. Dr. Steve is taking him in. Matt's doing the special content.
Oh, for social media?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Or he's just being Matt. Matt's director of marketing at Aero Viper. All right, so Mountain Outpost has put in a YouTube link. Check it out when you're bored.
Oh, it's set to the last 6 minutes of Monday's show?
Bridget, Mercedes offered to be a runner cam so she wouldn't have to sit with us for 24 hours here in this godforsaken Airbnb in Flagstaff.
Do we have the ability to get audio from Steven's side, or?
Oh, that was so much fun when I did it.
I mean, she steps from
2021.
If it doesn't take too much trouble.
Yeah, I did the race in 2021. So.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm talking about that. I don't remember.
Okay. I'm not hearing anything, but that's okay. I mean,
Is she
she's
singing?
2 blocks.
Is
Yeah,
she
and then you
singing
run
like
down the road.
Elsa was?
Yeah, but I'm talking about dropping down.
Look, oh, she's just chatting.
Yeah,
I did
Tam
a
knows
training class.
Dr. Stephen Crawford,
Yeah, that sucks.
and said that someone had to
It
get
is.
him a glass of whiskey after
I'd rather
this.
go uphill than downhill.
Dr. Stephen Crawford, our follow filmer here, is
Yeah.
a serious whiskey aficionado.
Are you
Like,
crazy? And then they're like,
trying
who's
to
running?
earn certain
That's you.
certifications and testings and everything.
I remember.
So.
I love that you're walking. And
This
I'm
is ninth place woman, by the way.
I have long legs. I'm taller than you.
Ashley Paulson.
I
Has
when I went
actually
up in
run a
21,
really steady race
that's how we
all
found out
day.
that
I
Bronco Billy had
suspect
moved to
her
Flagstaff
sleep
because he
has
was running
been
down it.
just a little nap here, a little nap there.
Phoenix for me.
Okay.
He lives here.
But
That was incredible. I bet you're getting the best workout of your life. I know. I'm surprised you're even able to talk.
I'm coming
With
off.
how
Ashley
fast
Paulson.
I'm coming off injury, so
Oh
this is
my
even better.
gosh.
This is her first time at the Cocodona
Okay, you see
250?
that blue
Oh, yeah.
tire, Matt?
All
You're
right.
gonna make a right into the alley right after it.
The alley right there.
Not the garage,
And
But the
she's
alley.
going by the jail
right there. Right.
and then turning right down Cocodona Alley. And there's some chanting going on.
Verde mentioning some true trail hip hop classics in Kiss the Rock and Mary Statesmas.
Oh, for sure. I think we could pull that off.
50-mile finish all the way from St. George, Utah. Give it up for Ashley Paulson.
Cross the timing map, please. Jamil's a stickler for that kind of stuff.
Folks, what you're seeing here is Ashley Paulson with a 9th place finish here at the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, those Jubes and Jam Jam videos are absolutely iconic. So good. So good.
Her enthusiasm when she's done with a race is actually pretty inspiring. What's funny is that when I saw her at Across the Years and she did the 100-miler there, what's funny is that after that, she looked like she's like, I could go and do some more. I don't think she feels the same
She
way
probably
after this
doesn't feel
race.
that way right now. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, she looks fantastic.
Well,
Okay,
only
a
got one
little
more street to
different
cross.
view of the Cocodona
And then go down an
250
alley, and that's it.
experience here.
That would be my guess.
Coming in hot and heavy.
128.5. Bobby.
Yep. They just called him Bobby.
Which race?
Take it home.
In the 125.
125, okay.
Yeah. This is taking it home.
This is taking it home. I don't know what that means.
There he is.
As fast as we get here. Just a little idle. Across the street.
Yep, cross up here.
Head away, Bobby. Crossing by that looks like a boutique-y kind of antique store sort of place.
Sometimes all it takes is one
pretty
foot in
fast.
front of the other, and you can see that from
After
Bob
125
Vanderwal
miles,
right
this is
here.
pretty good.
It's pretty good.
It's not always rainbows and unicorns, people.
Oh, what a night. What a day. I gotta cross over that far not.
Yep, go with that blue mat.
Here we go.
And here's your alley.
And he's making the right turn
Go.
down Cocodona Alley.
Your last track to the 125 miles.
True Grit is right, Bridget. And he does look like he's in a little bit of pain, but here we go. Bob Vanderwal, Sedona 125. Finisher. You can sign up for Cocodona 250 right now. Get $100 off and a free pair of socks. Congratulations, Bob. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, Bob Burke. I think he could probably use a little lube. Might want to just drive over to Thornley's house and take a vat out of the garage. Great job. Lots of love for Bob in the chat. We are settling in here for the Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125. You can see down in the lower right-hand corner, Jubilee with the big Ashley hug. So awesome. Jubilee was just up here with us.
Another runner in, 5'5". That's Jess White.
All right, another 125 runner, Jess White. Jess is making his way over to that little department store. Dr. Steve is still getting after it.
Ryan asked if Mountain
part
Outpost
of
is
Texas
looking
you from?
into live streaming Badwater. I never know what they've got in the
Okay.
hopper at this
I was
point.
out
No,
there
I don't know.
back in March.
I wouldn't put it
There's a-
past him.
Yeah.
I was all over the state.
We'll just, but we'd have
27
to have a
distilleries
nice,
in less than a week and a half.
a nice studio with pretty
Air
good
My liver
conditioning.
said the
AC.
same thing as well.
Yeah. We got a nice studio here in Flagstaff, though. I
Okay.
will say that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this place is sweet.
I got to Tyler.
Not far
No,
from
I did
the
not.
finish
I did
line.
not.
And
I went to Wiley. Tyler, I'm going to try to do a swing through Tyler. There's a distillery there I want to get to.
Dr. Steve,
All right,
here
cross
we
the
go.
blue mat,
By
down the
parking
alley.
garage, right
You're at the
turn
finish.
down Cocodona Alley.
Great job.
There's our finish cam. We are at 91 hours and 27 minutes into the event, which means there's still just short of 24 hours left to go. Our next cutoff hits Munns Park in about 20 minutes, a little bit more.
No. Yeah, 34 hours.
It's late night math, so 30 hours. It's 91, and we're going to 125.
Yeah. That'd be 34.
25 plus 9, 34. I forgot to carry the 1.
Literally. Congratulations, Jess White, who you just saw across the finish line here at the Cocodona 250.
And along the way saw Andy do bad math. Thank you, Dora. It is 23 minutes till the Munns Park cutoff. Dora, you seem to be a cutoff tracker. Yeah, it looks like there
Not
are
bad.
still a bunch of runners trying to get there on time. All right, here we go. Bib number 173, moving well. Steve Ellis.
Yeah. Steve about a block away, crossing LaRue Street. Actually, less than a block away. Basically a couple of buildings away.
Yeah, because he's going to hit that turn. And Steve Ellis. 250 runner.
All right,
Coming
cross
in
the blue
hot.
mat, then down to the
No,
alley.
don't go up that one.
Don't want to go in the garage. All right.
There comes Steve. We're still waiting on Emily Kratz. I suspect she'll be soon.
Oh, no. I don't know if you caught what just happened there.
What happened?
I think that Steve's significant other happened to walk right in front of somebody with a puffy and a camera.
Oh, okay.
You could see him kind of panic and move as quickly as possible.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, all kinds of things happen at finish lines.
Especially at 12:30 in the morning.
Yeah, and with all the pictures people want to take and all of that. All right, how's everybody doing? I know this is kind of the witching hour, but yeah. Where are y'all coming to us from? We know you don't have. We're not at max capacity here in the chat, but we'd love to hear where you're coming from. I suspect most of you are coming from somewhere where it's daytime. It's positively nighttime here.
It looks like after Emily Kratz, we might have a bit of a gap. Emily should be here fairly shortly.
Yeah, I would guess. Seattle. All right, staying up late. Allison, are you waiting for someone in particular? Let us know. Stockholm, Sweden. Reno. Excellent. Verde's about to go to work in Spain. Another Swede with a little coffee. Another Seattleite. The Netherlands. L.A. Colorado. Pop that in the microwave. All right. Oh, So, folks, a few hours ago, I made my way up to the aid station at Elden on my little daily run and collected some Pete's meats. And there you see on our screen, put it on the big screen. And I collected some sausage, some brisket, some chicken, a rib, and some tri-tip. And I thought it'd be fun to bring it down here at late night, and we could sample a little bit of it. So thanks for bearing with me here. It was kind of fun to carry it down. I like to think of myself as a good downhill runner, but I had a big bag full of meat.
Do we really need to reheat it, though, or can we just go at it?
I mean, we can just go at it, but I like it might be dry.
I suppose I'll heat it up.
There you go. Just some nibbles. Just some nibbles. Yeah. Yeah, I ran up there, Ryan. How else do you get up to? How else do you get up to Elden? It was just a little, I think it was like four and a half miles up and 4.5 miles down. So it wasn't terrible. Nothing like what these guys are doing.
You did it on fresh legs.
Yeah. I did it on legs that had been sitting at a desk for 12 hours. Yeah, no, I ran up there, hung out with those guys for about a half an hour. They have a great aid station up there. Really, really good one. Peter Mortimer and his whole team. We saw Elsa come through, and that was fun. She had a really cool button on her bag, but they didn't let us show it on the internet. These people, these internet people and buttons. I long for simpler times.
Back in my day.
I long for simpler times when nobody would mind a button that said that. Almost got Mercedes to read it, though. That was fun. So we're going to have a little brisket and a rib and some chicken. And as I was leaving for my run, Jordan, our producer, he's a good guy. He really is. He comes over. He's like, "Hey, can you get me some Pete's meats?" And what was it? I've wanted to have those ever since
Javelina.
Ever since Javelina.
Ever since I saw those drone shots.
The dude sees drone shots of Pete's meats. And here we go. All right, here we go. Jordan, come on over. So here we've got...
Yeah, grab a bit.
Get
Grab
this
a fork.
out of the way.
Actually, what Jordan should do is probably grab a sample of each of them, and
And
that
then-
way he can taste.
Yeah, he can go back
So grab
over
a
there.
plate and kind of cut up a little bit of each. And let's go back to the finish line cam rather than showing me playing around with.
I know, Bridget. I know. I should have given her a few glasses of mead. You know, this is Mercedes' rookie. This is her rookie appearance on the. This is her rookie appearance on the Mountain Outpost. So I kind of wanted to go gently on her, but now that I realize the gloves are off. It's clear the gloves are off. So we're going to be meeting her up. But I mean, she set me up on the first night with a thing of Flota and milk, and I drank it, and she thought that was weird. So she still got some growing to do.
It was weird, and frankly, I couldn't believe what I was watching as I was watching it.
The Flilka.
The something.
Buddha's better.
I mean, you know, when I'm talking about what sounds appealing to me in terms of culinary items or beverages, you know, I'm not going to go into a bar and ask for a flat Coke and milk or flat cola and milk. That just doesn't sound great at all. Yeah, if you missed Jubes, she was here. She was here a couple hours ago. She was hanging out with us here in the studio. I guess about 2 hours ago our time. I think she came in almost exactly 2 hours ago because she had to be down there by 11, and we just spent like 10-15 minutes riffing with Jubes because she's one of my favorite people in the world, and so we wanted to talk to her about what she'd been doing here at this race, her how she's preparing for Javelin 100, of course, which is I guess at this point one of the signature events that Aero Viper running puts on. And so we had her and Fox here in the studio. For those that don't know, Fox is basically Jubilee's keeper. Assistant race director, yes. Right arm. Allison Smith asking if we're going to be at Hard Rock. Yeah. As far as I know, we're at Hard Rock this year. We're going to be filming out there in the wilds around Silverton, Ouray, and Telluride.
All right.
Okay. We will hold off on our sampling of the culinary masterpiece that is Pete's Meats here in the studio until we can take care of covering our potential next finisher here of the Cocodona 250.
And I think everybody should know. I mean, Chris, my colleague here, Chris, he is quite the foodie.
Oh, I hate that term.
Right, which is exactly why I said it.
Folks, the term foodie is very vapid and pretentious. I am a fan of food. There's a huge difference.
Yeah, exactly.
I like exploring my palate. I like trying new things. I like to cook. I like to learn how to do things in the kitchen from both my and other cultures. But please don't call me a foodie. It just sounds somebody who calls themselves a No, that's connoisseur is even worse. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of food. Like, for instance, so earlier this year I had a flight credit that I had to burn because, of course, what you do is you take a $200 flight credit and make $1,000 weekend out of it. But I went to San Francisco and people were like, oh, why'd you go there? And I said, to eat. I went to San Francisco to eat. I went to eat multiple bowls of chowder, to eat in Chinatown at places where I couldn't read the menu. And as long as they had certain delicacies hanging from the windows, I was in.
See, foodie.
That's not a foodie. That's a nerdy fan of food. There's a huge difference. Really? I just said we were going to wait until Emily finished and that we were going to compare and contrast.
Oh, okay.
She's surrounded by an entourage of bodyguards.
Nice.
Oh, that's what we thought.
She's wearing Christmas stuff.
Is Steve out there yet?
Yep. Steve is on the camera.
Amen, Allison. All vacations are for eating.
All right, and it looks like we are.
Verity, peace out. We'll see you next time.
We'll be here.
Keep on going.
There we go.
Keep going. Keep going.
Looks like
Here
I
we
am
have-
Steven. I'm doing the live stream for you.
I was like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep going.
I'm putting you on YouTube.
Oh, okay, like right now?
Yeah.
This is our
Oh, am I
10th
live?
place female.
Yeah, you're live. I don't think I can hear you. Yeah, it's mine. So
Emily
if I run
Kratz
into it, it's okay.
Oh my god. Okay, I'll pick the pace up, Steven.
Oh, great.
Should I get
and
rid
an
of it?
you wanna drop
entourage
me
of
like everybody
people
else has
with
been trying to
Christmas
do?
lights wrapped
Drop
around
it
them.
like it's hot.
Yeah.
I won't drop you.
Oh, that's okay.
Cold.
Yes, it is chilled. I heard there were snow mists on Elden earlier this evening.
There's a lot of snow on there.
Well, there was misting snow.
Yeah, I didn't get any of that.
Yeah.
I would have went back down. And then I'm pushed.
Well, you did go back down. You got to the top and you went down the other side.
I did. And that way it was a whole lot easier. Let me tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
if you want that.
Oh, well, it was a great race.
Good. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Have you done it?
Yeah.
What's your favorite part?
That's a great question.
Thank you. Pretty good for not doing it.
I loved Lane Mountain.
Yeah?
I loved Lane Mountain.
That's a really
The very beginning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that punch in the face because none of us knew it was coming.
Yeah.
And I just
And you like
bebopped up
punches.
it. Mingus, I had a blast going up Mingus. I missed Kasner Mountain. The first year we went up Kasner Mountain, not Kasner Canyon.
Okay.
I did Kasner Canyon, and it's a good. I enjoyed it with pacing, but I enjoyed the mountain more.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Oh yeah,
When's the last time you've done it?
it was 21.
Okay. And now you just do live stream?
Well, if I get healthy again, maybe I'll do it again.
What's wrong with you?
Oh, I got hit by a car 10 years ago, so my hip's now acting up.
That's not a recommended activity.
Yeah.
Of course, that is Dr. Stephen Crawford talking
You, have you live
with
streamed
Emily
it?
Kratz,
Or
comparing
situation
notes.
here?
I've been doing
as
since
he
10 a.m.,
ran the
yeah.
inaugural year.
All the finishers?
As many as I can get. We have other people rotating in and out. So
Aren't you glad you found me?
yes,
I know.
I knew you were coming.
You did?
Yeah, but
I think my tracker was off for a little bit.
I knew you were the next one up.
Well, I was trying hard to get here, but this is the pace where we
Yeah.
settled in at.
Well, you're doing great.
I have no. I'm trying to get my money's worth.
Hey, well, that's just it. If you stay, you can get 24 more hours still
I
easily.
know. I could go hang out at an aid station and
Yeah.
eat veggie burgers.
Exactly.
34. Stand corrected, as I was told.
But I'm not going to. I'm going to go home and take a shower.
Good.
I have so many layers of
Yeah. No.
everything on.
Yeah.
You live close to here?
Do what?
You live here?
No, I'm down in Phoenix.
Okay.
It's,
You work for them?
no, I actually work for the community colleges.
Oh, cool. That's cool.
I just decided I was sick of work and took some vacation.
That's awesome. So you were here all week?
I got here today, actually.
Oh,
I had to work a little this week,
Are you
even though I
gonna
told them I
do-
wasn't going to.
Are you going to do tomorrow live stream?
Yeah, I'll be out here tomorrow night.
How many people are out there still?
Oh, good question. I'm trying to think if you might be the top. You may round out the top 10 on the women. You're either
Yep,
10th
she
or
does.
11th.
She's
I'm not
10th
sure
place
where,
woman.
off the top of my head.
Cool.
I think you're
Do
in
I
that
win like
area.
$100,000? For 11?
I have no idea, but probably not. The money's not there in ultra running yet. So you did great. You got a sense of humor. This is awesome. I've seen
Yeah,
I've seen other runners that are just like, yeah, we're Walking Dead.
I'm just happy to be here. I'm not gonna make sense. I haven't. How much do you think I saw? I would say max. At most. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, probably an hour. No, from the whole week. No. Yeah, after this morning. After this morning, we put in a little time. Yeah, I slept an hour. I said it was probably 2 hours or under. And I'm so happy and cheery
It's so much fun.
because who cares?
Yeah. And it's such a beautiful place. I mean,
Who cares?
you see
You
some
know what,
areas
though,
that people live
Stephen?
here their whole life don't even know exist.
Yeah, I know. Can I tell you though one little thing?
Sure.
Sometimes the rocks, like they can just settle down and get out of the way more.
I wish they would.
It was really driving me nuts. But then I got over it and learned how to redirect my frustration. But that one section was so rocky.
Which one?
Going into
Oh, yes.
it was terrible.
And it's not as bad as it used to be. The first year was even worse.
I mean, I literally fell almost like 100 times.
I think I might have been the only person who knew how rocky it was going to be because I did some training on it a couple months before the race.
As
Yeah, that's
Emily is
right
making
down here.
the most iconic left-hand turn of all of sports, the
They
left
can
on
if you want
Birch.
them to. I've seen people bring more. It's your
She
finish.
has
You can
brought
decide if you want to take it with you.
a full detail to finish this race out here with her at the Cocodona 250.
We did a fundraiser for this
Oh, nice.
Family Seal Foundation.
Was she
Oh, cool.
carrying
Very
some
cool.
sort of costume?
Good.
Come and help out.
Stephen,
Yeah,
what's she
fun.
carrying?
I didn't get to have. I mean, I had fun, but
Blankets.
A
Jacket.
blanket.
Oh,
They're asking what you were carrying. They thought it was a costume. No, she's cold.
I'm freezing. I drink-
well, you've only got about a block left.
Oh, I see what's going on.
Whoa. All right, let's go to the finish line.
Yeah, let's keep
Before
her
you
moving
fall
forward.
over.
She almost went down.
I
That might have activated
AJW,
the
like-
detail.
was giving the overview. I can come on the show. I'm a talker.
You're on right now.
Oh, Hey guys, if you need me to come on your show, let me know. Have your people get a hold of my people.
She's
I'm
welcome to
free.
come by the studio anytime tomorrow if she wants.
Fantastic. I might show up.
Who are your
Tell you
people?
about my race and the adventures we had. Oh my gosh. I have rocks in my shoes still, so that's super comfortable. Are you almost there?
We're almost there. We're turning in. You're here, baby. You did it.
Are you going first?
No, we're supposed to. You're the one that's all to line up with you in the middle.
Keep on going. It's just me back here.
I know, I was just, oh my gosh. Because there was a plan and I know what it was.
Just do what your pacer says.
That's what I do. Sounds like, oh,
This is
great.
really great stuff, Steve. Fantastic. 10th place female, Emily Katz.
Leading a procession down Cocodona Alley.
Here she goes.
Right there.
And here they are, running down the final stretch.
Crew in tow and looking.
Emily Katz, after a entertaining conversation with Dr. Steve.
Emily Katz finishing the Cocodona 250 in 91 hours, 48 minutes.
Getting a bouquet of flowers. Jubilee coming out with the buckle. I know we're juggling a couple of things here, but we are, as we watch the 10th place woman finish Cocodona, Emily Katz, there she is. We're also hitting the Munns Park Aid Station cutoff.
Do we have static at Munns Park anymore? Yeah.
That hasn't been the best today, but that's all right. Win some, you lose some. Munns Park cutoff has arrived. That's 1 a.m.
Looks like there might have been a couple of people chasing that cutoff because I can see one person that was fairly close to the sweep a few minutes ago, Nick Tyree. Also, a handful of people who look like their last ping was in the aid station. Of course, the runners have to be out.
Yeah, they have to be
Munns
out.
Park. Simone Valentin Austin, bib number 91. Sharon Mosley, 496. Nadia Haas, 36. Byron Roca, 104. Adrian Powell, 244. Lisa Allen. Oh, I'm sorry. Lisa Allen's. That's weird. We were told that Lisa Allen was timed out at Schnebly, although she might have been transported to Munns Park because that's much easier extraction. Jackie Fritsch, Robbie Cheney, Christina Kirch Navy, Juice Up Sandoval, and Elizabeth Russ. And Nikki Harvey.
They're all on the bubble there?
They all were very recently at Munns Park, but I believe in most cases they've actually departed. Looks like a couple of people might potentially be there and be on the hot seat, but outside of that, it looks like everything's okay. As you can see, our most recent Cocodona finisher has started to take pictures. Emily Kratz. And so we heated up what we got, our spoils from the Elden Aid, a.k.a. Pete's Meats.
Yep.
And you cheated and started, but then again, you did go and deliver it, so I figure that's fair.
Right. So we've got some barbecued chicken thighs, a small bit of tri-tip, a rib, pork sausage, and some brisket.
Okay.
And I sampled it all up there. I mean, I ran all the way up there. So by the time I got up there,
you're hungry.
I mean, I was starving, right? I mean, it was arduous 4.5 miles and like 2,000 feet. So by the time I got up there, I wanted to go in the back and just go after a whole cow, like Jeff Browning style. But I knew I wasn't going to be able to do that, so I brought this down for all. And Jordan, I mean, I knew Jordan wanted some, so and he's producing with us through the night, so. Yeah.
Who's on race command right now? Okay, I'll shoot Aaron a text.
Dora asking about the cutoffs. In typical races, and sometimes there's a little spirit of the law, letter of the law type thing, but in typical races, you have to be out of the aid station by the noted cutoff time.
Okay, so I can just dive in?
Let's do it.
All right. First, what? Let's try the sausage.
Sausage first. So we're going to...
This is a smoked sausage.
Edward, this is what you've been waiting for. We've got smoked sausage from Pete's Meats. It's pork sausage. We've given a piece each to Jordan, too.
That's really good. That smoked sausage is legit.
That's amazing.
That is fantastic. I could definitely go for a few more licks of that.
I kind of like the smokiness of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I could eat a dog with this.
Yeah, that's pretty fantastic. So the verdict on the smoked sausage up at Elden, thumbs up, I think.
I think it's an A. Let's grade it. Let's go with an A. No pluses or minuses, but it's an A.
The educator in AJW comes out. Yeah, for a smoked sausage, I'm not always a fan, but that hits just perfectly.
Yeah.
It's got an amazing crust.
Yeah.
All right, brisket. No, that's the tri-tip.
Oh, sorry.
Brisket.
Oh, the brisket is I thought it was pulled pork.
No, brisket, tri-tip.
Oh.
Which one is which?
Brisket,
Yeah.
tri-tip.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
And try the brisket.
Just the right amount of fattiness.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. Oh, I forgot to give the smoked sausage is an A.
Oh, yeah. Smoked sausage is an
I think the brisket, I would have to retry it with a spicy sauce. maybe a bit of a.
I can go with maybe a hot barbecue.
Yeah, I was gonna say that or a North Carolina vinegar, but it's good.
I was gonna say vinegar based would be really good with that. So I'm gonna give the brisket a B.
I think a B is fair.
If it was hot, it would be definitely.
Yeah, I think of course, it's been delivered down literally by foot from the aid station and been in the microwave. So it's good. It's very good. I would definitely not turn this away. All right, next, do like a piece of rib.
The rib.
We have one rib to try and split out and share.
We got an immediate reaction out of producer Jordan.
I'm very well seasoned.
It's got a nice peppery. It's got a nice peppery coating.
It's a dry rub rib.
It's a dry rub rib.
Yeah, that's
you know
excellent.
what everybody who was watching during, all the drama with Mika and Jeff and Harry and everything.
Mm-hmm.
They're really missing the real essence of the live stream right here with this tasting going on. All right, let me get this rib down.
Well, we're just getting in on the party because one of the things about live streaming is that a lot of what gets people excited is watching people in aid stations eat.
Mm-hmm.
So they're
We're
just
doing
watching
our
us do
part.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're acting like runners.
So hello out there if you're watching. So that was the rib. I'm going to go with another B.
I give it an A. I thought that the ribs were fantastic.
Okay. Let's hit the chicken. This was the freshest one. Pete literally took this right off the grill and put it in the foil and gave it to me.
And this is a thigh.
This is a thigh. I'm a thigh guy. There's thigh guys and breast guys. Everyone knows that.
I see Julian in the chat. Julian, who is up there
Oh,
at the aid
Julian,
station.
that's Santa.
That is Santa Julian in the chat.
Yes, Julian, you've come on into our tasting.
I see a couple locals. I see Tam Jin as well in there, and Tam.
Yeah, we finally got around to our tasting, guys. We've been busy down here.
That's very good chicken.
Get some like tater tots or waffle fries with that.
Could see that. That's a nice, solid barbecue chicken thigh there. That's
Chicken gets an A from me. I'm that's because I'm a chicken guy too. Oh, sorry.
That's an A for me.
Chicken
I'd give it a
gets an
B.
A for me.
it's good. It's just in comparison to the other things I've given an A that I think that they're better. So, all right.
And
Last
then
part,
we're
the
hitting
tri-tip.
the tri-tip.
All right. Let's slice a piece of that bad boy off.
I'm going to jump right in and say that's probably the least good. It's not bad.
I think it's just
It needs to be hot.
it needs to be hot, and the fact that it's been sitting around here for a few hours
Yeah.
probably does it no favors.
Right.
I mean, the flavor is good, but the texture and is a little bit off. So
Yeah. So I'm going to go with fifth place. Fifth place is the tri-tip. I'm going to go bottom. Fourth place. I'm ranking them. Fourth place is the rib. Third place is the brisket. Second place is the chicken, and first place is the sausage. We're going to go reverse MVP scoring rankings, and then we'll have a tiebreaker. Chris?
I think fifth place, I'm going to go with the chicken. I liked everything. It's just that if I had to pick, and I could only pick four, then that would be the one that was knocked out. Fourth place, I think it's might be a little bit unfair, but I'm going with the tri-tip simply because, like we said, this should be eaten hot and a little bit more moist. It's like we said, we microwaved it after it had been sitting out here. We were going to do this many hours ago.
Yeah, but we had some guests to attend to,
Absolutely.
Garmeyer,
we have our
Phil,
priorities straight.
Indeed. We're doing the people's work here.
Yeah. In third place, I'll take the brisket. Like I said, I think that it could use a little something extra. Like, I would love to have it on a sandwich. Absolutely.
Well, maybe some slaw.
Yeah.
Yep.
Definitely. In second place, I'd put the rib. I like a dry rub. I'm not a huge sauce on ribs person. I think sauce has its place, but for the most part, I generally want to have the ribs with a dry rub. So I would put that in second. And in first place, that smoked sausage was dynamite.
Wow. The sausage so far is in the lead. Jordan.
I've turned on the mic for this.
Yeah, you have to.
I'm going to say my fifth place. I'm going to have to put the tri-tip there. If it was hot and fresh, it would be probably way higher. But the texture wasn't good. Fourth place. That's hard. I'm probably going to have to put the chicken there as well. Third is the brisket. It was good, but maybe just needed a little something. I don't know. I've got second place, the rib. That dry rub was amazing. That was just so much flavor, so good. First place is the sausage. I could eat a hot dog with that.
Who would have thought? But the winner in a unanimous decision, off the top rope, is the sausage.
I'll never doubt Pete's sausage again.
Yeah. I took a bite of it. I'd had all the other things first. And he was like, "You want a sausage?" I was like, "Oh, yeah."
It's not normally my first choice.
No. Well,
Nice.
that was fun, guys. That was great. Now we'll just scrape up the leftovers and get on with the broadcast.
Julian,
Thank you all for indulging us. I hope you're hungry.
Julian, Pete, if you're listening to this, you guys are amazing.
I just got a text message from Noah, all pissed off that we're eating in the air, eating barbecue while he's eating granola bars at Race Command. Folks, this is free. Well, he came in last night. Noah did. Noah Doherty and I had a good chat conversation talking about his role in making Cocodona possible.
So does he just sit in the dark and Race Command and
I got you.
respond to crises? Yeah.
Of course, we are back out on the perfect timing on that.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the all-time segment fills right there. That is bib number 461. That is Daniel Bishop. Is Daniel Bishop around? Okay, so there are two runners that are coming in next for the 125, it looks like. And one of them is a runner I have a personal vested interest in. One is who we've got eyes on right here, Daniel Bishop. Another one is Mandy Nielsen, who I've known for years. Mandy is part of a group called the Choya Chicks that train and race together. So we'll see if she is somewhere around Daniel as well. I have a message into Race Command asking if anybody has missed cutoffs at Munns.
Oh, that'd be good to know.
But I'm not going to feel too bad about Noah not having like a lot of food because I know where Race Command is at. They have a kitchen 20 feet from where they're at.
Oh yeah, they do.
Yeah, they have hot food available for them.
Fort Tuthill has very large selection.
Yeah, we were there earlier. Do they deliver to Reno in 20 minutes or less? Unfortunately, I don't like the chances of that being a possibility. A what? No, probably not. Of course, as we can see right here, Daniel Bishop making the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports. I mean, you can go rounding third and heading for home in Yankee Stadium. You could go, turn 4 at Daytona. No, left on Birch. That's where it's at. What? I mean, I'm a baseball guy for sure. I did get word from Race Command, shout out Noah, that unfortunately Nick Tyree, bib number 185, was indeed cut off at Munns Park. All other runners showing as still on the course per the race tracker pinned to the top are still at it.
That's good. So only one racer missed the cut between Schnebley and Munns Park.
That's excellent.
Here we go. Right down Cocodona Lane. Almost missed it.
That would have been brutal.
Yeah.
Just keep going.
Yeah. End up in Phoenix. Wait, what? They got tacos here?
Okay. I have some further information as soon as Daniel crosses the finish line. Daniel Bishop, our most recent finisher of the Sedona Canyons 125.
Did you find the glove? Nope. Oh, bugger.
More Christmas lights.
It looks like bibs 79 and 121 are dropping at Munns.
Jackie Frisch. That's
yes.
Jackie Frisch, 79 and 121. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
121. I'm missing that one. Look that one up. Jackie Frisch is dropping.
Walter Handloser.
Walter Handloser is calling it a day.
That's actually really shocking.
Yeah.
So we established that this right here is not a runner coming in wrapped in the Christmas garb.
Is that a Christmas light person left over from
Yeah, somebody's wearing a buff and
yeah.
The other person's wearing Christmas lights.
So
they
left
were
over from the 11th place, Emily's crew.
Yeah.
So yeah, back on like whether I feel sorry for Noah or not.
No.
Like Noah's a great guy, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good dude. But I mean, he knows how to buy food. He knows how to go to a takeout or do DoorDash or something. I mean, it's not like he's forced to just eat, whatever sort of godforsaken snacks he has to eat down there at Race Command.
Do you know where Race Command is?
No.
It's right next to Fort Tuthill Aid. Like one door over in the same building.
Yeah.
So they have food.
Yeah, I mean they have Patty Curry and all of her spoils out there. So
Chris Thornley, Kim, and
yeah. So for Noah to be wah about all this, I mean,
see, this is why I like this guy. You want to come over and sit down for a couple moments? You really want me? I do. Like, first of all, we can all razz Noah together because that's fun.
Actually, I can't. He gave me a gift before I took my break. So,
but yeah, why don't you have a seat with us? This is somebody who is probably not going to get the praise they deserve as part of this whole Cocodona 250 Sedona Canyons Elden Crest endeavor. But
all right,
I don't know. I've heard a few things out of your voice, out of your mouth this week that were praiseworthy.
Well, I tried. Of course, this right here is bib number 48.
This is Birch. Yep, look on Birch.
That's Michael Pitts.
All right, Michael.
But right now here with us is the man who is in charge of Race Command, and that is Aaron Schmidt. Aaron, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
How you doing, Aaron?
I'm doing well.
All
How
right.
are you?
We were just talking about Race Command.
Yeah, I kind of walked in on the tail end of that conversation.
Well, because
Absolutely.
Noah was just we just had a little tasting here. I went up to the Pete's Meats aid station, went
Sure.
for my jog this afternoon, and they were nice enough to wrap up some samples. I said, hey, the guys back in the studio, they're hungry, and we're going to be up late tonight, so could we get a little sampler platter? So we're eating the sampler platter and coming along, and all of a sudden Chris's phone starts blowing up with Noah like complaining about whatever he's eating, Cheez-Its or whatever, goldfish or
Nature Valley granola bars.
yeah. And I'm like,
Oh, come on. There's a timing
Well,
match. The sticker
Well,
in the
that's
middle
because
of
I had the
floor.
audacity to ask him for some information, and I should have known better. But let's give
Let's see
this
this.
man his moment in the sun.
For
This is
sure.
Michael Pitts, bib number 48, heading down Cocodona Alley.
all right, Michael, good strong finish.
You can
Very
see
good.
that is Howie Stern, the legendary photographer. A couple years ago, one of his finish line photos made the cover of Ultra Running magazine. Very famous photo.
Real quick, small town Texas, born and raised. He works in the construction industry, has a passion for helping others. He has a podcast, Next
Okay.
in Line Development, a beautiful and supportive wife, along with an amazing 9-month-old daughter, both of which he is thankful for every single day. 3 years ago, he lost 65 pounds and started running, then ultra running. It's been a long road to get where I'm at, but I wouldn't change a thing. I'm blessed with some amazing friends and family in life. What inspired Mike Pitts to get into this? Before I lost weight and got in shape, I saw the year one live stream and fell in love with the idea of Cocodona. I swore one day I would run this race, and after pacing Daniel Gilliam last year, I decided that this was the year to make it happen. Thank y'all for putting on an amazing event. Mike Pitts, breaking the tape at 92.12 from Texas. Congratulations, man.
Of course, Aaron, you over at Race Command, you are following these runners the entirety of their journey. Can you describe kind of how that's done? Because a lot of times people will be following the tracker and they'll be like, oh, somebody tell Race Command that this person's tracker is 4 meters off the course or
Right.
something. But how does that work?
Well, the secret is I'm following the tracker as well. That's pretty much the majority of my week is I literally scroll up and down the course from the back of the pack to the front, zooming in and out, seeing because we have things that, it'll be a bad ping. That's where your, 4 meters off the course occurs. Sometimes it's a little bit more. If you saw Jeff last night, he
Yes.
made it to Utah.
I was
very
going to ask
quickly.
about that.
Yes. So that was a bad ping. But yeah, that's the bulk of what I do. Aside from the communications part, which is also big, it's keeping track of all the runners to make sure that they stay on course, don't get lost, don't get off course, go down some other dark road, and make it to the finish.
So when a runner does go off course in Cocodona or Stona Canyons, what is the protocol for that?
Well, obviously we're not holding their hands.
Yeah.
This is a big boy race. Get out there and get it done. But I keep my eyes on them. So if I start seeing someone to stray, we don't have a specific ABC follow this protocol, but I give them a few minutes. And if I still continue to see them going in the wrong direction, I'll reach out. So we have the text numbers for them, and I can text them immediately, let them know, obviously identify myself, who I am, so they don't wonder who this random number is coming into them in the middle of the night. But let them know, hey, it looks to me that you're off course. Can you, verify where your position is? And we go from there.
Okay. One of the things that was interesting earlier this week was that we had a runner, Eliza LaPierre, who had actually, when sometimes you'll have the pings go off course.
Sure.
I'm not always alarmed. Like, for instance, if you see it looks like somebody's either climbed a cliff suddenly or gone off one.
Right.
Well, we've got a different situation entirely. But with the case of Eliza, there were like a series of 2 or 3 pings where shown as a course and going down an established trail.
Yes.
That's probably a bigger alarm for you than anything.
Absolutely. Again, looking at the tracker, you can sort of tell. You can zoom in. You can see where there's a road, where there's a trail, where there's something else they could be following that might look like the actual course versus Jeff Garmeyer going straight to Utah without stopping. There's some that are very obvious that I know I don't need to follow up on, and then some that I keep a closer eye on as well.
Okay, this looks like Mandy Nielsen. Yeah, that's Mandy Nielsen right there. Yeah, I believe those are the Choya chicks right there. Is that true? Can you verify that, Stephen?
Choya chicks, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Chris Worden was wondering. Yes, it is. I don't know if you heard me or not.
Oh, I heard you. Congratulations, okay, Mandy, for getting it done. Gonna cross LaRue here.
Mandy Nielsen by that weird sort of department store. She's close. Still moving well. Ryan Fry asking if we can get Patty on the live stream.
That's a tall order.
Yeah, unless you want to listen to it on like Tuesday.
Yeah, Patty is pretty shy about that kind of thing. I've brought her on once, I think.
Is it? Yeah, yeah. She's not like the camera.
Yeah, she likes to help every single runner possible, but she likes to do so on the down low.
Correct.
Oh, thank you.
And Dr. Steve back up the course.
We get to the finish line?
Yep.
Perfect.
Boom. There it is.
As you can see, Mandy Nielsen wearing the light, crossing with her fellow Choya Chicks teammates. I believe that was Barb Lee to her right, who ran Black Canyon earlier this year. Congratulations to Mandy. I would believe that'd be her partner, Ked, right there.
42 hours and 28 minutes.
The tracker is accurate. We should be getting Joanie Phillips here in a couple of minutes as well.
Cool. So, Aaron, where were we when we left off? What were we?
Like when you reach out to someone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Communication. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was reminded. I just got to jump in. Pam Reed, who's just a character and like doesn't even really know how to use a phone, was doing Cocodona the first year, and she gets a text from you or one of the guys, and she's like, she was telling me the story. She's like, all of a sudden my phone went off. And it was a text message, and it said, "You're going off course." And I texted her, like, "Wow, you're so nice to tell me."
The responses actually run the gamut from that, just surprise to "No, I'm not. Look where I am." It is amazing, especially of course at night when you can't see anything, beyond your light. That you could think that you are totally on course, and you could be having a great time and just think, "Oh my God, this is like a trail angel, calling out to me as well." So it does. The responses are pretty amazing that we get back.
Of course, you weren't on last night. Did you hear what happened with Jeff Garmeyer's?
No, the made it halfway to Utah deal.
No.
What
it
happened?
made it all the way into Utah.
Oh, really?
It pinged. I'm just going to show you because I took a screenshot of it because I couldn't believe it.
Absolutely, I did as well.
Yeah, that's one we'll savor in a kind of a fun fashion here.
The live chat dubbed it the Cocodona 1000 because he added about 600 miles to his total.
I thought I had a screenshot of it, but
so it basically just went.
It was literally north of Bears Ears.
Really?
Yeah.
Comment. That was the funny thing. Yes, it was. He wound up right next to a mountain by the name of Mount Ellen while he was coming down Mount Eldon. I thought maybe the GPS was just reading things wrong and decided to send him that way. But actually, that's that trip of coming down Elden is a little bit tricky.
And
We get a lot of glitches in that spot, and it's not uncommon. I've never seen it go out of state. I've never seen it gone out of town.
yeah.
But it's that coming down is we get a fair amount from there that automatically will shoot in a different direction and then bounce right back in 5 minutes later.
And that's actually got to be concerning because that is one of the more treacherous places to miss a turn as well. That's one of the things I was going to ask you next, Aaron. Which areas of the course do you find runners tend to miss the turns more? Because when you're coming down Elden, you're running on Forest Service Road, and you do turn off on a single track.
Correct.
And if you miss that, you're going to get a text message. But if you're getting some ping float, how do you, I remember, I want to say it was last year, like there were 2 or 3 runners that basically all kept on going down the road. What happens in that situation?
They've got to come back up the road. You got to do the time. Yeah, I mean, there's really, it depends. There's sometimes when you're on a road and the easiest way is to just turn around, and you might be 2 miles away, but you've got to backtrack those 2 miles, and that's just part of the sport, right? And then there's sometimes when they're off just in the desert somewhere, in the forest somewhere, and you can just guide them back through and get them back to that spot that they left the course. It's depends on the spot. It depends on the person, how well they are at orienteering in the dark, I guess you could say, knowing their north and their south. But as for spots, you asked about if there are any known or tricky spots. The first one that comes to mind is really actually more of a benign miss, but I'd say, it's probably 50. It might be 50-50 who actually make it or not. And it's coming into Fane Ranch from Iron King. It's along the road in that grasslands area. And there's just a part where it kind of bows a little bit out and then in again. And almost everybody just goes right through it, excuse me. For a couple of reasons, I'm sure. Some of it has to do with it's very windy there, and course markings get blown away. It's grassy, and so course markings just get lost in it as well. And then it's usually in the dark, not versus the day. So, again, you're just kind of plugging away straight, and you just keep going until you see that next flag.
What is the furthest off course you've seen somebody here at Cocodona?
I think the furthest was that turn coming down Elden, where they stayed on the road and they got about 2 miles down the road. All the text messages in the world weren't going through. Unfortunately,
you said, a dead zone.
It is. It's a dead zone. It's a fact of life that most people have their phone on airplane mode or off entirely because it's a long, long race to save the battery. So our messages don't always get through the first time. I sometimes get responses to a "you're lost on the trail" message hours later that says, "No, I'm here," and they're 10 more miles up the trail. Yes, you are here. Thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, that's just a fact of life too. Not every message gets addressed right immediately.
There was one runner last year, I want to say, that was lost in Munns Park somewhere, like or in a residential area.
Like in the neighborhoods?
Yeah. I don't remember if maybe it was last year or the year before, but
it's not ringing a bell, unfortunately.
Okay. And it was during the day, which made it even more mystifying. But I don't remember if it was you or Noah. I mean, if you were on the call and don't remember it, I'm fine. If Noah was on the call, then the person probably still lost.
Probably why he got lost.
But yeah, I'm always curious about how that works, and we refer to Race Command extensively as we're doing our coverage because the chat is they're attached to the tracker, they're handcuffed to the tracker the same way we all are.
Yeah.
And anytime somebody goes off just ever so slightly, they start to tell us, and I just have to reassure them.
I got snarky the other night, and I was like, we all have trackers.
Yeah, and I explained that we have some
AJW. The tracker says, I was like, yeah,
we're all seeing the same thing.
and I try and reinforce them. We have somebody whose literal job it is to do what they're doing. From a
you'll see the flag and
I
the
guess
sticker on
from
the
a spectator
sidewalk.
standpoint.
Right.
It's like I guess it's no different than like watching a sport and getting mad at the official for seeing something differently than you see it.
Exactly. Yep.
Chris, the left on Birch.
Is that Joanie right there? Perhaps. Okay, might be Joanie Phillips.
Joanie Phillips.
Phillips is the last name.
Okay, so yeah, that'd be Joanie Phillips. with Pacer. Heading down Birch, gonna cross LaRue.
Oh, there we go.
Of course, Austin Corbett works for one of our sponsor partners, Catula. Works in their marketing department. Helped set up a really cool night out with Dale Garland, the race director of Hard Rock, a few weeks ago. And she's going to make the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley, and we will see her into the finish. So, Aaron, for those who aren't familiar with you, or what you're doing, obviously, like you are. Oh, that's a nice little. Picked up the pace there.
Finish kick.
Yeah, solid kick there at the finish line. Congratulations, Joanie. So, as I was saying, what else do you do for Aero Viper?
It's not just this, huh?
No.
I'm more famously known as the Aero Viper Rides race director, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm the stepchild, redheaded stepchild, the cousin to Aero Viper Running. We put on all the mountain bike races.
Yeah.
And we have a blast doing it. There's a lot of people out there who bike and run. There's a lot of people who just do one or the other. But we tailor to anybody who wants to come out and try getting on two wheels and heading off into the trails as well.
I have to admit, I've thought about it, but every time race day gets close, I get scared and I decide not to do it.
I'm amazed sometimes at how many times I hear something like that. And I don't know, maybe because I've been riding for so long, it just doesn't faze me that much anymore. And trust me, stuff phases me. I'm not like completely oblivious to the fears of things out there. But just I don't know. I think you should just get out and try it one time. I don't put on a whole lot of races that are difficult, that are gonna throw you to the ground. We've got some really nice trails. You're familiar with the trails down in Phoenix. Some really nice trails out there. And the idea, just like with running, is we want you to finish.
Absolutely.
Looks like we've got
here. 148 is Ed Shelton, and I do believe if that is a runner in front of him as well,
Correct.
that would be Austin Corbett.
176.
Yeah, perfect.
A little bit about Ed Shelton. Is originally from New Jersey, currently lives in Texas, just north of Austin, with his wife, 2 daughters, 4 cats, and a bearded dragon. Head of a business analytics intelligence at a health insurance startup based in California. Been running 13 years, and he's completed many other ultra-endurance events, including Spartan Death Race. He had such a good time running it last year, he had to do it again. So this is Ed Shelton's second time from
And
Black
of course,
Canyon City
as
Deep
we
Canyon
mentioned,
Ranch to Flagstaff.
also finishing the race here, Austin Corbett, Flagstaff local, and on the staff for
Catula.
As you can see, the Catula signs up above the archway there and in the background.
And the exclusive sponsors of the Pete's Meats Aid Station.
Have you seen that commercial? Have you seen that commercial?
We have a Pete's Meats commercial?
No, we have a Catula commercial with
Sorry, I was blind.
with Pete Mortimer in it.
I have seen that commercial. Yes.
It's very comical.
Yep.
So congratulations to our 2 most recent finishers, Austin and Ed of the Cocodona 250. So you, as we mentioned, the big reveal is that you aren't just race command all the time.
Right.
You're also the race director for Aero Viper Rides. So if I'm a completely nervous, incompetent, got scared because I saw somebody get hurt one time at a bike race person, and you're trying to convince me, oh, it's not so bad, you can try this, which race should I try?
Oh, that's a good question. My first thought off the top of my head would be Stunner. It is a night race, but it's also a very smooth course. I guess the better answer, and as I'm thinking through it in my head, would be the Pass Mountain race, which we call Tonto Mountain when the rides show up the next day.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the same course. It's at Usury Park down there in Mesa. Very smooth, buttery, great trails. Only one section that's got a little bit of rock, so it's a little bit bumpy. But other than that, it'd be like riding on a canal path almost.
Does it go up and over that Cat's Ears hill?
It does not.
Oh, even
it
better.
Does not.
That's actually not too bad. You know what? I might have to think about that one because I know for a fact, I assume you maybe go up on the levee a little bit.
You do? Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Take the levee across. You come down through Chain Fruit and Moon Rock and all that stuff on the west side. Cross the levee, and then you head out on the east side, and that's where it gets a little bit rocky. Okay. But you come back on Blevins, you skip that little peak, Cat's Peak, and you come right back into the parking lot for the first loop.
Oh, that's not bad at all. Yeah. For those that are not familiar, Pass Mountain is one of the fall DRT series races in Arizona, put on by Aero Viper Running, and it's known for being, at least the 10K loop there, being a fairly fast, flat, extremely runnable course.
Very, very, so, and the same with the bikes. It's extremely rideable, great beginner course, and ours loop is just over 10 miles. So.
For those who are a little bit less of a fraidy cat than me, those who maybe have a little bit more experience or even just confidence or arrogance, what's the race for them? What is the one that you put on where you're like, oh, you better know what you're doing, otherwise, things could go south for you in a hurry?
For sure. We have one. It's a brand new one. We threw it out this year for the first time in January, called the Prickly Pedal. It starts up in Cave Creek, and you ride westward on the Maricopa Trail out to Lake Pleasant.
Okay, I know that trail.
Very difficult in the beginning. You start from Cave Creek, you ride up the road to Spur Across, and that's where you connect to the trail. That section from Spur Across out to probably the first road crossing is pretty difficult. It's very rocky, and it's a lot of climbing, a lot of descents, a lot of technical in both. After that, though, it smooths out, and so like you get the first half is really technical, the second half is really fast.
And that's a point-to-point bike race?
It is.
That's unusual. What are the logistics for that? That involve? I mean, because it's one thing to have point-to-point running races where you basically just ship everybody into a bus, and then, like, for instance, the Cave Creek Thriller, like where you go the other direction when you go from Lake Pleasant to Cave Creek Regional Park. Like, how do you handle point-to-point for a bike race?
It's not too different. It's not too. It's not much different. There you go. Sorry, it's at 2 a.m, I think, right?
Absolutely.
And I did just get off of work, so off a shift. It's not much different. So this year was the first year we did it. We had parking both at Lake Pleasant, the finish, and at Cave Creek, the start, and we provided shuttles back to the cars. We provided a secure place for their bikes. They could leave them. They could take the shuttle back to their car and then drive back to pick up their bike. Okay. And then conversely, they could have people pick them up at Lake Pleasant, or they could park there earlier. I think we're going to change it up next year just because of, again, logistics. Downtown Cave Creek, as you know, is a little bit tight. We may do something where we have the bike corral overnight the night before, drop off your bike. I've seen when I've looked into a few more companies like Ironman, maybe you've heard of it. They do stuff like that. You drop your bike off the night before for the most part. Yeah. And then what we'd have people do is park at Lake Pleasant at the finish. We'd shuttle them all there for the start, and then they'd finish. Their cars are there for them.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no, these are things that I had never really thought to ask about. I mean, I've been out to a couple of Aero Viper rides events. I've worked the beer garden for you guys a couple times. I also have just been out there out of sheer curiosity because I'd never attended mountain biking races before. Yeah. And, there are some people that really get into it and are, truly passionate about it. Of course, you have your own Aero Viper Rides racing team.
We do.
So, that I believe the members span like 3 states.
We have them. They're mostly in Arizona. Mm-hmm. We're not quite as big as the running team yet.
Okay. Yet. So
plans.
Well, Aaron, I just wanted to, first of all, give people a chance to, be introduced to one of the people who makes this thing go from behind the scenes. And of course, you are the race command for the Cocodona 250. And like we said, that's not all you do. You're also the race director for Aero Viper Rides. If people are curious about racing with Aero Viper Rides, how should they get more information?
We have a website, aeroviperrides.com. Everything is spelled out there and there's a link they can email to me directly as well.
Okay, great. Aaron, I know you just got off a long shift and you got to get some rest because Lord knows what Noah's doing over there at Race Command. You're going to have messes to clean up in the morning.
Oh, he's holding it together. I know he is.
I know. We just like to tease.
Of course.
That's how we show we appreciate him. So
absolutely.
Aaron Schmidt, folks, the Race Command for the Cocodona 250 here on the Mountain Outpost channel. Do we have the finish line cam back up? I see we have Jubilee and we have Howie, and I know that Dr. Stephen Crawford is out there somewhere seeing runners in.
No, we have no runners incoming for a little bit.
Okay.
Stephen's currently at the finish line.
Cool. Good. I hope he's getting some rest.
How about a chronicle?
Yeah, let's throw a Cocodona Chronicle on, so we can fight over that what's left of that plate of barbecue.
Let's go.
What do we want? Something short, something long?
Let's go with the one about the women.
I don't remember which one that is.
I'll do something recent then.
Alright, let's go to
Yeah, recent.
episode 9. Perfect.
Joel, my old running buddy. Our first race we did was Bigfoot 2015 together. Ran about 160 miles of that. Did several other races to varying degrees of success.
She's strong as heck. I saw there was some talk about her feet being bad. She had 2 blisters total. So the time that a bunch of people saw us working on feet, it was cleaning up her feet and the total of 2 blisters over the last 200 miles.
I feel like people see the pre-tape and think that like there's something horribly wrong.
Yeah. We just like to keep her feet clean, so every aid station I make sure it's all clean. So if she's strong and there's nothing going on other than,
You know, I've never had a good race here. I'm always like not trained and something goes horribly wrong. So, I mean, obviously things go wrong every year, but nothing went too horribly wrong this time. So hopefully it just can maintain for the next 2 sections and my first relatively smooth finish here. The last 2 times were total clusters for one reason or another. Running at this stage is 2 thumbs up. It's good to be able to run for the last 38 miles. Happy to see it's finished.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, we've been so lucky with the weather and the races. Wow, I got to see the sunrise in Sedona today, which was amazing. So yeah, I think can't complain. Legs are tired, of course, but it's nice. It's a good feeling. Gato, I love you. I miss Theo. I miss Charlie. Oh, everybody in Team Peak Run Performance who's following. Thank you so much. Thank you for the good vibes. My family, I'm not sure if they even know I'm racing, but if they know, a big kiss. And yeah, thank you for the good vibes. The longest I've done before was 100 miles, so I'm way over that. And I'm happy that I got this far. So I'll try to make it to the finish. Hopefully I will. Because, yeah, I'm moving in a way that I can guarantee that I'll get to the finish. So yeah, that's what I want. So I saw this documentary with Eric Sensman, The Long Way Home, and I thought like I was kind of like in the same spot as he was in a sort of a way. And then of course, I started watching other things about Cocodona, and every time I watched another video, I got more obsessed about it. And I think this is a kind of a race that it's not that you want to do, you have to be obsessed about. Like, you really need to be obsessed about, because if not, it's not possible. And it's like, I live in Europe, I'm Brazilian, I'm tired of UTMB and the Alps. I wanted to experience something completely different. The desert, the heat, cactus. So yes, today, no, I'm kind of lost in time, but I fell into a cactus.
Oh, it's the Arizona experience.
Yeah. And I was just like with Victor, and I had like all of his, and I'm like trying to take the thorns. Yeah, so I saw a snake, I saw a javelina. Hopefully I see one tonight with Brittany, and it's been really nice. I mean, you guys, you have like the best race. I think this is incredible, and I think hopefully Brittany will be here next year.
You're inspired.
Because sure, she's helping me with so many miles that I think maybe next year we change. I come here to pace you. Yeah.
Mama,
and you race. You race.
You're helping me.
Yeah.
Bye.
I'm still not sure I can do this, but it's a lot more certain. The possibility is much higher the closer I get. Yeah, I think I've got a pretty decent eating schedule thanks to Pacer, so it's been helpful. This is Chalice.
Hello.
Which has been pretty instrumental in making sure that I eat enough. But
small bites.
Yeah.
Small bites of muffin. We had Trader Joe's burrito.
Yeah.
Now we're on the muffin. Pretzels have been good.
Yeah, so much better than 50 miles ago. Hit Sedona right at sunrise. That was badass. I cried.
Timed that perfectly.
Timed it perfectly. It was amazing. I slept for like 2.5 hours on the second day. So it threw me a little off my fake schedule. Because how do you plan this? Not possible. Yeah, I had a complete meltdown. In figurative and literal sense. Because I got super hot. But my crew was like, just take a nap. And so I slept for like 2.5 or 2 or something hours. And then like an hour somewhere else. Maybe.
When you were throwing up at the park before Sedona.
Yeah.
I don't remember all the names.
So yeah, all over the place. Running.
Names.
Running is fun. Feel much better.
Doing so well. Food's a hell of a drug.
Yeah. Food.
Food.
Who knew? I don't know. I can't believe people watch this. But it's like watching paint dry. I guess I'll shout out everybody watching. Thanks for watching. Big up to my parents who love that I'm doing this. I'm so sorry, Mom. Oh, fine. I have a kick-ass crew.
Hell yeah.
So
this is our first time like having a crew in Pacers. We're just like she's won so many races and never had anyone crewing.
I seriously lucked out. I had basically my entire crew fall apart 2 weeks before the race started. Only one person did not change their plans. So I added Chalice and added my friend Peter, and then Evan, who got injured during Southern States, is my crew chief now. Smashing it. And then, and then Dan, my buddy, paced me for the first, I think almost 50. Whiskey Road to somewhere. So it's been, every pacer's crushed it. I'm so thankful that I don't have to do this by myself. Yeah. See you later.
Yeah. It's moment to moment it can change, but yes. Yeah, I mean I get to run for what, like 2 days with my friends.
I know, right? That's great.
And they clean my feet and get me food.
It's a really good section. It's the dream, right?
Yeah. For me, there were some lows yesterday, but then, yeah, after sleeping at Dead Horse, it's been pretty manageable. I mean, I've never done a race this long, so I'm learning. Oh, this is Mario.
Yeah, fun together in Boulder.
Yeah.
Is there anybody you want to say hi to?
Oh, I mean, RMR.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I don't know. I guess my family and friends that are here watching from far away. I have been in airplane mode since Monday morning, so it's just been an immersive experience.
She's doing great. She's doing amazing. Yeah, I picked her up yesterday at Jerome. Went to visit Dead Horse, and then what is the other one? Deer Pass.
Yeah.
And yeah, a little running. Yeah.
That was good single track.
That was amazing single track.
After the broken glasses.
Yeah.
Rocky stuff.
That was crazy. But no, she's killing it. Yeah. She's great. See you.
Nice to meet you.
And we're back here at the Cocodona 250 presented by Aero Viper Running. This is the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel.
How you doing, Chris?
Hanging in.
How you hanging in there?
You know, by the slimmest of frayed threads, but that's kind of how it works here during Cocodona week.
It is. Oh, there's Dr. Steve, right?
Yep.
It's Friday morning.
The problem is that if I were to complain, then, you know, what is that in comparison to what these runners are doing?
Exactly. It's Friday morning, just about 2 a.m. We're going to set the stage. The next cutoff, this is remarkable. I find this remarkable. The next absolute cutoff is not until 3:30 p.m. tomorrow.
Today.
So you're right, today. 3:30 p.m. today. So 13 and a half hours from now. Folks in the chat, if you're still hanging out, check my math. But 13 and a half hours from now is the next cutoff. So if they've made it through Munns Park, and you talked about a few of the runners that didn't make it through Munns Park.
Yeah.
They've got the better part of the morning and the afternoon to get there tomorrow.
Jordan, should we actually start a new stream, like to start the day 5 streams? Because technically we were supposed to start that one at midnight. We went long. I just... Yeah, and that's what I was... Yeah, and I get that. I just wasn't sure simply because, like, well, you know, we had kind of like earmarked the idea of going 8, and we went 10 and 10 from the looks of things. And it looks like we're typically going 10 or 11. Hell, we went 11:55 on one of them. Yeah. So, but okay. I just wanted to touch base, make sure that, you know, I didn't know if we needed to, you know, per.
My best guess is we're probably going to do that once.
Are we on?
I think so.
Okay.
We're talking shop like on the air.
Ryan, thank you. My math was good, so you make it through Munns. You're in good shape. But Chris, we're gonna give Chris a little sleep time, and I'm gonna run through solo here for a little while.
Yeah,
and
I appreciate it.
And I think that'll make everything work more smoothly tomorrow. And as we get into the golden hours, they are very likely to be golden hours. Jordan's gonna, of course, stay close by my side. Aaron's sticking around, but I imagine he's got a few other things to do. But I think we've got a view of the finish line. It looked like Professor Steve or Dr. Steve was going to head back out, or maybe he was calling it a day because it is 2:00 and he might turn into a.
He's off the rest of the week.
He might turn into a pumpkin. He said what?
Said he was going to get off around 2.
Right.
I don't know if we're going to have any follow-in.
we can always try to. Oh, you doing some runs in?
Yeah, shout out to those who are hanging out with us in the wee hours. Of course, it is 2:01 a.m. here in Arizona. Bar time is for those of us who are too familiar with that. This is the finish line of the Cocodona 250. We do have a bit of a break in runners coming in. We do expect that somebody is actually on Beaver Street.
We're thinking it's Ann Tisdale.
Yep.
Which would be sweet. Ann is actually a good personal friend of mine. She is a CTS coach. There's nothing that she loves more than a huge adventure. She loves trying adventures that scare the crap out of her and loves helping other people do the same. Her husband and she adopted 2 little hound puppies in the fall, and it's been a disaster for her training for Cocodona. When they aren't running, her husband Tyler and she love rock climbing in the New River Gorge in West Virginia, Beast Coast.
Do we have any aid station cams that are still viable at this point?
We got our full reliable Fort Tuttle.
There we go. Love that one. Anne was inspired to participate in this race because she loves the desert and she loves super long, super stupid races. Checks both of those boxes here at Cocodona. Really excited to see Anne come into the finish. Anne and I spent a fair bit of time running together last month at our coaching retreat in Bentonville, Arkansas. Anne is an awesome person and great coach, by the way. A second place finisher last October at the Moab 250. And before too long, we hope to see her rolling in to the finish line of the Cocodona 250. A couple other human interest stories we are following. At the top of my list is the finish of Jenny Chisum, the mother of 2 finishers who've closed the book on their Cocodonas earlier today. 18-year-old Ben Chisum and 17-year-old Brody Chisum, who came into the finish line accompanied by their brothers, Elliot and Asher. I suspect we'll see Elliot and Asher on this starting line here not before too long. A competitor that Chris is keeping an eye on, Pete Kostelnik, after overcoming an injury, bad injury in a car wreck, is back for a redemption race. And here is Ann Tisdale. Steve, if you can hear me, Dr. Steve, if you can hear me, can you tell Ann AJW says hi?
AJW says hello.
I don't know how to do that.
I love it.
Talk to him.
There she is.
Put it in your
Hey,
ear.
how's your athlete too? I can't hear him, but
Yeah.
I got to meet her and she was amazing. I think day 1, she was so great. All right.
Keep going.
All right,
How
Ann.
much farther?
That's your last street.
Sweet.
Again, this is Ann Tisdale from West Virginia. Great finish.
My husband got to pace me for this whole.
Under 93 hours.
All right, you're going to cross that timing mat, and then you're going to make it right into the alley.
Got it.
And going by the parking garage and down Cocodona Lane.
Thanks for bringing us in.
Ann Tisdale. Oh, this is so much fun. Way to go, Ann. 11th place female. Coming
Moving
into the
very
finish
well.
line. Smart runner. She told me she can just keep going. And that's what she did. All right, Ann. Being greeted by our friend who was up here on the couch a couple hours ago, Jubilee Page. Howie. I think Howie updates his puffies by the hour as it gets colder. A thicker, a bigger hood. I will agree, Ryan, that the proliferation of Kogalla lights has been a bit of a game changer in the sport. I'm not sure exactly how I feel about it, but they sure do light up the trail in the evening. Look at Ann. This is classic Ann. She's just so smiley and happy and bubbly and gonna bring her whole crew out here for the picture. I guarantee you they're more sleepy than she is. Ann Tisdale from the mountains of West Virginia, New River Gorge to be specific. She and her husband are climbers, adventurers. She really is. In contrast to Harry, who we spoke to, seems like hours ago or days ago, who went with the flow with his sleeping plan. Ann's very methodical about her sleeping plan. She sets a goal for it and executes it, and I'll be curious to talk with her about this afterwards and see if it went according to plan. Aen Tisdale, 11th place female at the Cocodona 250. She was mostly looking forward to any aid station that will have avocados.
And given that this is an aid station, or this is a race by Aero Viper running, pretty much every aid station probably had
I think so,
a high volume of avocados.
All right, so we're at that stage of the race now where athletes that are out there that have made it through Munns Park, mile 191 by 1 a.m., and by my count, that is just under 200. A couple of them by the skin of their teeth. They are en route to Kelly Canyon, which is no cutoff, no crew, no drop bags, just good old-fashioned aid station. And then on to Fort Tuthill by 3:30 in the afternoon tomorrow. We're right at 93 hours right now, 2:10 a.m. Arizona time. A couple more athletes I'm keeping an eye on. Aaron Quinn from New Paltz, New York. Cali Vinson from Scottsdale. They are right next to each other at the 202 mile mark. I suspect they're closing in on Kelly Canyon, where they'll probably spend a little time. Amelia Keegan, we chatted with her earlier today out of Maryland at mile 204. Monica asking about the cutoffs. We did miss one runner missed the cutoff there. I'm not recollecting his name at the moment, but we had one runner miss the cut at Munns Park. Well, I am Andy Jones Wilkins, a.k.a. AJW. Thrilled to have you joining me for the Cocodona Aero Viper After Hours, After Dark. We had a wonderful group of guests come through earlier this evening, including several first-time finishers. They've all gone to bed. We are making our way into day 5. Again, we're still looking at the finish line cam of Ann Tisdale and her crew. Ann is a colleague of mine at CTS, and it looks like Professor Steve has found another runner out there. One of the 125ers, runner number 612, Daniel Katz. Daniel Katz,
great job,
finishing his 125-mile journey from right around Jerome to Flagstaff, Arizona, Heritage Square. After hours and hours and hours in the backcountry, runners come into the town of Flagstaff. It's not a huge city, but it must feel like one for these runners by the time they get here. Traffic lights, blinking things. There's the left on Birch. Thank you, Dr. Steve, for going the extra mile this evening, logging some miles with everybody. Loved your conversation, by the way, with Emily Kratz. That was hilarious. I think she I think she was ready to be done, clearly.
Oh, you can tell some of them are ready to
just
talk.
A trip, kind of talking about her whole adventure. And thanks, too, for your conversation with Ann Tisdale, 11th place female this week, I should say. I got to stop saying today. It's actually a whole week. I take care of a couple housekeeping, couple pieces of housekeeping once this,
All right. You're
this
gonna see a blue
latest
mat
125 finisher
You're gonna turn
comes
right
in.
into the alley after the match.
Please
Before it's
bear
the
with
garage.
me.
You don't want that.
This is Daniel Katz going by the parking garage. Don't go up there. Just go off across that timing mat and swing right. And there you are going down Cocodona Alley. Daniel Katz. Thanks so much. You're doing great. And you're almost done. In fact, you are. You are done. Daniel Katz. All right. As we await our next runner to come down the chute. Want to just remind everybody that we had an amazing race this year here at the Cocodona 250. Surprises abounded. To summarize briefly, Geraldo Sabertas passed Jeff Browning with less than 3 miles to go to the finish and emerged victorious in a course record time under 60 hours. Jeff Browning finished second. Arlen Glick held on solid for third. Joe McConaughey, the early leader, finished fourth. And Michael Versteeg, in his sartorial splendor and sporting bib number 666, finished fifth. Jeff Garmeyer, who we chatted with earlier this evening, finished sixth. Finn Melanson, who we also spoke with earlier, finished seventh. And I suspect if you were to ask him, this was probably the single most successful ultramarathon experience of his life. John Van Guns finished eighth. He was our first leaner. I gave him a 6 out of 10 on the leaner scale. Matt Smith was ninth, and Kevin Goldberg, who we had here in the house, rounded out the men's top 10 in 10th. On the women's side, Rachel Entrequin finished first. Manuel Villaseca finished second. Mika Thews finished third. More on that later. Kylie Drugan Epic finished fourth. Carrie Henderson fifth. Stephanie Rosebaugh sixth. Eliza Lapierre seventh. Elsa Jaworski eighth. Ashley Paulson ninth. And Emily Kratz 10th. I mentioned more later on Mika Thews. Mika Thews was in the lead by about 6 hours as she passed through the Walnut Canyon Aid Station at mile 227. And somewhere between mile 227 and mile 333, well, she just took a header and banged her face on the ground and was very concerned actually about her own well-being. Ultimately came to the paved road that transects the course at that moment, and around mile 233 she was met by her crew and ended up leaving the course, getting medical attention. She really was worried. She broke her jaw, and after several hours getting medical attention, coming back to race organization, explaining to them that she had been approved to continue the race, she put on a tracker again, went back out to the point at which she left the course, which was on that paved road, and proceeded to finish third with an absolutely world-class run from the bottom of Elden to the finish line. So between the Harold story and the Mika Thews story, you thought, my gosh, what more could happen in a 250-mile race? As my friend Megan Hicks with iRunFar.com said, man, these 200 milers are something. And then, in a blink of an eye, 17-year-old Brody Chisum, running his first run ever over 38 miles. He ran the Elden Crest 38 last year, and he ran the Cocodona 250 this year, comes striding into town like he's running the neighborhood turkey trot, finishes 11th place overall, paced by his brother Elliot, his 16-year-old brother Elliot. A couple hours later, older brother Ben Chisum finishes, paced by his youngest brother Asher. One can only imagine what bath time was like with these boys back in the day. And there's only one person who really knows, and that's Jenny Chisum, who's still out on the course. I'm sure she's an amazing mom, and she's still out on the course. I'm trying to see where she was last seen. I know we thought she maybe had 20-ish miles to go, but Jenny Chisum last pinged at 2:27.5, so she has less than 23 miles to go. I suspect all the boys and dad are in bed right now, and hopefully figuring out what kind of grand old party they can have when Mom Jenny gets to the finish. Well, I got an idea for one way you can have that party, and that's come up here to the studio and talk to us. So please come on up here to the studio. We'll be here all the way until about noon on Saturday, and we'd love to meet with the Chisum family. But I mean, I know we talked a little bit about them in the pre-show, and it sounds like they're incredible. They've hiked the AT, the PCT, the CDT, CDT, and they're incredible. Several of them were out here last year, pacing and crewing Josh Perry, himself a kind of legendary FKT / through hiker guy. And this family, my goodness, this family completed the triple crown of just amazing things to happen this week so far at the Cocodona 250. Harry's incredible come from behind win, Mika's rising from the dead, and just the story of the Chisum family. So thank you for listening to this. We are here on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel, awaiting the next finisher of the Cocodona 250 and or the Sedona Canyons 125. Yes, Monica, an incredible year for stories here at the Cocodona 250. And guess what? There's 150-something other stories still taking place, still being written out there right now. I know we're not packing into the chat at 2:23 Arizona time, but would love to hear where you're from, what you're up to. For many of you, it's Friday morning. Maybe you're a 4-day-a-weeker and it's the first day of your weekend. Perhaps it's just you're getting through the day, or maybe heading off on a little bit of a vacation. Love to hear what you're up to and what you're most looking forward to in day 5 of the Cocodona 250. Here's a finisher of the 125. Matthew. Darn, didn't do a form. Next year, note to self, mandatory forms. But Matthew Sarkada, congratulations, finishing the Sedona Canyons 125. Well done. There he is, Matthew Sarkada. We would expect shortly in the 125 Dave O'Rourke and Jason Vanderhovel. And shortly after him, Kyle Hoffner and Cody Cox. All of those gentlemen are in the 125. In the 250, I know I just waxed on about Jenny Chisum. Ann Tisdale was our most recent finisher. And after Ann, we are expecting in the 250 the arrival of David Brownrigg, Brandon Worthington, and Tandy Sherlock, as well as Sam Schwaller and the aforementioned Simon Gerard. It's been a while since we thanked our sponsors, Speedland, Satisfy, Catula, Darn Tough Socks, Spring Energy, Ultraspire, Flagstaff, America's destination for all seasons, Gnarly Nutrition, Tannery, Knack, Lecky, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Sundog Running, Drinking Horn Mead, Uptown Pub House, Beaver Street Brewery, Lumberyard Brewing, and our nonprofit partners, Wilderness Volunteers and the Wander Project, as well as Prescott Creeks, and finally, Latinos Run. Thank you to all those sponsors and supporters. You are what makes this whole thing happen. In addition, your donations and contributions to the live stream, every little dollar helps. We know we hear a lot. We hear a lot in the chat about, oh, the thing froze again, or oh, I'm just watching this frozen camera and nothing's happening, and it's like watching paint dry and so forth. Well, guess what? We try with each and every new live stream to raise our game. I would say that discriminating viewers could probably tell that we have better cameras with better access, some better drones that move faster, that cover more ground, that have clearer cameras, and a lot of that is paid for through the generous donations of all of you on the live stream. So thank you so much for your donations all through the first 4 days of the week. And as we go into day 5, let's try and just, max out the donations so that when Jamil gets out of his post-Cocodona fog, he's like, whoa, how did you guys raise so much money? We just had a finisher. We'll get some info on that. Jordan was asleep at the wheel. It's okay. He can't drive. Yeah. I think Steven is done for the day /night /morning. That must have been a 125er. All right. Well, we're going to try to ID that runner. If anybody has an ID on that runner, drop it in the chat. We'd appreciate it. Glendale, Arizona. Ryan, nice. Thanks for staying up late. Quick glimpse. Can't quite tell. Texas. Wisconsin. Cape Cod. Jackie de Reuter from Cape Cod. Well, on a chilly September afternoon in 1967, Jackie, yours truly was born at Cape Cod Hospital in Hyannis. It's always been the place that I call home. So super cool that you're coming to us from Cape Cod. Tandy Sherlock. Tandy Sherlock has just finished. Congratulations, Tandy. Tandy is celebrating her 50th birthday. Tandy's 50th birthday was Tuesday the 7th in Prescott, where she lives. What inspired her to run this race was watching the live stream and losing sleep over it. Can anyone relate to that? May as well be part of it. It's a local race for her, inspired by her running friends here who have crushed it at Cocodona. I will say this, that as an Arizonan myself, there's something really rich and exciting about this event that kind of takes place in a historical and cultural and geographical kind of special place. And I know that was a big part of Jamil's vision in designing the course, and here we are. So really cool to hear about Tandy and her 50th birthday. So Tandy, congratulations. You are a Sedona Canyons 125 finisher. From Maine, from Michigan, from the UK. You East Coasters are starting to wake up. Day 5 of the Cocodona 250 has dawned for you. We've still got a couple more hours here. Jason Vanderhovel is making his way down there. I guess Steve is still out there. No, this is Curtis. Oh, we have Curtis. We're bringing in reinforcements for the running cams. So Steven has been shot out the back. And now we have Curtis crossing the street. Making the left turn on Birch. What's the name again, Jordan? Nope, the name of the runner. There we go. Jason Vanderhovel. Cocodona was his first 100 in 2022. He did Tahoe and Bigfoot and Moab last year, and he's back for some more Aero Viper action. He's back to see the second half of the course he hallucinated his way through. He's going by the weird-looking department store and is going to make the right after the county jail and be all good. Jason Vanderhovel, Sedona Canyon's 125 finisher. I suspect he'll be back for the Big Kahuna next year. Maybe he's even signed up already. On that note, if you want to sign up, registration is open for all 3 distances: Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, and Elden Crest 38. And this evening at midnight, just a mere 2.5 hours ago, registration opened for the Black Canyon 100K and 50K. Just had a finisher roll through. Congratulations. David Brownrigg, maybe? So, okay, so that was not David Brownriggs, but so that must have been a 125er who came in. Dave O'Rourke. That cover looks comfortable. Reminds me that it's time for me to get my blankie. Cocodona After Dark. Andy Jones Wilkins, AJW here. Hope you all are enjoying your evening/morning wherever you are. I know I am. We have a 125er coming in. 151. That's a 250. David Brownrigg. Here we are, and he's got some spring in his step. David does. David Brownrigg. David Brownrigg making the road crossing of LaRue. Oh. Went the wrong way. Come on back. Come on back. His thing beeped. Here we go. David Brownrigg down Cocodona Alley. There he is. Finisher's coming through hot and heavy. That's it. Well done. Jennifer Duncan asking if the cutoff is at 11 a.m. on Saturday. No. 10 a.m. That is Arizona time, Pacific Daylight Time, Mountain Standard Time. We just like to call it Arizona time on Saturday. But actually, I fooled you. It's 10:10 because the race started 10 minutes late because Steve Adderholt, race director, overslept. We've folks coming in from Toronto, Canada. Westminster, Maryland. Chris Staub is running this thing. Mike Warren weighing in. If you could give us a little bit more info about Chris, I'll be sure to throw him some shade as he rolls in. Tandy rhymes with candy. Now that's funny, Dana. This is all good fodder for anybody who has friends and family that sign up for any of these races next year for them to fill out the runner information form. Because if, like we like to say at Western States, if you don't fill out the information form, we'll just make up stuff about you. You wouldn't want me to do that, especially not at 2:37 in the morning. Cocodona 250. Our latest finisher. Getting the pictures for the gram. David Brownrigg. We would expect Brandon Worthington relatively shortly, along with Sam Schwaller, Simone Gerard, and Chelsea Kaderovic. All of those are in the 250. Back down in the 125. Kyle Hoffner, Cody Cox, and Leticia Thornton, as well as Jason Dudley and Alicia McClellan. And a name I know, Shalini Bajan, might be on the way to the finish line. Well, all y'all have inspired me so much, and now that I'm running again, I threw my credit card into the fire, and I'm going to jump into the Sedona Canyons 125 next year. I guess part of my reunion tour with the plan of running the big dog in 2025. So we've taken to calling the 125 Diet Coco. I think the name's going to end up sticking, Diet Coco, for the 125, and then of course the full-blown Coke. Probably, I mean, it's probably like, yeah, the original Coke, right? Would be Cocodona. The Netherlands. It's full-blown daytime over there. Yep, Simone is close. Well, I mean, close is relative, right? He's probably 2 miles away, so let's give him an hour. Stefan, I'm doing the Sedona 125 next year so I don't have to commentate. No, I'm inspired. I'm inspired like any ultra newbie would be. All right, we've got another runner being chased down by our cam. And I mean chased down. This guy's moving. There is, by the way, Flagstaff, Arizona does have a few little hills. And I know that section. He's about to go by Beaver Street Liquors. Chris Warden's favorite store in town. I've never been there, but I've heard it's good. We've got a cam chasing, and this guy's obviously rolling without a pacer. And definitely rolling. I think we're going to get a bib number in a sec. Yeah, dropping the camera guy. By the way, you guys should have seen earlier when Mika dropped the camera guy. It was a sight to behold. Sight to behold. You don't want to be the camera guy that gets dropped. Whoa. Do we have a race here?
2 different races.
We got a 125 guy and a 250 guy? So 250 guys. Or a pacer. Left on Birch. Left on Birch. Okay. That's an interesting approach. He must have just said to hammer this. I want to help me with the, if we can, probably not going to be able to ID this guy. Anybody in the chat? No. This is one of the ones you're waiting for. He's going by the creepy department store. Okay, we're thinking it's Sam Schwaller or Brendan Worthington coming into the finish. Sorry, we can't be more specific, but they're running too darn fast. Brandon Worthington, Sam Schwaller. Yeah, because Tandy Sherlock's already in. And I don't think it's... Here he comes, and he's still rocking. Wow. Yeah, we'll need to get a confirmation of who that was, but man, that was an impressive closing kick. Impressive closing kick by either Brandon Worthington or Sam Schwaller, or a player to be named later. Or it might have been both of them. Simon is checking in as he does. He's about a mile out, he says. Maybe this is him. I think they were both. It might have been Worthington and Schwaller. Maybe a dropped pacer. Late night on the streets of Flagstaff. What's she doing? Whoa, yeah, that's the wrong, whoa. You don't want to go that way. You don't want to go that way. Only bad things happen down there. Okay, she came back around. Whew.
Jubilee, can we get a confirmation on who that was?
We're going straight to the source. When in doubt, just call Jubilee.
Well, we know she's watching.
Oh, yeah. Man, this is so much fun. This is late night, after dark, Cocodona 250. Question about Ashley's place. 9th place female. Came through in style. Sam, okay, we got Jubilee confirmed. Sam and Brandon. It was a full-blown sprint finish. So again, to give those guys their due with that sprint finish. Brandon Worthington and Sam Schwaller sprinting down Birch, finishing in a practical dead heat. Thank you so much.
Can we get information on who officially finished first? I know people will definitely be interested in that.
Well, Sam Schwaller didn't fill out his form. Oh, no, sorry. Brandon Worthington didn't fill out his form. So if Sam Schwaller did, he wins. But he didn't. So they both lose. It's a tie. Neither of them filled out their forms. This is my new thing. I'm shaming people for not filling out their forms, and then next year they'll fill them out. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about, we have these runner information forms, and they're excellent, excellent. And Bryce Brooks spent hours and hours and hours preparing them, and a bunch of these runners didn't bother filling them out. So whatever, I'm going to get off my soapbox at this point. But regardless, our most recent finishers are David Brownwig in a very strong finish, as well as two guys in a virtual dead heat. We're not actually sure who won between the two of them, Brandon Worthington and Sam Schwaller. And next up, we expect Simon Gerard. Simon Gerard, or maybe it's Simone Gerard, into the finish. Let's see if he filled out a form. Yes, Simon filled out a form. He gets a 5-minute time bonus, and we put him ahead of the other guys. Simon Gerard on the way. East Coasters, wakey, wakey. It's 5:48. Friday. Get the coffee on. It's another day of watching Cocodona. We're getting word from Simon's friends that he did Fuji 2 weeks ago. I'm assuming the 100 miler, not the 70K. I mean, why would you travel all the way over to Japan just to do a 70K? So I'm just going to assume he did the 100. Which is sweet. And now we did a 250, so that's 350 miles in 2 weeks. Good stuff. Simon Gerard. Apparently he runs a lot. Kyle Hoffner. Kyle Hoffner in the Diet Coca. Yeah, he's a Diet Coca. And Cody, did you say Cody Cox?
No, Kyle Hoffner, Simon Gerard, and then Chelsea Patterbeck.
Oh, she's in the 250. Okay. Got it. So we've got a couple of finishers closing in. Kyle Hoffner. Here's our man on the street. Coming out to meet somebody. Gonna meet somebody. Oh, he's looking good. He's fine. And rocking a Diet Coca bib. Who's having fun? Come on, people. Kyle Hoffner. Kyle Hoffner's having fun because he's just about to be a Sedona Canyons finisher. Kyle Hoffner, you're the man. I'm going to give you a 1 out of 10 lean. It's a super slight, but you can see you're going to have to clean that up if you sign up for the big dog next year. Another camera going out. I love this. Who else is going to be on the street? Oh, this is great. We got a whole group out there. You guys are awesome. We don't want to miss a finisher. As we've been saying all day and all night, we try to run in with every finisher. It's easier said than done. But we do have eyes on Kyle Hoffner running Kyle in. And so do we have three? We have two. We have two rotating around, and their names are Keegan and Curtis. So, hey, folks in the chat, let's hear it for Keegan and Curtis. If you're still out there, they are just running back and forth, up and down the roads of Flagstaff to bring these runners in, Keegan and Curtis. And if you want to help them get a cup of coffee in the morning, throw a couple bucks in the donation bin that we have set up here on our live chat, that little $sign down next to the chat box. You just click on it, and you can put a couple bucks in the Keegan and Curtis Coffee Fund, or Pizza Fund, or Burger Fund, or whatever you'd like to make it. It's going to be Camera Fund, because we always need new cameras. Okay, Daniela, thank you for this. Kadarovic. Is that right? Give me a smiley emoji if it is, and a frown emoji if it isn't. Kadarovic. Or it might be an accent on the soft A in the third syllable, something like Kadaravic. All right, we again have eyes on our man Kyle Hoffner. Attaway, Kyle. Gonna check and see if he did a form. Remember, you get -5 minutes if you didn't do a form. And he didn't do a form. Sorry, Kyle. Stop running. You're going to lose 5 minutes anyway. Of course, I'm just kidding, folks. This is Cocodona 250 After Dark. All right, Daniela, thank you. Kaduravic, or Kadaravic. Chelsea Kadaravic. Practicing. And left turn. Left turn on Birch. Look at him cutting those tangents. This guy's not messing around. Kyle Hoffner knows how to get it done. He did. That's the guy you want to sit next to during the final exam. Hey, put your paper over on this side of the table. He's that guy. Oh, this is so much fun, everybody. Raise your hand if you're having fun out there. This is fantastic.
I believe we've also got eyes on Simon Gerard.
Nick, you're right. Elsa's finish was something to watch, and it also was a lot, and also she's a lot. I encountered her up at Pete's Meats Aid Station, and she was even more of a lot up there. So we'll just leave it at that, but she's cool. And here we go. He's kicking it in. He's get the finishing kick. Kyle Hoffner. 250 miles. Going by the ice cream shop, the creepy department store, the place that's for lease, the jail, and now he's turning right down Cocodona Alley. Love this. Thank you all for hanging in there. Some of you are from Europe, Asia, Australia, Connecticut. All right.
Chelsea is also somewhere in there.
Yep, Kelsey Kaderovic. Thank you, everybody, for following along. It's exciting times here for the Cocodona 250. Even if Howie Stern can hardly feel his fingers. He's the gentleman with the camera and the puffy coat and the hood. All right, so we are thinking we're going to kind of get a blend of 125s and 250s, Jordan, or are we looking more towards a bunch of 250s? Oh, here comes one right here.
This, I believe, is
Simon Gerard.
Chelsea is
Kaderovic. All right. Simon Gerard into the house, gets a nice big smooch. Attaway Simon, you're rocking it. Nice peach-colored toque. Nice smile. Thumbs up. Attaboy, Simon. You got this. And then Chelsea Kaderovic. Here, this looks like Chelsea.
That's Chelsea.
Feel like I've known her my whole life. Chelsea Kaderovic. Bib number 84. Attaway, Chelsea. She's going by the department store. We're crossing the Delu. We've got to get it in order. Crossing Delu. Going by the department store. Chelsea's lived in Montana for the last 12 years, grew up in Wisconsin, lives with her partner David and their two dogs, Dugan and Ash. Her love for running first started during middle school track, where she was the only kid who would sign up for the mile. She got an environmental biology degree in college, but she's never used it. Instead, and this is important, people, she does bookkeeping for her partner's brewery, Bridger Brewing. She likes running, backpacking, skiing, cooking, reading, and traveling. And now, gosh darn it, she's a Cocodona 250 finisher. Yeah, Chelsea. Chelsea Kaderovic from Montana, who does books for a brewery. DM me. I'll give you my address, and you can send me a 4-pack. Thank you, Chelsea. Nicely done. That was a fantastic finish by Chelsea. Fantastic finish by Simon. Or perhaps Simone. So this is the Simone finish line picture. They're coming through so hot and heavy. It's hard. There's the Simone finish line picture. Hopefully we'll have the Chelsea Kaderovic picture coming next. There she is. Hugging. Headlamp on. Oh my goodness, we are Aaron Fleischer in the 250 is coming into range, and Cody Cox in the 125 is coming into range. Oh, and we still have a finish line picture that needs to be taken here. For this is going all the way back, I think, to our most recent 125 finisher before. That's Kyle Hoffner. Yeah, it's Kyle Hoffner. Yeah, the people in the chat thought he was going to go into the creepy weird store, but he didn't. All right, this is Simon again. Yes, I mean, if you have stayed up, this is some fun stuff because they're coming through, and I suppose you could call this kind of the front of the mid pack, because they're coming through. I mean, I don't want to say every minute but they are kind of coming through in waves, we've probably, Jordan could fact check me on this, but we've probably had 15 finishers in the last 30 minutes across both distances. This is Chelsea. She was really moving on that last. I mean, when yeah, she's a great job, Chelsea Kaderovic, and thank you for her friend in the chat to help me help me pronounce it. All right, so we're looking at, obviously our 2 chase cams are not able to keep up at this point. We're happy to have 2, but don't be surprised if you're looking for a runner and hoping to have a chase cam with them. If we're not able to get to them, we're gonna try. I promise we're gonna try. Well, obviously the static cam that you see right here is gonna be up, and you'll see the finish. And we're going to try to get it all. But it looks like at this point, with at least 4 runners within a mile of the finish, we probably won't. Okay. And yeah, Aaron Fleischer and Matthew Webb were very close together, both in the 220, in the 250. We might have a little bit of a reprieve in the 125. Cody Cox. Can we get a bib number? No. I want to actually prove that it's him. If runner cam could go out in front, he's trying to. Let's get a bib number here. So this actually, we've gotten a bit further out of town, as you can tell. We're still in the neighborhoods. They're chatting. Always a good sign. Here we go. Entering town. That's a sweet looking pair of shoes. I like that colorway with the blue across the back. Thank you all for following along. We are 93 hours, just about hitting the 94-hour mark of the 250. So Cocodona 250. Aero Viper running. This is the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel, and I am your late night after dark host, AJW Andy Jones Wilkins. We are following along here with Cody Cox. Cody Cox, Aaron Fleischer, or a player to be named later. Or Matthew Webb. Remember, he's in range too. All right, so this runner is made the left turn on Birch, is going to go by the creepy department store. Running solo. Nice loping gait here. I like this. Kind of got some style. The backwards hat, the long shorts, the sort of bougie looking blue shoes. All right, we got creepy department store. Ice cream shop. For lease place. Jail. Turn right. Cocodona Lane. You got it, man. Nice finish. In style. The man in blue. Chris says it's Aaron Fleischer. We're going to will it Aaron Fleischer. There we go.
If you did not hear it, that is a number 4 finish of the Cocodona 254.
Nice finish there for Aaron. We know the morning is nigh as Jubilee has grabbed the microphone. It must mean the noise ordinance has been turned off. All right, here, what do we got here? Apparently, according to Warden, everybody is Aaron Fleischer. It's like being John Malkovich. All right. Going by the creepy department store. Dropping. This guy's dropping a guy or gal. Can't tell. Guy. Okay. All right. Could be Cody Cox. Could be the other 250 guy. Yeah,
right
that's what I'm
turn.
saying. Make the right. So there's Fleischer, we think. And this is the other Fleischer. Just kidding. This is Cody Cox. That's Matthew Webb. Out of the way, Matthew. Oh. All right. Can we get a number here? 125. This is Cody Cox. Coming through fast and furious. Wait. 125. If it would be 425. It's Cody Cox in the 125 race. Got it. Okay, Cody Cox in the 125. Creepy department store. Okay, so we've seen this is Cody Cox in the 125. We have finishes now from Aaron Fleischer and Matthew Webb. Cody's going to go by the ice cream shop, the for lease place, the jail, and make the right turn. All right. Boom. There it is. Down Cocodona Alley.
And for the Sedona Canyons 125, that's 125.
And Cody Cox finishing
behind you now because you
the Sedona Canyons 125.
Cody Cox.
Big hug from Jubilee. Always feels good. She's a great hugger. These runner cam dudes are rocking it.
according to the tracker, our next people should be Jason Dudley in the 125 and Leticia Thornton in the 125.
All right.
There's still a few miles, still a couple miles out each, not into town yet.
Chris, you're here early.
I can go back to bed.
Well, I thought we were switching at 4.
Oh, I was thinking I would at least
have a transition period. Okay. If we wanted, Chris Warden is back from his nap, so now we have a 2-man booth, which is a good thing because basically the booth has been me and Jordan. Oh, this guy's coming in. Oh, that was a good. Well, I don't know what that gesture was, but it was. It felt very. Oh, maybe he was just being funny. They're playing tunes.
We've got our 2 follow cams moving out to edge of town.
Well, Chris, how was the nap?
Nap? I know not of what you speak.
Oh, you didn't take a nap?
Oh,
I bet you don't know how to pronounce Kaderovic.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's something I learned while you were sleeping. I learned how to pronounce Kaderovic, Chelsea Kaderovic. And you know who she is? She's lived in Montana for 12 years, but grew up in Wisconsin and lives with her partner David and her 2 dogs. So there. All right. She does bookkeeping for her husband's brewery. And Berta in the house thinks she should get a free beer named after her. I think that's a good call. Yeah. Man, I'd love to have a beer named after me. I think that would be like on the list of sort of bucket list life goals. Right. IPAJW. It's like Western States hard rock finishes, bring up a happy, content family, have a beer named after you. Has a nice ring to it. Brewers out there, come on. An IPAJW. You can feel it.
Just putting that out into the universe, right?
Sure. I mean, what else can you do?
It's true.
What else can you do? Midday in Europe, Heart Pumper. At away, Heart Pumper. It's practically happy hour. Well done.
I think they meant what kind of beer.
I kind of like that one. I like that spelling. I've always loved the past tense of that word. You know, because it gives you lots of flexibility. Oh, no. No. No, homebrewers out. That whole like floaties thing, and there's too much yeast, and no. Nice try, Heart Pumper.
Found some hard limits there all of a sudden.
Well, no, I draw the line at homebrew. I mean, dude, I've had some homebrews in my day. Let's just say when I woke up in the morning, it was like I had a new salad spinner. Well, we back on the race. We are at the time of the race right now where it's a little bit of a kind of moment of reckoning, because at 1 a.m., so about 2 hours and 20 minutes ago, we hit the aid station cutoff at Muddens Park at 1 mile 191. The next aid station cutoff is at mile 210 at 3:30 p.m. Jordan, if you could just for a second, since we don't have a finisher coming in, could you just flip on the cam that we have, the still cam at Fort Tuthill? Right. This is, you've seen this all day. Okay. This is a major aid station, mile 210. Runners have been coming and going. This aid station has a cutoff time 12 hours from now. Count them, 12. At 3:30 p.m. on Friday. And every runner that's still in the race left Munns Park, had to leave Munns Park 2 hours and 20 minutes ago. And the distance between Munns Park and Fort Tuthill is 20 miles.
Thus,
so they have 14 hours to go 20 miles. Let that sink in, people. Europeans who are having lunch, East Coasters who are having coffee, Californians who can't go to sleep. Let that sink in. Morning from Canada, Jean-Francois.
Ooh, coffee sounds good right about now.
Thanks for jumping in. Again, if you like this coverage, throw a little change in the kitty. Just hit the little $sign down by the chat box. We'd love to hear from you. Feel your love. I'm Andy Jones Wilkins, sitting by Chris Warden, fresh up from a nap. Ready to take you through to the next commentators, because I'll be going to bed at 4 o'clock. I've had a long day here on the mic, but I'm in for the next 40 minutes. I think we're going to get a few more finishers. We had a little rally there for sure. A rally of finishers. Which was, of course, highlighted by Chelsea Kaderovec.
Of course.
Simon Gerard, Aaron Fleischer, and Matthew Webb in the 250. We're closing in on Pete Kostelnik's finish, actually. He's up and over the Pete's Meats aid station. So that'll be fun. Martin Sengo, a good friend from Auburn, California, is rolling up towards the Pete's Meats aid station. Andrew Glaze is down around that sort of area where ultra runners go to die, on the base of the climb for Elden. Wouldn't wish that on anybody. And Michael Coppy, someone we've talked about a couple of times, 73-year-old Michael Coppy from Duluth, Minnesota, is maybe a couple of miles behind Andrew Glaze, so he'll be prepared when he gets to the area where ultra runners go to die. And a whole bunch of other runners. Chris Staub, a friend of his, weighed in a little while ago. Dandelion Deluvio Scott. Wes Plate, a crowd favorite. Henry Slocum, Fanny Barrett, Jocelyn Briggs, Josh Underwood, Chris Haas, Jamie Schutz, James Robertson, Mikhail Kars, Logan Troutman, Elliot Waldrock, Chris Prain, Randolph Curley, Bryant Shook, Brian Hausman, Jason Moore. All these folks are out of Tuthill, making their journey to Walnut Canyon and ultimately the climb up and over Elden. Amelia Keegan, Maryland's finest, sitting in Tuthill still. James Schilling, Jake Wyatt, Jody Seminell. And this is the aid station at Fort Tuthill, which will be active like this, just for another 14 hours.
Actually, it's going to be extremely active in about 4 hours, about 3 hours actually, as the runners for the Elden Crest 38 start to congregate outside.
Well, I guess there is that, right? They have to start there.
Yep.
Sure.
Is there a forum for Brian Janovic?
What about Brian?
I had a teacher with the last name Janacek, and I want to say his first name was Brian.
Brian is a 4-time finisher of the Cocodona.
Yep, Brian Janacek lives in Tucson. Grew up racing bikes, then transitioned to running. Pima County Search and Rescue. Doesn't say anything about being a teacher. This is his 4th Cocodona, though. Yeah. Sounds like an interesting guy.
For our legacies, we are 4 for 6 in terms of finishes. Brian Janzik, Jose Sosa, Jeff Garmeyer, and recently Aaron Fleischer all have completed the Cocodona 250 for the 4th time. And we have 2 more legacies currently still out in the course, one of them being Andrew Glaze, the other being Wes Plate.
They look like they're in good shape to get it done.
Oh, yeah. I have little doubt that the 2 of them are capable of getting it done. They just need to
get it done.
Get it done.
Goodness me.
Cream, please. Cow. Yeah, these runners now are in their 94th hour of their odyssey of the Cocodona 250. Of course, the runners that are doing the 250 have 125 total hours, so just over 30 hours remaining. So about 30 hours, 40 minutes or thereabouts. If you need some scale for that, keep in mind that the entire time limit for the Javelin 100 every October is 30 hours. Thanks to all of you joining us here on this now Friday morning here locally. Thank you so much, Jordan. I appreciate it. Hot and fresh coffee. I can't say that it will improve my capabilities, but it certainly cannot hurt at this point. It has been a long, arduous climb to this point for those of us here on the microphone to get to Friday, but we are here. We will be having most of our broadcast team joining us a little bit later. Corinne Shalvoy will be on in just a little bit. Brianna Grigsby, Shelby Farrell. Mercedes will join us as well. They will actually be taking you through most of the day. The women are taking over for about a 12-hour run there. Neither myself nor AGW expect to be on. Things can always change, but yeah, Corinne, Brianna Grigsby, Shelby Farrell, and Mercedes all expect to be handling the coverage for most of Friday. Now, tomorrow night, we will be back here on Cocodona After Dark. We do have a couple of guests lined up for 2 nights Cocodona After Dark. They include Allison Mercer, one of the head honchos over at fastestknowntime.com, and we're going to talk to her about the convergence of ultra runners moving up in distance versus through hikers and backpackers moving down in distance, and maybe just talk about comparing and contrasting who does better when it comes to the 250-mile Cocodona event. We're also going to have the Dark McKnight himself, Mike McKnight, in studio at 7 o'clock tonight. We're going to talk about his race here. Some years it goes well, such as last year when he won the race, and the prior year where he finished second.
And maybe find out about his little belly issue this year.
Mm-hmm. Some years it doesn't go great, such as his first year here. And then there's a race such as this year where I'm not quite sure how he's going to interpret how his race went. And that's actually something we can ask him because, in the terms of quote placement, it was definitely not his year, from a standing standpoint, but it wasn't like he ran poorly, really. It just was that he didn't win. He finished 15th and a sub 80-hour finish, incredibly respectable, but people like McKnight hold themselves to a different standard than most of the people who run these races.
Running on Sunshine, we've dispatched Mercedes to figure out how to get Orange Hat Guy and Orange Long Short guys to come in. We'd love to have them in here, but we sent the intern on that assignment. And so Mercedes will get back to you, I'm sure, in the morning, because as Chris has pointed out, they're taking over tomorrow. Chris and I are going to be resting our pipes for the marathon that is the Golden Hours. I also want everybody to know, too, that we do have some open slots for guests to come in and visit with us, and would love to take your suggestions on who you might like to hear from. I've already put it out there that I'm hopeful that at some point we could get the Chisum family in here. Mom Jenny is still out on the course. Sons Brody and Ben, as well as their 2 younger brothers, are in the house. But that would be super fun. But Chris, of course, will continue to line guests up, and we always love having guests here. I think Jenny's sleeping. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'd love to hear from Copy too. And Copy's a talker. If there's still time in the stream when he finishes, I'm sure we could get him, even if it's just a remote cam down by the starting line or finish line. What I'm going to try to do, since I don't come on until nighttime tomorrow, I'm gonna try to. I got to take my dogs back down to Phoenix and have lunch with my wife, but then I'm going to come back up and I've got a couple athletes in the race that are probably going to finish around dinner time tomorrow, so be hanging around the finish. I'm guessing Copy will be around that time, and it'd be fun to just drag him up here to the studio.
Somebody was asking if we had a women's FKT this year. I mean, I was talking about a course record. No, we did not.
Nope, did not.
Yeah, those that are asking about runner number 102, Race Command is aware of it and working on trying to contact that runner. So. Well, they're on the wrong course is what it is. Is that they're on the Sedona Canyons course as opposed to the Cocodona course.
Oh yeah, I see that. That's a no.
Yeah. Oh, he's good for something.
Well, there you go. Andy Jones-Wilkins, Chris Warden, 3:35 a.m. Arizona time. We've been in the race now, Cocodona 250, for 94 hours and 24 minutes. Chris and his co-host came on the air about a half an hour before the race start on Monday morning. We did a pre-show on Sunday, actually.
Here's how long it's been. I for some reason thought it was you that I opened the show with, but it was Corinne Shalvoy.
It was Corinne Shalvoy. I missed Monday. We did the pre-shows Sunday. But yeah, it's been a while. But a little sense too of how long it was. Shelly, my wife, texted me earlier today and said, "Hey, I'm so happy to be home. The house looks so great. Thank you." And I was like, "Wait, I thought you were getting home on Thursday." Oh, goodness.
Yeah, and I do believe that Race Command is also aware of the pinging for bib number 534 near the Flagstaff Medical Center. So, yeah, they're paying attention over there from...
yeah, I mean, if you missed our conversation with Aaron...
I actually had a great time with him here. Aaron Schmidt, our Race Command director, was leaving things in the hands of the capable, as much as we like to joke, the capable Noah Doherty. Noah Doherty, the creator of the Mogollon Monster 100, truly one of the more insane races that you can undertake here in Arizona. A hard rock qualifier, the only hard rock qualifier in the state, and a beautifully brutal journey through the mountains north and east of Payson.
I think it's another. I think after this year, Cocodona is going to become a hard rock qualifier. I mean, the fact that Tahoe and Bigfoot are. I mean, yeah, if you can run this, you can run hard rock, but we'll see. But you're right, but you were talking about the what those guys do at headquarters, or it's not race command, and how they reach out to runners when they get off course or are shown to be off course.
Yeah. I mean, they're following along the trackers. That's literally their job during this race, is to use the tools at their disposal. And if they do see somebody looks like they're going off course, based on what they're reviewing, they reach out to that runner to let them know. And as Aaron mentioned, sometimes a runner is so far into the zone that they simply just don't respond. And while we do have race command there for their benefit and to help make sure we give them the best chance possible to finish, sometimes people, imagine this, don't answer their phones. As you mentioned, there was a humorous experience with none other than Pam Reed.
Oh my gosh, this was great. If you don't mind me telling the story again, Pam ran the inaugural Cocodona in 2021. And Pam's a little older. I mean,
but she's a legend.
A couple years older than me, and she was out on the course, and she had followed the instructions of loading the track onto her phone. Well, actually, I stand corrected. She had someone else load the track onto her phone, but it was on her phone. And she was going along merrily, and if you know Pam, if there was anybody else around, she was obviously talking to them, and talking with them. I mean, she's listening, going back and forth, whatever, and she's kind of going up the trail, and her phone starts going off, and at first she's sort of annoyed, and then she reaches for it, and she looks, and it says, "Hello, this is race command. Are you okay? It appears that you are going off course." And she looked at it and she said, "Oh," and looked around and saw no markers and realized that she was in the middle of like some sort of bad desert scene. And she's like, "Oh, that's so sweet of you to text me." Mm-hmm. And turned around, went back, and everything was good. Pam Reed could.
Somebody was asking if Cocodona does become a hard rock qualifier, how it would affect the ability to enter Cocodona.
It would just get harder.
Yeah, you would have to enter earlier.
But I think getting into Cocodona is going to get harder anyway.
Well, I mean, Mogollon Monster doesn't sell out most years.
Yeah, there's hard. I mean, Bighorn doesn't sell out. Cruel Jewel doesn't sell. You can get into hard rock qualifiers the week before if you want.
Yeah, and actually, it's funny that you are of the belief that this could become a hard rock qualifier, because I remember actually after the inaugural year, Jamil and I had a conversation, and he actually thought quite the opposite. He believed that he didn't think that Cocodona would ever be a hard rock qualifier.
Why not?
He just said he didn't think it was the kind of race that Dale would see or the Hard Rock board would see as a viable qualifier. He said he didn't really think if it would necessarily be, I guess, mountainous enough was one of the things that he talked about. He thought that, I guess that Jamil was thinking something along the more lines of, I guess more elevation gain perhaps, or
yeah,
I guess
it's interesting. I mean, when you look at the other Hard Rock qualifiers that are 200 milers,
mm-hmm.
This is more difficult than most.
Yeah. We're going to see about following some runners into the finish line here. Do we have... Oh, cool. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, we don't have any... filmers out at Walnut Canyon right now, and we don't have a static cam out there either. I don't believe we do.
That's
what we're seeing.
Yeah, that's
not doing it.
No. Perhaps once daylight comes around, that image would clear up significantly, but we don't have anybody actually filming at that aid station. That is a static cam setup, and as you can see, it's Walnut Canyon does not give us the best images. It's a few miles outside of Flagstaff to the southeast, and it's a gorgeous area, but does make for some tricky filming and photography.
Real quick, Jean-Francois, I think I'll do it in 3 parts. Jean-Francois asks, he did a 100-miler last year, and he's doing another in 2 months. What would be my view on how to train for a 200? You got to do 3 things. You've got to train specifically for the course. So pick your 200-miler really early and train specifically for the course. Number 2, really, really work on the mandatory gear, wearing a heavier pack, using poles, all that. It's a game changer with pretty much every 200 that's out there, with how much more you have to carry than in a conventional 100. So your pack, your gear, poles, lights, all that stuff. And then third, figure out your sleep plan. Anybody can run 100, even a 30-hour 100 without having to deal with sleep issues. But in a 200, it's a whole different ball game. So, plan for the course.
Ryan mentioning, as long as it's not a Western States qualifier, which race are you talking about? This one?
Probably Cocodona.
Because it is.
Right.
Yeah.
So those would be my 3. And if you want to DM me, I'd probably give you more detail. But I mean, I'm super intrigued with the 200s. I have 2 athletes in this race. They're total mid packers. Both of them are around Kelly Canyon, between Munns Park and Kelly Canyon right now. Both of them are going to be 110 to 115 hour finishers. And they're good, solid runners. They're from the East Coast, so different kind of training grounds and so forth. But I'm fascinated. As a coach, I'm absolutely fascinated by the 200-mile distance, to the extent that I'm going to do one in a couple of years. Left turn on Birch.
Yeah, whoever this is, they're absolutely flying for this time in the race. That Nathan Warner? It wasn't Jason Dudley, because that's who was walking with poles in hand down the street. I'm thinking that might be Nathan Warner, actually.
No, it's Matthew Shapiro.
Okay.
How would I train for Cocodona? I think it's 2 parts. It's the steep of the first 37, so I would train a lot on steeps. I would definitely heat train. You have to heat train, even if it's a cold year like this year was. And then third, I would also do a lot of running. I mean, if you pay attention to it, not a lot of it comes out in the live stream, but if you pay attention to, the flat parts that are after Sedona, the last 90 miles have a lot of flat parts. Here's a finisher. Matthew Shapiro. That away, Matthew.
Nice strong kick at the end there. We would expect our next finisher to probably be Jason Dudley, but possibly also Leticia Thornton or Nathan Warner.
Another no form guy. Okay, people, we're making this mandatory next year. That's one way to keep the entries down. Don't send in a form. You don't get to run the race. That's the AJW rule. So again, just going back to that, you 100%, and you've heard us talk about it a lot. You've got to train for those first 37 miles, and they're hard. I mean, try going anywhere where you can have a 33-mile run with 10,800 feet of climb. I don't know a place, at least a temperate place, maybe some places in Alaska, where you could do that in February and March, right? For a race in May.
And that's
you can't do it
desert.
In Colorado unless you're running up ski slopes or something in Colorado.
Yeah.
Maybe do it in parts of New Mexico, maybe in parts of California. But you're right, Brianna, you're right. Western North Carolina would be a place you could do that, like where Hellbender is. but it's not easy. Probably 6 or 7 places you could get that done, like 10,000 feet in 34 miles. Heat train and then just do lots of running also. You're almost training for 2 races. Reminds me of Leadville a little bit, where you have a lot of running in the first third, a ton of climbing in the second third, and a lot of running in the third third. Here you have a ton of climbing in the first quarter, a fair bit of climbing in the second quarter, virtually no climbing except for 1 big climb in the third quarter, and a lot of flat plus 1 big climb in the fourth quarter.
This, of course, is Jason Dudley. We saw him a little bit earlier. Had been passed by Matthew Shapiro down Beaver Street, but Stephen Crawford out there. Is this Stephen's cam or is this?
No, this is Curtis.
Okay, shout out Curtis. Hanging with Jason as he heads. You can see him heading up to LaRue Street. LaRue is the last street that he will have to cross as part of this Sedona Canyons 125 run. Somebody was asking what the best way to train in train for heat when you live in colder climates. I mean, Harry Schubertus moved a treadmill into a sauna. I would assume he probably just turned the vert way up. I mean, our winner of the Cocodona this year came from Alaska.
Mm-hmm. Savannah asked about East Coast runners running this race. I mean, that's a real. I have 2 East Coast runners in this race. One lives in New York State, not in the city, but about an hour outside, and the other lives in Maryland, kind of the suburbs of DC. Both of them spend a lot of time going up and down a lot of the little hills close to where they live, so they're willing to do boring runs a lot, and then when they can get away and get in their car and go, here we go, down Cocodona Alley for a finisher. They get out there and they do long, big days in the mountains. The East Coasters should not be scared of a race like Cocodona. No more scared than people who live anywhere else. But they need to train sensibly, they need to train smart, and they need to train far enough in advance that they have all the boxes checked. That finisher was, we get that.
That was bib number 213. That was, or not 213. That was 513. Jason Dudley. Yeah. We would expect the next person that we would follow in would be from the Sedona Canyons race, Leticia Thornton, a friend of mine from down here in the valley, makes her home in Mesa.
Jason Dudley.
Yeah.
Jason Dudley, 43 years old, found a love for running through training others. He's a strength and conditioning coach and has split his career between athletics, he's a football player, and training Green Berets in the Army. During his time working with elite military personnel, he fell in love with running. He was always a team sport athlete as a kid and looked at running as a form of punishment. However, after running alongside some of America's finest, he found a love for a new form of exercise and adventure and deeply enjoy every step. He's been married for 2.5 years, and he welcomed their first child into the world a year ago. Getting married and becoming a father later in life fuels his passion to stay active and healthy in every step of the journey. There he is right there. Obviously, it looks like with his wife. Perhaps his first child is being cared for with someone else right now, but that's a great story. He's inspired to do this for his family. He lost his dad 6 years ago. He wants to stay as healthy as he can. And another inspiration is that he values nonprofits. And he feels as though he raises money for a nonprofit called Shepherd's Strength, and it's focused on helping at-risk youth through physical activity and fitness. And we have another finisher coming into Flagstaff.
Looks like it might be Nathan Warner.
Could be. Did we go past Leticia Thornton then, or did
Nathan's last name was 7 minutes ago compared to Leticia's.
Okay.
I'm assuming we'll get hers on Leticia.
Cool. Like I said, personal vested interest. Leticia is a friend of mine. Talking to her, and she was, asking how to prep things, and she pretty much thought that she had things dialed in. And one of the things that she said was that she was gonna not use the first opportunity to use a drop bag. And I said, anything can happen out there. I said, just throw a shirt in there, and and then maybe, if anything else, maybe you need to drop something in the bag, something that you are just carrying extra. If you don't want to end up carrying it, give yourself a place to deposit it. As we can see right there, Nathan Warner taking that left on Birch, heading down Birch Street. Fun fact for those who watch this and have become familiar with us sharing the term left on Birch, Birch is actually a one-way going the other direction. So, of course, that is not with regards to pedestrians, but with motor vehicles.
Nathan Warner?
Sure.
90% of Nathan's ultra training is on a treadmill.
It's like Taggart Van Etten level.
He
right
just
there.
ran 250 miles with 90% on the treadmill. He completed a previous Cocodona 250, but it was the 2022 course, and he'd like to complete the original course. Well, here he is, and he's about to complete the original course. Good job, Nathan.
And we are going to film Cocodona Alley. Is that Nathan right there? No. Well, if it is, he kind of warped his way past or through our camera feed right there. But well, congratulations to Nathan Warner on his finish here at the Cocodona 250. Next up, potentially Leticia Thornton in the 125. We have a slew of potential finishers in the 125 before our next anticipated Cocodona finisher, which should be another, again, selfishly rooting this person on extremely hard, Pete Kostelnik. Pete is, from the looks of things, making his way up to Buffalo Park on the very last stretches of the AZT. I'm sure as a Flagstaff local, he knows exactly where he's at and is most definitely smelling the barn. Pete is no stranger to doing races that are obscenely long. Having run on foot from San Francisco to the East Coast multiple times, setting fastest known time courses on that. And the Kenai to Keys run, which I believe was like 5,700 miles. If I remember correctly. That is Leticia. Do we have audio on this? Let me...
Hey, while y'all look for audio, I am going to sign off for the evening. Thank you all so much. This has been wonderful. Been a long day in the saddle for me, and I'm going to go get a little bit of shut-eye, but I will see you tomorrow as we close up shop.
Today.
I will see you today, later today, as we close up shop on Cocodona 250 2024. Thanks, everybody.
AJW signing off as we are following along Leticia Thornton. Not sure if she can hear this, but Chris Warden here in the studio watching her make her way in. Are they able to hear us out there on the course?
Has Cali ran in yet?
We can hear you.
Hey, Leticia, it's Chris.
Chris is saying hey.
Who?
Chris.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
Told you you'd do it.
Thank you for your text. We're almost fucking there, dude. Can't fucking wait.
Oh boy. I'll have to write the check to the FCC on that one. Yeah, we have definitely jumped from the PG-13 back into the Cocodona After Dark. Yes.
I didn't think he would be doing the live feed. I was curious if he would be. Woo. Okay, where's the alley?
Right up here.
Yeah, coming up.
Like I
1.5 blocks.
go over the road and then.
Yeah, we got to cross LaRue.
Okay, well. There's already a freaking run in, right? Oh my god, I'm so glad this is over. That's the hardest thing I ever did in my life.
Picking up a bit of a run to get here as
Finish strong.
Leticia Thornton, bib 489, approaches LaRue Street here in downtown Flagstaff.
What did that one influencer say? He was running Cocodona, but really he walked the whole thing? Yeah. Until the end, right? Right here?
Almost.
Oh, goodness.
Get in there and cross that finish line.
All right.
Nice job. Way to go.
Go get your buckles.
So we can see Leticia Thornton coming up Cocodona Alley to the finish line. I believe that would be her crew chief, Elaine Byers, on the left-hand side of our screen. Elaine, longtime member of the trail and ultra running community here in Arizona. All right.
Following in compared speed, Joanie Phillips. I apologize if I butchered that.
We can just pivot to the finish line, yeah. Oh, we got it back. And did we figure out who that was right there?
I believe bib 441.
So, Shalini Bajan, perhaps?
What bib number are you?
That I was remotely close in that
441? Nice.
Slightly. Not viable to use, but well, they're about to head down the alley as it is. Shout out, it looks like our next finisher here, Shalini Bajan in the Sedona Canyons. Congratulations.
Shalini.
Shalini?
Am I on?
You are.
Yes. I know this name because I am working with Shalini. I think I might also be pronouncing it wrong. I know it's not Shalini. She was recently on with us as we were having a call about the U.S. Trail Running Conference because she's involved in that. So outstanding background and really unique individual and does a ton for the community. So really cool to see her finishing the 125 here. That,
of course, is the voice of the one, the only Corinne Chalvoy. Corinne has recovered from some excitement here over the past couple days, and we're back at it for, I guess, what amounts to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, day 5.
We're on day 5.
Day 5.
Yeah, that's wild. How you doing, Chris?
Hanging in. Trying. I actually did have to bow out for about an hour and a half last night. I simply could not handle the schedule that was set. I was supposed to be on the air from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m.
That's a lot. So
yeah.
Good for you.
And of course, I do have a day job. So things got kind of interesting. Yeah.
Hope you got a little rest and just
Stephanie,
a quick recovery there.
Stephanie asking about interviews. So with regard to the top 3 women, we've made it clear on this live stream they are more than welcome to join us. However, with some of the requests that some of the runners have made, they've made it clear that they wanted some distance and privacy in some situations, and we also want to adhere to that as well.
Yeah.
Which puts us in a bit of a bind. We're willing and able and definitely want to interview as many finishers as we can, but we're simply not at liberty to, I guess, do more than ask at this point.
Yeah, we don't want to force anybody to, this is they just went through something very, very multifaceted, and we really don't know how individuals are feeling, and we need to give them the time to just frankly lay in bed if that's what they want to do, not have to come in and talk to us. And yeah, I was surprised and actually very impressed with how well Jeff Browning and Arlen Glick and Finn and Kevin were moving. Everybody recovers differently, so we want to honor whatever the ladies would like to do, but have certainly invited them if they would like to come share some of their stories.
Absolutely. Well said. And we've still got about 29 hours worth of coverage, and they're more than welcome to swing by anytime.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are not going anywhere. I have tried to reach out to a couple of women that were in the top 10, have not gotten responses yet. Hoping to hear back. The only one I've been able to get a direct word into to this point would be 5th place woman Carrie Henderson. Hoping to have Carrie in sometime today.
Cool. It'd be great.
Yeah. I'm hoping that even though he is no longer on site, but Zach Marion is Elsa Jaworski's coach. Oh. That should
help.
Yeah, absolutely.
We should have a direct line.
Yeah, we should have a direct line there.
If nobody has already, I could certainly reach out to Manu. I'd love to interview her. I spoke with her before the race.
So Manu, I guess, potentially is already headed back to the valley.
Okay.
At least,
could be heading out, yeah.
Yeah.
She did. Just curious to know, how it went for her out there. It was her first 200, and she totally smashed it. She said she was really inspired to go after this race after just going down the rabbit hole of all things content and media related around Cocodona. Also getting suggested, her one of her athletes that she coaches said, "Coach, you should do that because you'd be really good at it." And that's what kind of started the whole thing. And I think that individual was in the chat yesterday, and so that's really cool just to see that all come to fruition, basically.
For sure. I know that we had potentially talked about trying to get Ashley Paulson in as well. Of course, Ashley's, she's great on the camera. She'll sit and hang out and chat about anything. So
sure.
Perhaps we can get her to come by sometime during the day. course, we've got about 62 finishers in at this point. Looks like we have about 180, give or take, left on course in the Cocodona 250. That's not an exact number. That's kind of a guesstimate. Looks like we're getting people waking up on the East Coast.
Of course. We have some Europeans in the chat.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Usually this early crowd, because I've been on early every day. So there's a lot of international folks tuning in, which is pretty cool. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, it has been our own ultra here.
Absolutely. We had a ton of guests last night here on Cocodona After Dark. I mean, we had Kevin Goldberg and Finn Melanson to start things off. I think from there we went to Lisa Pizzoni from the Running University.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you're familiar with Lisa, but one of the things, she's a personal friend of mine, but she is the creator of an organization called the Running University, and she has a very specific target with regards to her coaching. She coaches, basically, as she put it, women in their 50s and 60s, and a lot of times she'll coach them, up till their first ultra marathon.
Yeah.
And sometimes it'll be Crown King Scramble or McDowell Mountain Frenzy, but she teaches in a communal manner, not in a social manner, as opposed to like a direct, private kind of setting. So
very cool.
Yeah.
That is much needed too. And there's so many people we've seen that have picked this up later in life. And yeah, a coach for just kind of that cohort of individuals would be fantastic. So the Running University.
Yeah.
Nice.
And after Lisa joined us, we were joined by the one, the only Tiger King, Jeff Garmeyer.
I was in the back room. I kind of heard a very quiet voice and I was like, that's Jeff. And it sounded like he had a lot to say. How did that go?
He's so wise sometimes.
Yeah.
It's actually really fascinating to talk to him about his takes on life. You want to hear a conversation with a guy who is probably a little tired, a little wired at the same time, but man, just a fascinating guy. Jeff Garmeyer joined us in the studio last night. Of course, after Jeff left, we were joined by Jubilee.
Oh, she came by. I missed her.
Yeah, Jubilee Page joined us, the race director of the Haviland 100 and Black Canyon 100K. Jubilee and Fox joined us here in studio and talked about the fact that Jubilee is, as you've seen here on the video, handling the finish line for Steve Adderholt while he gets some much-deserved rest.
Oh, good. That's awesome. That's huge of her.
And I was thinking to myself, man, she's got to be exhausted. But she was talking about how this is almost compared to the preparations and structuring and setup of Haviland 100 in Black Canyon. This is kind of a nice, relaxing weekend of work for her.
You have a lot of time. Yeah, I mean, tons of work, tons of logistics going into this, but there is kind of this extended timeline because it's not all condensed down into 14 to 30 hours. It's over the course of the entire week. And yeah, I could see that being a little bit different in terms of race directing and setting up. But Jubilee's great.
And then finally, I would say it was about Jordan, what time was our last interview? About 2:30 in the morning, 3 in the morning? Yeah, we had the race command person in charge, Aaron Schmidt, here in studio talking about the number one race command, what it does and how they do it. Talking about the fact that, there is an entire team dedicated to following the tracker and making sure runners stay on course. Talked about how they contact runners and make sure that they try and get them turned around to the best of their ability. And of course, that is not all Aaron does with Aero Viper. He is also the race director for Aero Viper Rides, the mountain biking race wing of Aero Viper. And he gave us some insight to which races would be best for people who are brand new to mountain biking and those who are more experienced and want something a little bit more challenging.
Very cool. And before it was officially after dark, we had both Arlen Glick and Jeff Browning. So you could go check out those interviews as well.
Yeah, Aid Station Fireball and I went down to go to packet pickup last night. And as we were heading out, like literally just around the corner down the street, he went to go and turn the live stream on his phone. And he was so crushed to find out he had just missed Arlen by 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Arlen came in with two of his sisters. And yeah, told us a lot about kind of his whole journey out there. And he was not shy in saying he was going for the win at this race, and turned out to be a year where 6 men went under the previous course record by hours and hours and hours. And so the time he ran in his first 200+ mile race was very respectable, and his attitude is just always the best.
Yeah, and I was having a conversation with somebody, I can't remember who, it was probably Aid Station Fireball, but we were talking about, when you have the dynamic of runner and crew, Arlen's sisters are arguably the best in the biz.
Oh, yeah.
At crewing their one runner.
Yeah, I talked to him a little bit about that kind of over, off the camera here, and we did offer to have them come on, and they decided to sit on the couch instead, which is which is totally fair.
Yeah, they're cool in conversation. Like, I've met both of Arlen's sisters, the ones that come with him at races around the country, spoken with them several times. They came to a cookout that I hosted in Silverton, and two genuinely gregarious and enjoyable people to talk to, but they just kind of are content to kick back. And
yeah, and they also were saying that they really enjoyed getting to know all the other crews out there, because it was such a long race. They're used to doing things where Arlen is trying to be in and out in a matter of minutes, if not seconds, at races, and so this was a little bit of a different dynamic, and they really got to know a number of the other crews. They said, I think one of them said they were surprised how little sleep they needed as a crew. So she's like, I was surprised that I could go for a day and a half and only have like an hour of sleep. I actually didn't feel too bad myself, which that's a huge effort for all the crew to be doing as well, following along.
Also, Arlen's sisters, a lot of people, when they're getting ready to crew a runner, if they're coming from elsewhere, they'll obviously get the maps and the GPS and everything like that. His family actually traverses those sections of driving to make sure they're viable, and they talk to locals. That's one of the things I noticed when they were hanging out at our Airbnb in Silverton. Was I introduced them to Anthony Culpepper, and Anthony, being a Silverton area local to some degree, was giving them the intel on which aid stations were going to be easy to get to and which ones might be more problematic, and which roads they should take and which roads they should avoid. They're definitely doing the legwork and the research behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody asking if all of these interviews will be cut and pasted after everybody gets a chance to sleep. Jordan is working on that, and I'm grateful.
Yeah.
Jordan Schmidt working behind the scenes tirelessly to help try and bring some of those conversations back around. There's a lot of them, and
yeah, I'd imagine they'll all just live on the YouTube, kind of like we have in the past with other races. We will get them all kind of filed up there, and you can go back and check out individual interviews and other notable sections of potentially the live stream, critical moments and things like that. So yeah, huge thank you to everyone who does that, as well as those highlight reels, the Cocodona Chronicles, kind of the recap videos, things that people were really enjoying, seeing. We will also, make sure that those are out there for people to go reference.
Yeah, and to that end, we might actually probably want to try and sneak one in here in a little bit. We've had a few of them that are covering various days of the race, highlighting certain racers themselves. Shout out to Tony Hill, rather. Tony with a Sony.
Tony with the Sony.
And Tony is so talented. He's one of our drone pilots, a follow filmer, and is always creating content. One of my favorite things about Silverton, and that list is longer than my arm, is going into the Coffee Bear on a daily basis. I'm always the first person to grab a spot on the upstairs table there.
Nice.
The one that overlooks the...
know exactly what you're talking about.
That overlooks... There's a...
Next to all the board games. The missing pieces and things, but...
Right? So the Coffee Bear in Silverton has a table that seats probably 8 people, with laptops and everything. And I always grab a seat so I can actually be actively looking down at the doorway to see who's coming in. And rarely does anybody beat me to that table because I get there typically as the place first opens. But if it's anybody, it's Tony Hill. And it's because he's planning where he's going to go out and maybe film some runners. I remember one time he was, trying to set up, where he was going to do a set with Solomon or somebody like that, and he's getting ready to do that, or, doing some drone footage and trying to figure out where to best, film that. Of course, Hard Rock itself doesn't have drones, but we've done, filming of some events there with Aero Viper in the past, and when it comes to that pre-produced content, he's turning these videos around, these, 5 to 10 minute videos, turning them around the same day. And they are of the highest quality imaginable.
Yeah.
And if we find ourselves with an ability, with a gap that we can play 1 or 2 of these videos between finishers, I'd really like to do so, because I would love to highlight his talent and abilities.
And it is an art. It's very different to film and to document and to photograph trail running, and you have to be in good shape to be able to go to access some of these places, but you also have to kind of understand the sport. It's different than just throwing, anybody, any sports photographer or videographer out there. And so we really appreciate all of those who are passionate about it and kind of capture it through the lens that kind of we all see it from.
No, absolutely. I think that's one of the cool things about trail running, more so than any other casual sport. Well, I guess mountain biking might be along the same lines, but the content created by those who participate in and love the sport is just amazing. Yeah. I mean, whether it be people like Tony or Jamil, or, some of the reels that Killian Jornet films as he's running along, razor sharp ridges in, mountains in Europe. It's just, I love that stuff. I love what these people share and bring to the world that show how amazing trail running can be.
And I think there's a number of films, whether short or full length, or, kind of short documentaries, things that are being made about this year's race, and it's going to be very exciting to see those come out. Dylan Harris working hard, Spirit of Dylan. I know that, to name a few others that definitely take the time and are, Howie Stern is the goat, the Courtney of our photography world.
Yes.
Definitely. I know that, Leah Yingling's husband, Mike McMonigal, aka Shit in the Woods, that is his handle, so that I'm not cussing on screen. He will be out at
when AJW references him, he'll just say, "Hey, shit."
I know, he just calls him I'm gonna call him Mike, but he's gonna be out at Quad Rock this weekend because Leah's racing and getting more content there. So there's so many individuals who are doing great work. Scott, how do you say his last name? Kronsky. Anyways, many that we could list that are all bringing us things that ultimately inspire people to sign up for these races.
For sure. Yeah, and I think that at this point, Corinne, if if you needed to drop an S-bomb, that's totally fine because
I have the After Dark shirt on. I found a small one, so I'm allowed.
That makes it okay. And also, one of our recent finishers to the Sedona Canyons 125, Leticia Thornton, dropped 2 F-bombs as she was...
okay, emotion.
Absolutely. Well, part of that was, just her excitement at being done and talking about the level of difficulty that this was blanking hard.
Yeah. Well... There you go. Sometimes you gotta use those words.
Thanks for tuning in. Karen Wilmot, is that Karen Wilmot who used to live and run in Arizona? If so, that's a blast from the past. Welcome and thanks for joining us from Myrtle Beach.
Oh, hey, Kabuki. Thank you so much for the donation.
Wow.
Kabuki Snyder is a fellow. Aw, she's so sweet. She's a crusher. She did Marathon des Sables. Recently here or last year. She is someone I know through Free Trail. So I lead a group, a call. If you're not familiar with the Free Trail group, you can sign up. And if you're a Free Trail Pro member, you can participate in weekly office hours calls. But we also have bi-weekly FEMS calls. So just any female identifying individual. Every 2 weeks we get together, chat about all things life and running, and we even have a couple of non-runners in there, but cyclists, and it's a really great community. We've talked about maybe even trying to get together to do an adventure ourselves, like rim to rim to rim or something like that in the future. And so, yeah, Kabuki is amazing.
So you mentioned that Kabuki has run Marathon des Sables.
Yes.
Think that maybe this might be some fact finding or some scouting going on here?
Perhaps. I would not put it past her. Someone asked about Zach Bates. Last ping from him was around mile 205, or the last major checkpoint. Looks like he's making it happen. He's out there getting it done. That was about 14 minutes ago, so I'm sure he's moved on beyond that. Is moving at this point in time, and another huge inspiration, 22 years old, autistic runner who has just taken on challenge after challenge after challenge. Every time I see him doing something, it is just a next level or more difficult, and it's awesome to see and follow his journey.
I want to clarify something here. Somebody mentioning regarding runners who the phrase they use is requested not to be interviewed. That's not the case here. Mm-hmm. What I'm referring to is the fact that there were some people who had requested to not be filmed in certain situations out in the course, and we wanted to respect their wishes. And with regards to whether somebody is pro or amateur, if sponsors, quote, sponsored professionals should be obligated for comment, that's fine, but we're not the ones sponsoring them. So if they choose not to talk to us, that's their right.
Yeah, correct. They may have sponsor obligations that require them to do certain things for that sponsor post race or otherwise, but it is separate from kind of what we're doing here. So really up to them if they want to come in. And yeah, I think just
we want to talk to everybody we can.
Yeah, and there are some individuals in this sport who, they just don't love to be in front of the camera or in that spotlight, so if that's their personality and they're they would rather not, then they also just went through something so difficult you can't even imagine that. So anyways, it is something that we will try to get folks in to be interviewed, but completely up to them.
Yeah, we're not going to push the issue. I think that in this case, you and I can agree that we'll ask, but we're probably not going to ask twice.
Okay.
Yep.
As Alyssa McClellan
is making her way through the streets of Flagstaff.
Look at those braids, man. Those are awesome. She is Is she a 125 runner?
Yes.
All right. Again, reminder, you can follow along on the live tracking pinned at the top of the chat if you're looking for a specific runner.
We also have eyes on George Lynn, 505, and 125 as well. A little behind Alyssa, about 0.3 miles.
Somebody was asking if there was a Cocodona 250 poster. I honestly don't know. I do know that there is a merch page on cocodona.com, but you can check to see what's there. And I'm sure if you ask nicely enough, somebody will make it.
There's probably, I know, isn't there a finish line kind of expo too? Not that this person's local, but maybe you could find somebody who is here if that's over at the expo to grab one for you, because I think that the finish line has maybe a little bit of a store setup, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. I don't know what the hours are on that or how long it's going, but there are, I'm sure, there's some merch over there.
Alyssa has made the most iconic left-hand turn in all of sports, left on Birch.
Left on Birch.
Of course, as I explained, there's a little bit of irony in the left on Birch, as from your perspective as you approach Birch as a Cocodona racer, it's one way the other direction. So you have to make sure that you're not in a vehicle. Otherwise, you'll never finish the Cocodona.
Also have to take one last very quick cognitive test to think about if you can. Yeah, not left on Bolston like the Boston Marathon, left on Birch. That's our own version of that.
We were talking about the most famous left-hand turns in all of sports, and I was thinking, left rounding third at Yankee Stadium, or, turn 4 at Daytona. No, I think that the left on Birch in Flagstaff, Arizona, as part of the Cocodona 250, is the most iconic left-hand turn in professional or amateur sports. Matt sold me on it.
Should probably make a shirt with left on Birch on it.
Somebody was asking if you had the opportunity to interview Joe Stringbean McConaughey yet. No, haven't seen him. I've only been able to extend invitations to those people I've seen. I've made myself available to all of them to try and schedule them, and doing what we can. Whoop. Nope. Yes. Yes. Almost had a mini disaster there, as Alyssa McClellan is now making her way down the Cocodona Alley finisher chute and to the finish line, where Jubilee will be awaiting her with a well-deserved Sedona Canyons 125 belt buckle.
Congratulations. That is still a huge accomplishment. Yeah, one thing I think as the distances get longer, we tend to say, I'm just doing the 125. Let's not forget that it doesn't matter if you're doing a 5K on a trail out here. It's still gonna be an effort, and we need to celebrate all of it. And everyone has their own, goals and where they're at in the sport and things they enjoy, and they are all worthy of celebrating.
Corinne, you nailed one of my pet peeves right on the head. One of my favorite races to do every year is Coldwater Rumble. Well, Coldwater Rumble has like 7 distances ranging from 4 miles or 5 miles is the shortest one up to 100 miles. And so many times in years past, somebody would say, when we'd say hi and ask how each other were doing, oh, I'm only doing the 20 mile or I'm only doing the 20K. It's like, no, you're getting out there and doing miles. So don't ever downplay the distance. If you're not doing the longest distance available to you at a particular race, doesn't matter.
Yep.
You're still out there and still working hard and getting it done.
We have another finisher.
We'll see if we can ID this finisher here. Was that a blue bib or was that a...
That was a blue bib.
That's Pete Kostelnik then.
Hey, let's go, Pete. Let's go.
No, that's not a...
The only 2
Let's go, runner.
Okay, yeah, that's Pete Kostelnik. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All
Yeah,
right, Pete Kostelnik.
So, for those that aren't familiar with Pete Kostelnik, he was in a very serious auto accident last year, and he was up in Leadville, and I believe it was a shattered pelvis and was bedridden for a while. Pete has run the Transamerica runs multiple times, including a Kenai, Alaska to the Florida Keys run, the Key to Key run, has won Badwater multiple times, a sub 14-hour 100-miler, as good as they come. And we weren't sure if he was going to be able to get back there. And this is his first race back since the horrific car accident. And I got to tell you, this, Pete is a friend of mine, and I am so thrilled to see him cross that finish line here at Cocodona. Okay.
Might have Chris Malcolm here. Smallcomb. Chris Smallcomb coming in to the finish of the 125. It looks like a blue bib.
Yep, 533, like a purplish bib.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got 505, George Lind, a little behind him.
Yeah, running on Sunshine, we're trying to respect everybody's boundaries. I mean, I get it. I want to talk to everybody I can. And I know that Corinne feels the same way. We have so many questions because we've been following these people for 4 or 5 days. We want to hear everything we can about their journey. But there's also a boundary and certain lines you just have to respect.
And you never know. Some of these individuals, they may, kind of process this for a few days and then put out a blog post about their race or kind of a recap in some other medium that we'll be able to digest. And certainly we can be on the lookout for that. I know. So Casey asked if there are athletes who are full-time professionals making majority of the income from ultras and sponsors. Yes, there certainly are. I think, Cocodona is a unique race in that you see this intersection between professional trail and ultra running athletes and through hikers and fast packers, as we see another finish line being crossed. Yeah, let's go.
That's Chris Malcolm.
Chris Malcolm, congratulations. So there are individuals who are full-time professional trail and ultra runners. Absolutely. It's changing more and more, and the landscape is evolving constantly. I would say there's more now than there were, even a year or two ago, as more brands come into the sport. But there are many people who choose to have a full-time job in addition to being a full-time professional ultra runner. Unlike cycling, this is not a sport that you can train 30 to 40 hours a week of just running. Your body just won't handle it. So, there are people who really like to have that, some other profession that they're focusing on and thinking about in addition, and are able to train and perform at the highest level, even with full-time jobs. Okay.
So he was very casually making his way across the finish line there. We apologize. I think we both kind of side-eyed and wondered. So that was also George Lind crossing the finish line. I thought it was a couple of people who happened to be having a runner that they were following in. But yeah.
Congrats to George Lind.
Kind of a stealth crossing of the finish line there. Hands in pockets, full puffy coat, just walking it in. But you know what? When you finish a 125-mile race, you can cross the finish line pretty much any way you want.
I saw a recap of Joe Corcione. Kind of pulled a Sally McRae with the fist pump and the jump across the line. He was so stoked.
I think that one of the more emphatic finishes we've seen at this race was Sally McRae last year.
Oh, man. I filmed that from behind. So I followed her from probably about 4 or 5 blocks up. I actually have posted it on my Instagram and put a kind of an emotional song behind it. It almost made it into her film, but to be there in person witnessing it, it was absolutely one of the most emotional things I've ever seen. And that was her first 200, and she'd been through so much with insane foot issues from almost the beginning, very, very early on in the race. And she was crossing the line, a lot of people said, in kind of a, like a Beastie Boys style green full, suit. And she was awesome. So that was a one for the memory book for sure.
For those who might have gone to bed at a reasonable hour last night, we had a few significant names cross the finish line in the overnight, and we'll list off a couple of those right now. Elsa Jaworski, one of the pre-race favorites on the women's side. Ben Chisum, who was second place in his own family.
18-year-old.
Yes, 18 years old. Ben Chisum finished second in the Chisum division behind 17-year-old
division.
behind 17-year-old Brody Chisum, who finished, I believe, 11th overall.
Yeah, he was maybe 12th because of Rachel Entrikin.
Oh yeah.
But overall, 11th in the male division.
Okay.
Yeah, and man, he so
one of
impressive.
My favorite moments of following Brody's race was when we caught them at Camp Wamatochik, and I was like, wait a minute, there's that kid is looking, and I had seen a picture of him earlier. I was like, oh, that's Brody Chisum, the 17-year-old kid. And they zoomed out, and he's sitting across the table from Mike McKnight. And I was like, well, that's a kind of arrows colliding kind of photo right there.
Cool. Very cool.
Other runners that crossed in the late hours that you might have missed, Jake Jackson.
Yeah, Jake, let's go.
Eli Wavy, Brian Bondi.
Eli finished. This was absolutely his first 200 as well, and he was documenting it the whole way. And, whew, man.
He has ramped up a lot because I believe that Javelina was his first 100 last year.
Yeah, kind of all in, one of those people who just keeps extending the distance and the challenge. And yeah, he has a very interesting story and background. I believe wrote a book about working in the LA
nightclub scene.
Yeah.
Tech guy Brian Bondi, Ashley Paulson also finished in the overnight. Austin Corbett from Catula.
Nice.
Yeah, we had a handful of finishers come through in the overnight. I think that things are going to start to ramp up here. And I don't know if you were on the call on Friday last year, but Friday night gets to be extremely chaotic here at the Cocodona 250 because we don't have two races where the runners are coming across the finish line, but we'll have three.
Yep.
And one of those races, the Elden Crest, they do not have GPS trackers. They just simply have timing chips on their bibs, and it's impossible to identify them all. So, we focus and try and, maintain eyes on the Cocodona 250 first and foremost. Also trying to follow along with Sedona Canyons, but and we'll give propers and shine to the top racers of Elden Crest whenever possible. But yeah, I mean, you'll see 3, 4, 5 people coming across down the alley at the same time at varying speeds, and it becomes a very tricky thing to try and identify them all.
Yeah. It's where that live tracking comes in. If you have someone, racing Elden Crest, you can filter by the race distance and kind of be following them. Should we recap the top 10 on both sides for anyone who's just joining us? You want me to start with the women?
That'd be great.
Okay. So just in case you have not been following along or have missed some sections here, we've had you said, Chris, about 60 runners at this point complete the 250-mile distance. And the women in order here, we had Rachel Entrikin winning the race, Manu Villaseca coming in second. Mika Thews re-entered the race and was finished in third place. Kylie Drugan Epic came across fourth. Carrie Henderson fifth. Stephanie Rosenbaugh sixth. Eliza LaPierre seventh. Elsa Jaworski eighth. Ashley Paulson ninth. Emily Kratz 10th.
On the men's side, Harry Schubertus with an amazing, very late pass with about 4 miles to go past Jeff Browning to win the Cocodona 250. Browning still maintains second place over Arlen Glick, who was in third. 2022 winner Joe Stringbean McConaughey placed fourth. 2021 winner Michael Versteeg placed fifth. Jeff Garmeyer, with his fourth finish here at Cocodona, placed sixth. Finn Melanson went from the booth last year to the course and seventh place. Jonathan Van Geens finished eighth. Matt Smith finished ninth. And in 10th place, going from the race to the booth tonight, Kevin Goldberg. Kevin was a guest of ours last night, and tonight he's actually going to be helping AJW and I with the call as runners cross the finish line.
And I know Garmeyer completed his 1,000-mile. It's not officially a buckle, but we're just calling it a 1,000-mile buckle.
It's not a thing, but it's a thing.
Fourth year in a row completing. He's raced every year, and wasn't this his fastest finish to date by a significant margin, I believe. So he has continued to improve year over year. But we have a number of runners who are out there for the fourth time in a row. Just can't get enough of Cocodona. Got to do it every year. Kevin Goldberg has done it, I don't know, 3 times? Okay, 3 times. So, yeah, I knew it was definitely up there. He said it's his home court.
Yeah, Kevin in the previous 2 years had finished in fourth place, and we had him in the studio, and he offered up this heartfelt apology to me for ruining my pre-race picks because I had picked him to finish fifth.
I heard that.
And but he had finished like 2 hours faster than last year, so what can you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when the field is as tough as this year's was, go out and do the best you can and let everything fall where it does.
Yep.
I'm sure, you've had those situations where there have been times where you've won a race and, maybe you've run better elsewhere, but because the field was different or whatever circumstances just happened to befell you or the race in general, maybe a race that you won one day, wasn't one that you finished fourth.
Oh, I feel like it's happening at every single trail and ultra race right now, that it is just, I mean, I raced CCC in 2022. No, I think it was 21. And my time for getting 25th in that race, CCC, part of the UTMB series, I was 25th female. I was 8th American. My time would have landed me top 10 over all the year before that.
Oh, wow.
And even at Black Canyon 100K this year, I PR'd by 90 minutes and I was in 12th place. And that race was some were saying, potentially even more stacked than a Western States because everybody can run it.
Yeah.
It's not limited. And so races are just becoming more and more competitive, which is awesome to see. We're seeing the sport growing and we're seeing people figuring out each race, how to do it and how to nail it more and more. So it's awesome.
Yeah, I think that it is watching the times and the progression at these events really is something to behold. I mean,
yep.
3 years ago, Michael Versteeg wins this race with a 72-hour effort, and this year he finishes hours below that and finishes fifth.
Yeah.
That's just how it goes sometimes.
Totally.
Eric Jones asking what time Goldberg will be on tonight. I love the fact that his supporters readily admitted that they spammed the chat in 2021 to try and get him more shine. Well, I guess it worked.
Yeah, here we go.
But Man of the People, Kevin Goldberg, will be on with us tonight at 10 p.m. as our co-host. So
very cool.
Looking forward to that.
I think also interesting to note, you know, there was 20 years of age difference between the number 1 and number 2 male in this race. So Harry Subertas, 32 years old, Jeff Browning, 52 years old. And I think, well, Arlen is 31. So it's also just a testament to not only can you enter the sport at any age, and it's never too late to start, you can be successful, you can basically be running at the top end of the sport, whether you're 17 like Brody Chisum or you're 52 like Jeff Browning. It is a sport that has a lot of longevity in it. If you stick with it, if you have consistency and you build year over year over year, you can continue to improve, which is another just great aspect of this. And as some of the runners, you know, that I spoke with beforehand said, a distance like this starts to become more and more about strategy and skill and less about fitness. And so there's aspects to this that you might have superpowers that you're unaware of, like being able to run on sleep deprivation or being able to fuel extremely well and not have, you know, GI issues while you're exerting effort. There's things, you know, that you might, as an athlete, kind of be able to tap into that can really be advantageous if you want to start taking on races like this.
Yeah, there's so much, especially, you know, in specific the 200, if you think about it, and I brought this up when I was talking to Garmeyer last night. We look at the progress in ultra distances in general, whether it be 100K, 100 mile, and we see how much those standards have come down over time. The 200 mile discipline, if you really think about it, in the American side, obviously Tour de Gent is a little bit different, but there have only been, 25, 30 high-level American 200-mile events when you talk about like the Triple Crown races on their own merits and Cocodona. I mean, beyond that, there's a couple of races here and there, but yeah, you're talking 25, 30 races spanning maybe 8 to 10 years. Mm-hmm. There's so much untapped strategy and potential for improvement in this specific discipline that we don't know where it's going to go.
Exactly.
We're hanging out here at the finish line, hoping to catch. Did we determine whether or not Sarah Simmons crossed the finish line? Okay, thank you, because it looks like Sarah's kind of potentially just exploring the streets of downtown Flagstaff, but which she is welcome to do, but we would prefer she do it after crossing the finish line. It's a gorgeous town. Absolutely. Also, bib number 519, Blake Horrigan, has hit the streets of Flagstaff, as has bib 508. Well, sort of. Sarah Pizzichero has hit, looks like, Switzer Canyon Trail, which is, as AJW and I joked, not really a canyon, not really much of a trail. It's kind of a gravel surface, crushed gravel surface path between Buffalo Park and the streets of Flagstaff.
Got it.
So we're looking for those names. Do we have time, do you think, to pop in a Cocodona Chronicles, perhaps?
Yeah, we can do Chronicles and some maps. Haven't run ads in a while, so.
Sure, yeah. Why don't we actually do a Cocodona Chronicles, and then we'll do an ad break a little bit later. I don't want to be away from the action for, that long at one point. Oh, okay. Perfect. We'll do that in just a little bit.
But Chronicles, these are awesome. Some on-course interviews with folks that were out there and just getting thoughts from all over the pack on how their days are going. And yeah, enjoy this while we take a quick refill on the coffee. It is only 4:51 in the morning here local time. And we will be right back with you.
anymore. They got to do something about that. We're trying to kick ass and take names a little bit. Yeah. Such a beautiful morning. It was gorgeous. Oh, how come you had beautiful eyes?
You look like you had a good night's sleep or something.
Nah, like a little bit. Like a half hour. Got some food. Good conversation with him. It's been a great night. Absolutely, dude. Oh, yeah. Yeah, congrats to David. Glad to see you, baby. Nice.
This is Nico's first 2 hundo.
First 2 hundo. Let's go. From Philly, baby. Philly Dilly. East Coaster. I got good sleep, so just kind of started just this morning pretty early, so feeling good.
This is my 4th Coco. I know better. Trying to get mile number 1,000. Cocodona mile 1,000. It's a handful of us. I mean, we still got, what, 120 miles to go? Who's counting? I'm about to see my crew and get some sleep up here. And then it'll be the new day. It's a little bit behind. I was hoping that sun was going to catch my eyes, but
it happens.
Yeah. No, I haven't really slept yet, so I'm about to bake a few hours and wake up and start to crush.
Last night, that was rough. Climbed down to Jerome. Forgot how bad it was. You look great now. I feel really good. How beautiful was this section, man? That river crossing felt amazing. That descent was rough, man, but it's I'm stoked for today. Day 2 was low lows for me. It's a rough day. Day 3 is gonna be amazing, man. We're gonna roll through Sedona. We're gonna feel good all day. Just keep moving, you know? Have a great day, man.
Feeling, starting to get the energy to come back. That sun just is such a welcome. Now we're on day 3.
Yay!
Yay!
Wednesday! Woohoo!
Exfoliating?
Exfoliating?
Yeah. The blister's grown again. God. I just want to try to get as many miles before the sun comes out.
Like a gnarly sunburn.
How was your night?
Not too bad. Ended up in Jerome. It's gonna be a big day today.
This is Dead Horse Ranch. We're at mile 134.6-ish. Yeah, we just have the aid station going on. We're excited for a big rush of people from the 125 at around 9. And yeah, just keeping everything ready. Night was pretty good. We had people trickle in. It got a little bit cold, but yeah, we get somebody like every 15 minutes. We've had people over here in these tents sleeping for a little bit, off and on for an hour maybe, and then they head out. But everybody seems to be in pretty good spirits. Haven't seen any injuries or anything. And these guys are super stoked. They just came in not too long ago, and they've been running like 8:30s. So yeah, it's a good night.
They're a little wet, so we're gonna just keep them dry here. Got that going on right there. So what do you think? Pop it or leave it? I typically leave it. We made it!
Yay!
I think I'm gonna
Waiting for Shalise Morgan. Right now, she is about a mile out, so paced her on the last segment. It was awesome, and it was a tough road for sure. It was a little tricky. It's great to be at the aid station though. It's our adventure van. Heck yeah, I just took an hour-long nap in there.
You got a second wind.
Finally getting my legs back. Yesterday they were pretty dead.
You should have seen, they've cleaned up my feet and massaged sunscreen into my legs. So they're real sickos. Real sickos.
Once again, thanks for hanging out with us. That is one of the excellent Cocodona Chronicles videos, but we did need to cut to this right here, and this is Blake Horrigan in the Sedona Canyons 125 getting to the finish.
Is that Howie out there taking pictures again?
Oh, yeah.
I recognize the puppy.
I see, actually, I now see, there's Tony Russ right there with the spotlight on him.
It's like the light went on him. Boom.
Tony Russ has run this race. I believe he ran it in 2022, as was pointed out by the chat. Also, Tony paced in the inaugural year's DFL, Andre Lee. So Tony has been no stranger to this course. I do remember when he paced Andre in, I was actually hanging out atop Elden that year, just tailgating and using the my connections to actually get up and hang out at that aid station where nobody was supposed to be able to go.
Mm-hmm.
But we sat there, and the way that it's set up, if you've been to the top of Elden, you kind of you summit Elden as part of the race, and then you kind of run along a connecting trail that brings you to another, quote, I guess, smaller summit of Elden. And we sat there and we watched Andre just slowly walking. I mean, I'm talking like maybe take 10 short steps and pause for 30 seconds and repeat that for a good, I don't know, 40 minutes. And back then we, there was a Facebook or there was a live stream, but I was just sending pictures to and video to his partner Jan on Facebook, and she sends me a text message back telling him to hurry the hell up. So,
oh man,
it was stressful.
Yeah. Was he chasing cutoffs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he was the DFL. It was fairly close.
You know what? I think we got that backwards. I think this is Sarah that just crossed. We're currently looking at Blake.
Oh, this is Blake right here. Well, Sarah must have executed the pass somewhere along the way on the streets of Flagstaff.
So Sarah, last name?
Pizzichero.
Pizzichero. In the 125 may have just crossed here.
I thought our mics were hot, to be honest, as we were carrying on that conversation.
I mean, if we're realistic, our mics are always hot. Come on.
That's how you have to think. As we see our latest finisher, of course, this is Blake Horrigan. We were actually mistaken. The last finisher was Sarah Pizzichero.
Yep.
Congratulations to both of them for finishing the Sedona Canyons 125. And at this point, are we going to hop back in? We take what we're given by the flow of traffic into the finish line.
Yep. And there's an awesome chronicles that we do want to share with you, kind of highlighting the women's race, let you see a little bit of that here, and also just keep showing love in the chat. Someone's proud of their dada. Go Dad. That's awesome. Go 242. But yeah, keep it rolling. We'll be right back with you.
Heart to heart with Jamil and his sense of humor. Thanks, guys. Cocodona 250 champ. All day. Rachel.
This is it. Down the chute we go. Rachel! Yes, Rachel!
That was so easy.
What do you think, Rachel?
I would like a beer.
Yeah? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll get you a beer.
Hi, are you the restarter?
Yeah.
Hi, thanks.
Let me hand you this.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
You're so welcome.
Thanks. Yeah, it was pretty hard.
Pretty hard.
Thanks. Yay. Thank you. I think so also. Ugh. Thank you.
Grab you a beer. IPA open?
Yes, absolutely. It's like 7 a.m.
You deserve it.
Ugh.
You've earned it.
Man, I feel like I've been hit by 6 trains. He told me it was a mile away for like 6 miles. Party foul. Well, have you run this race?
I can't run anymore.
Oh, I don't think I can either. Oh, you're the best. Thank you. Ugh. Cheers to you, you sick person.
Cheers to you.
It's like I was at mile 200 and I was like, why couldn't I have just done a 200 miler? I would be done if I just done a 200 miler. Here, take some. Yay! Yay! Thank you guys.
So glad you're here.
I'm so happy. Hi. Honestly, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's been the wildest adventure I've been on, and Arizona is incredible. I have to come back now.
You got the tour, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You gonna make it to the Grand Canyon on your trip?
I'll try since
Yeah.
I
that
didn't
far.
know when I was gonna finish. I thought I was gonna finish tomorrow, but
Well, you got plenty of time now.
so maybe tomorrow, yeah.
Nice.
I'm probably not gonna be able to walk it.
Nah, you can
I'll
just
look.
go look up to the edge.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the finish line.
Yeah.
Oh wow, amazing.
Have a good night.
Yeah, I was cold. And I fell asleep. while hiking, so I had to stop and sleep. We want to finish, but we kind of don't want to finish.
We keep enjoying, exploring.
Yeah. Good morning.
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 Hello. Good morning.
Need a seat?
We got a heater.
No, I think we're gonna sort of just grab something and.
Would you like something to eat? Hey, Peter. What's up? Hey, how's it going?
Okay. Watermelon. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really good. Yeah.
I,
She gets to sleep in a little
I'm
bit.
I'm still enjoying it. And that's why I'm walking. It's not because I'm sore or whatever, because I have blisters. No, it's just because I want to enjoy it. You know, this is gonna be over soon, and I'm gonna miss it. So I'm walking. I kind of look forward to just staying off my feet. I do. I need to put my feet up.
You have had such a great spirit the entire time.
I try to, because it's like, if here at least you are, you know, then your body tends to believe what you're,
for sure.
the message you're saying.
Yeah.
Second place finisher for the 250 Cocodona 250. Congratulations, Manu! Letting that emotion wash over her. An excellent race. Congratulations.
Amazing.
But as well for the Pacers, for the family, for all of those folks who support these incredible athletes on 250 miles.
My brain is shot.
Congratulations. So much.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me give you one of these.
Oh yeah!
And then also.
Oh yeah!
Congrats.
Wow. I came here for this, but then I got this. Wow. It was beautiful. It was. I think I really suffered, but I think I enjoyed everything, because I was just happy to be here and grateful to be here. I think sometimes we think about finishing the race, but we don't realize that getting to the start line is very difficult. And we only think about getting to the finish, but because my getting to the start was so difficult, I was so happy just to be here. Like, I couldn't believe that I was in the start line. And now that I'm in the finish line. So I think I was celebrating the fact that I was in the start line already. And maybe that gave me, I don't know, the happiness that just pushed me through the entire course. And I was happy. And thank you so much. Thank you. It was amazing, beautiful. Yeah. Now I think I have a nice story to share.
To also get hit by a car on this race. It always feels fast. Last year I felt like I was bombing, but then it ended up being like 8-minute pace. It's not my usual downhill speed, I'll just say.
Told you.
Didn't take that long. It's a lot easier when you get like 2 hours of
place
sleep.
finisher.
For Elden. No band-aid on my face this year, but no fall on my face. And so I fell twice. The first time I fell and I hit it, and then 2 minutes later I fell and my arms were on the side, so my chin just hit the blood was pouring out of my mouth. And I got like this massive adrenaline rush. We hiked 2 more miles, and then I just went into shock. I crashed. Yeah, then I like my body just rest. That's why I ended up coming back last night.
Well, thank you so much. You're in another one of these.
Another one of these.
And another one of these.
Third place again.
I can't wait till it says first.
He did say don't. I was gonna say I wasn't gonna come back again, but I thought I was gonna get first this time. So.
We all did, but hey, you know what? It's still pretty epic.
Dude,
Yes.
Great work.
It was all Ava's licks this morning.
All Ava's
I bet.
licks,
I
awesome.
bet. The Kylie bit usually mine was like, oh.
Good to see you too.
Woo! We did it. Woo! Love you guys. You know they've got the whole plane cheering right now.
Great run. Welcome to the finish line.
Oh my God. Steve.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. How you feeling?
You know, that last section was
Oh, sweet. Like you felt awesome, or it was beautiful? Or?
both.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Elden's cool.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you
Awesome.
for
Well,
such
here,
a great race.
You earned that thing. Fourth place finish.
I know. Thank
Nice work.
you.
Yeah, I'm not surprised an RMR runner finishes in the top 5, so congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How was your day today?
Really good. Oh, great. She crushed it.
Her second Cocodona finish. Hey, and there's a running partner to say hello. There she is, Carrie Henderson. Welcome to the finish line.
Hey, ma'am, there's no dogs here. I'm sorry. Awesome. Congrats. Enjoy.
It's a bigger remote and it's on the left.
We were just hanging out watching the Cocodona Chronicles video here in the house, along with all of you. Are we hot? Awesome.
Okay. We are back.
We're just
What's
watching
up, Chris Warden? When we take a break, we don't go do anything else. We keep watching our like the Chronicles ourselves. And
I hadn't seen that one yet.
I hadn't either. Yeah,
it was fantastic. A recap of the top 5 women. Shout out again to Tony Hill for putting all of these videos together in under a day.
Tony with a Sony.
Tony with a Sony.
On Instagram. You should go follow him and follow along with everything he's doing and give him some love and support. Yeah, awesome guy.
Love how that race highlighted the top 5 in the women's race here at the Cocodona 250. Of course, that was the scene yesterday down here at Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. Chris Warden and Corinne Chalvoy. I am going to be just hanging out till the top of the hour, then giving way to the actual talent here in town. And that would be Bree Grigsby, who is going to be joining our team for the day. Bree came in briefly yesterday. I thought it was cool that she was able to get a chance to introduce herself and get comfortable with the setting here in the studio. And, she is going to be hanging out with the women are going to dominate the day here in the studio. Did you look at the schedule?
Love it. Love to see it. More women with microphones, we say, right?
We put AJW to bed a long time ago. We gave him his...
It's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
He goes too long and it starts to unwind a bit, and we love AJW, but he needs some rest too. Yeah. We all need a break.
So, of course, you're going to be hanging out here through the morning.
Yep.
Bree is going to join you, and then you're going to give way to Shelby Farrell, and Mercedes is going to come in as well. Mercedes Siegel-Gaither. And then eventually I'll come back around when they allow me back in the house. And then AJW is going to come in later. Kevin Goldberg going to join our team. And
we may have some interviews pop in it here and there. We are trying to, get in touch with finishers and offer them a chance to share their story and tell us a little bit about how it went out there if they'd like to. So there could be some surprise guests that you might want to stay tuned for. TBD on that, but there's a lot of good content and footage, and we're still rocking up at Elden. Now there's a fire going now. The Christmas theme is happening. They've been working really hard up there.
Shout out to Claire Augustin and Julian Galuzzi,
yes.
The mind power behind the Elden Aid. Also supported by the 3 Meat Ghosts. Julian, as we mentioned, is one of those. Also Pete Mortimer and Nick Panisse, who have spent several days grilling and smoking and getting things together for these runners. We actually did a taste test segment last night of all of the meats that they have up there.
With AJW?
Yeah.
Man, I was up there and I didn't have any. I did have the sausage the day before, which was delicious, but I didn't get to have any of the brisket. So what was the verdict? Was there a clear winner?
Yeah.
The
sausage.
Okay. Yeah.
The
wrapped in a tortilla, right? At least that's how I had it.
Yeah. Well,
or plain, whatever you want to do.
We just had it, plain, but I thought the sausage was the best. The dry rub, followed by the brisket, the tri-tip, and then the chicken. And I think that with the other stuff, it was just the fact that the only reason that I was able to sample it was because AJW during his run, brought it down on his run coming down from Elden, and then got it over here. And it also sat on the counter for 8 hours before we put it in the fridge.
I saw that giant thing of it.
Mm-hmm.
He carried down a lot for you. That's very kind of him because,
Yeah. Well, and what's funny is that I grabbed one little bite of each to try and sample on the air. And I'm thinking to myself, I'll try a little bit of it later. Now, AJW snuck off while I'm in the middle of describing and calling something on TV, and he ate the rest of it. Yeah. I was conducting an interview and he's just eating the rest of the food.
He did say he was really looking forward to that.
But yeah, shout out to those volunteers who have been up atop Elden pretty much every year, kind of the same crew. Claire and Julian have been taking care of runners since the race's inception in 2021.
Thank you, Molecular Bean, for your $10 donation. Molecular Bean.
We appreciate it.
Any donations we get are going to help improve the live stream, just in case you are curious where those funds go. And as you saw in the Chronicles here, that is certainly one new awesome component to live stream, is putting together these recaps of each day or of the top, women or men's race, and being able to kind of relive that throughout the course of the live stream.
Yeah, and that's what's unique about Cocodona, is that we're given the opportunity to have people such as Tony create that documentation for sharing with the audience while we're still covering the race, because it's 5 days long.
Yeah.
Our next potential finish here from looks of things.
I believe this is Brian McConnell. 250.
Bib number 52.
Yeah. 52. Brian McConnell coming in. Finishing he's got all the required gear in there. But they've gone overnight, potentially gotten pretty cold. They were on the top of Elden not that long ago.
It was cold during the daytime most of the time.
Yep. I mean,
when you were up there, it was probably pretty either blustery or outright chilly.
Yeah, it depended on if the wind was going. We had a little bit of a lull in the wind, but then there was some smoke from a prescribed fire that was sitting, and it wasn't too chilly yesterday during the day, but the day before it was when it was windy, it was quite cold. We saw Jeff Browning pull out gloves from his pack as he was descending and throw those on.
Yeah, and you mentioned something that had been somewhat of a storyline that's been going on for the last 24 hours of this race. There was a prescribed burn to the southeast of Flagstaff here, and it's definitely had an impact. At one point yesterday afternoon, I opened the door here in the studio to the outside, and it had a hazy campfire smell to it. And I spoke with Noah Doherty, who is working with Race Command, and they had actually delivered some masks to Munns Park and to Fort Tuthill.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
Good
trying
stuff.
mindful of the runners to give them, basically a stopgap measure, but at the same time, something to give them, maybe a little bit more peace of mind as they tried to finish this race.
Yeah.
As our next finisher here, Brian McConnell, has hit the most iconic left-hand turn in all of sports, the left on Birch.
Something I've noticed is that these past few runners haven't been crossing the creek.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering about that as well. Better that than running down the middle of the street like a certain former winner has been known to do, and waving at traffic as it went by at 10:30 at night in the streets of Flagstaff.
So this is
because it's going to be kind of a hopping weekend in Flagstaff as this race draws to a close, because it's NAU graduation weekend.
Yeah, it's interesting. These races are falling on. Also, I'm going out to Quad Rock right after this today, flying out to go to Quad Rock, and it's also commencement in Fort Collins, Colorado, and it was very difficult and expensive to find a hotel up there.
I can imagine.
I did not want to drive from Castle Rock, which is on the complete opposite end of probably 4 hours away tomorrow morning to crew the runner I'm helping out. So it is graduation season. We saw a graduation flag. Congrats to the class of 2024 up in one of the aid stations. That was pretty funny. Cocodona class of 2024.
This is a different approach, I guess, a different vantage point from the aid station. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Patrick.
$49.99.
Can we get the finish line cam here?
And here we go. We're watching another runner cross.
Yeah, congratulations here are in order for our most recent finisher, bib number 52.
Oh, here comes
Made
one of
it
the trucks.
just in time.
The truck.
And folks, that's one of the things about Heritage Square. You've got a couple things going on. As you can see, you've obviously got the garbage truck right there. And you've seen a couple of runners have to come down the side alley as opposed to the main alley here, because the building on the right-hand side from this vantage point coming up the alley is the Coconino County Courthouse. And that area where you can see kind of the gates as the runners come around the corner is designated as a prisoner transfer spot. And so sometimes they have to close those gates, and the runners have to take a different path into the finish line here. Such was not the case for our most recent finisher, Brian McConnell, but as an example, our second place woman, Manu Villaseca, did have to go down the side alley.
Yeah. It's pretty cool if you look at the tracker, which is pinned to the top of the chat. There are still many, many runners out there between the Sedona Canyons 125 and the Cocodona 250 who are, it's awesome to see. They're just all bunched up along the route, but they're getting closer. You can see the journey that they've taken already and how far they've come, and their little trackers are moving right along.
We're also about 90 minutes away from the start of the Elden Crest race as well, that will take off from Fort Tuthill and make its way around Walnut Canyon and this year, due to certain restrictions, will not be summiting Mount Eldon this year, instead taking a kind of set of trail systems around Eldon, and still going to maintain the same distance, but simply not going to have that summit climb. And
we're doing that to preserve the Mexican spotted owl habitat that exists out there, and want to be cognizant of that. They are a threatened species and beautiful animal. I may have heard an owl hooting on Eldon when I was over there. I might have imagined it. I don't think I did. I don't think I was hallucinating. I think I heard one. So only the 250 runners will do the actual Eldon summit this year.
Yeah. Hopefully things will be back to normal in future years, but that was just simply an alternate fix, a contingency that was forced to be undertaken for the shorter distances. So
yeah.
Still, pretty robust fields in both the Sedona Canyons and Elden Crest races as well. As our day consists of us zooming and scrolling and zooming and scrolling and following these runners as they enter the finish. Looks like our next finisher that we might be expecting would be Sarah Bell from the Sedona Canyons race, possibly Jody Vanderkool or Don Z. Jeffrey Barrington in the Cocodona race might be the next individual we see coming in. We'll be keeping an eye out for him, or possibly Richard Urias or Lisa Dane.
Also, just to recap, folks, if you're unaware, we had 6 men this year go under the previous course record that was set last year. So it was an extremely fast year, great weather conditions, but also a field that really dictated a lot of competition and unique strategies. I mean, I had a chance to talk with a friend of mine who was in the race, Liz Canty. She had an injury and had to pull out about mile 152 or so, but she said from the gun, it was like, we're racing. And they're in a 250-mile race. And so I think it was a little bit different dynamic this year, and very much, kind of a competition from the get-go. And that pushed the times down by a significant margin.
Thank you very much to the 500-plus people who are joining us here this Friday morning here in Flagstaff,
it's
Arizona.
Friday, TGIF.
It is.
Friday. Woo! Congrats on getting through the week. Yes, Andy Glaze is getting closer to that finish line as well.
Of course, Andy, once he finishes, will be, I believe, the 5th of our 6 legacies in this race this year who have made it to the finish. Of course, Jeff Garmeyer, Jose Sosa, Brian Janzik, and Aaron Flesher all have completed their 4th Cocodona, thus tallying 1,000 plus miles on the course over 4 years.
And many of those individuals do a lot more racing in addition to that.
Oh,
so
you're not
to
kidding.
think about the number of miles that all those individuals have run in the last 4 years is kind of mind-boggling.
Of course, Andy Glaze is famously known for his
100 plus
mile
week
weeks.
streak.
You've got Wes Plate, who is has made a couple of great Cocodona films in the last 2 years. And one of the things that I know is that we anxiously await to see what he does each and every year. Jose Sosa, a fascinating guy out of San Diego. I believe that I heard he is like a steel worker or something like that.
Okay.
In his daytime life. And he also, I ran into Jose actually at a restaurant yesterday and congratulated him on his finish. And I was shocked to see that he only had 4 or 5 people waiting for him at the finish line, because typically it's more like 15 or 20. He's usually got a big crew waiting for him.
Yeah.
Let's get this runner back on. As whoever that was just went
I think we
awry.
got redirected.
Okay, good.
Hopefully. The follow cam is saying, "Come back over here."
But the follow cam is still going. That's kind of making me nervous.
There we go. We're back. Bib 466 in the Sedona Canyons 125, getting ready to finish here. That is Sarah Bell. Let's go, Sarah. So close. So close now. Sarah Bell from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
About a block and a half away from the finish line. We're getting word that we're going to have some eyes in the sky here atop Elden here shortly. So that's something to stick around and look forward to, because sunrise at Elden is one of the more beautiful things you're going to see here this week on the Cocodona course. Shout out to all of our drone operators, including Jason, Tony. I know that Jamil has been doing some drone work here this week. That's somebody I haven't been able to see to pin him down to come in and hang out in the studio either.
I heard he was in here for a little bit yesterday, but then, yeah.
He might have been in the building.
No, but just, yeah, I haven't seen him either. Actually,
oh, did he?
He was on there. He was on for a little bit with Zach.
Okay.
I stand corrected.
I feel like their voices are a little bit similar too. Sometimes when I hear Zach, I'm like, is that Jamil?
Well, Zach was working on a Jamil impression.
Oh.
And
I say he's nailing
it's
it.
It's getting really scary.
Rounding the corner, finish line in sight for Sarah Bell.
As you can see, the incomparable Howie Stern getting ready to take his post and capture this for Sarah. And she's done it. Congratulations to Sarah Bell for finishing the Sedona Canyons race. Yeah, there were people in the chat that were calling Zach Marion a deep fake Jamil or AI Jamil as he was talking, because he started to use some of the inflections and pauses the way that Jamil does.
Oh, no. It's been spending too much time.
Oh, yeah.
When you're around somebody a lot and you start to talk like that.
Very Mountain Outhouse style kind of talking, and it was and here's the thing. I mean, I've been around Jamil for 10 plus years, and I work with Zach on a pretty regular basis on these live streams, so I talk with him a lot, and it was kind of messing with me. That's bib number 562. Don Zia or Z, yeah.
Don Zia or Zaya. Let's go, Don.
Kind of snuck up on me here because his tracker hadn't pinged in a half an hour. But Don doesn't care.
Sometimes trackers do that. He's like,
he just kept moving. Yeah. So shout out Don, getting it done. Going to take that right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley here momentarily.
There it is. Right there. Coming in. Howie's there for the shot. That's a photograph that he will treasure for a very long time. Some of my favorite running photos of myself were taken by Howie.
Oh, yeah. Some of my best and definitely some of my worst. And Howie loves that, too.
Yeah.
He likes to catch
Capture
people.
All the emotion.
Yeah. He loves the authenticity that he can catch. And when
Take
you're
a break now.
And when you're out on course, and I'm sure you can corroborate this, there are times where you're running along and Howie will be like contorted, like down on the ground, aiming his camera, just like because he wants that perfect lighting, that perfect angle. And
I mean, that's how he gets his mobility work in, is he just goes and photographs for a day, and it basically counts as like 8 hours of mobility and dynamic stretching. He does. He likes to get low. Kind of down on the ground to get the shots. And
one year at Old Pueblo, he basically just all of a sudden popped up out of nowhere, and I was not happy because I was having a pretty crummy moment. And but you know what's funny is that it was like I wasn't happy at the photo because I knew how it was going to look, but I was happy to see Howie as a person.
Yeah.
So
all right, so let us know in the chat, little poll. If you see a photographer on course when you're running, Do you smile or do you try to act like it's completely candid? Like, do you switch it up? What do you do when you see a photographer? And I'm always impressed by those people who like jump like a foot in the air and do kind of like the side like foot kick. Yeah, that's impressive. Yeah. I try to smile. I'm not gonna lie. Try to smile and stand up straight and have a good stride.
I could care less what my face looks like, but I do end up like typically picking up a stride and sucking in my stomach a little bit to at least make myself look a little bit like a runner. But there's only so much that holding in one's breath can do.
Smile and wave. Act strong. I like that. Act strong.
All right, we'll get confirmation on that. Keeping an eye out on our potential next finisher here, either at Sedona Canyons or...
Jean-Yves, you got to race more. He doesn't race enough to know. Get out there.
Okay, it looks like, is that a... Okay, so we still have feed, right?
All right, hang tight with us. We might be kind of losing a bit of a feed here, but we will work on this and see what we can do. Runners still coming in both the 125. This is our finish line cam that just might be having a little bit of a moment.
Well, if we're gonna make a decision, we got to do it sooner rather than later.
We're gonna recap.
Having a deep heart to heart with Jamil and his sense of humor.
Love to take a trip on you.
Thanks, guys.
Joel, my old running buddy. Our first race we did was Bigfoot 2015 together. Ran about 160 miles of that. Did several other races to varying degrees of success.
She's strong as heck. I saw there was some talk about her feet being bad. She had 2 blisters total. So the time that a bunch of people saw us working on feet, it was cleaning up her feet and the total of 2 blisters over the last 200 miles.
I feel like people see the pre-tape and think that like there's something horribly wrong.
Yeah. We just like to keep her feet clean, so every aid station I make sure it's all clean. So if she's strong and there's nothing going on other than,
I've never had a good race here. I'm always like not trained and something goes horribly wrong, so obviously things go wrong every year, but nothing went too horribly wrong this time, so.
Yeah. The freaking grass before this sucked.
I get why people say the climb up Mingus isn't bad. Because compared to everything before it, it isn't bad.
That's enough. The terrain's about to get way better. Yeah. Where you from? I live in North Carolina. Bob lives around here. Local.
And it's still kicking my ass.
It's epic, challenging, fun, humbling.
Glad we made it up, man. It was hotter than yesterday, this climb. Surprisingly. And the dust. Okay, that's all I got.
That's all. It's a heck of a climb.
It's a little hill, right?
Yeah, just a little hill. I think it might be more fun than the backside though.
What's up? Woo! I love people. The legs, they love this. They just don't know it yet again. They forgot for a second. What about to run now? Look at that. That's runnable, baby. That's runnable, right? Okay, legs, that's runnable. Talk to my legs. Tell them they should. They will. Let's go. They're not going to say no. I've got some incredible pacers out here. Like, how did I get so lucky to get such great teammates doing this for me, sacrificing their week? Are you kidding? So I feel so much better than yesterday. Yesterday was quite a poopy experience, if you get my drift. But that's part of it, right? Took a little nap. Things are staying in my gut now. And so happy to have this feeling again. I was happy all day yesterday, don't get me wrong. But my stomach was not.
It's different. I can see like how you responded.
Yeah, I can imagine how you can go quite a bit faster.
I know I've gotten stuff wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Just kind of like give up a little bit, kind of like not pushing it. Yeah.
Finishing the Sedona Canyon's 125. Get up for Jody Vanderkoy.
Our most recent finisher here, it looks like that was potentially Linda Trin, was that? Not quite sure. We're having a little bit of some funky tech going on here, trying to we are not at the finish line ourselves. We are a little ways away. We're trying to make sure we can get somebody down there to verify and adjust what's going on with that camera.
Yeah, it's gotten a little bit more clear than it was, but we will keep working on that, and then want to make sure that we do show all the finishers crossing the line here. Many of these are 125. If they have Sedona Canyon's 125 race finishers, if they have a bluish bib on, they are finishing the 125. Yeah, that might have been Jody crossing the line. blinded by the light. Yeah, it does look a little overexposed, but we are going to work on the clarity on that. We also will have some, drones out in the field here, finish line cameras that we are going to but want to make sure that we have everything rolling here in the studio. Thanks for joining us. This is the 2024 Cocodona 250. We're on day 4, stream 3.
Day 5.
I know, but it says day 4 on the stream, but we're on day 5. It's Friday. Day 5 of the race. 96, almost 97 hours into the race for these individuals. That clock on your screen is the race time. It is 10 minutes behind the actual time of day because the race did start 10 minutes late. So that clock up there is the finisher time for anyone in the 250. And we did see our winners on the men's side. 6 of them break the previous course record, come in very strong times, right around the 60 to 65-ish hour mark for those top finishers. We've had 60 to 65 individuals finish the Cocodona 250 thus far, but we're going to be streaming through our final finisher tomorrow sometime mid-morning. And as we work on the tech on our side, we're just going to keep an eye here on the finish line so we don't miss any individuals crossing that line. And if you'd like to check out, throughout, just make sure you're subscribed to the Mountain Outpost YouTube for updates as we can provide them on some of the interviews we've done. We will try to cut those and post them. We've had multiple post-race interviews. We've reached out to many individuals who have finished to see if they'd like to come in. And we have had a handful of individuals come in and sit down on the comfy chairs here, including Arlen Glick, Jeff Browning, Finn Melanson, Kevin Goldberg. We had Jeff Garmeyer last night. We've had individuals from some of our nonprofits and some of our sponsors and some local organizations join us.
One of my favorite guests that we had on was Kelly Teeslink from Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona.
Yeah, that was great.
We really had a great conversation about their organization, and I had fun with that. We had Lisa Pizzoni from the Running University. Jubilee Page was here last night as well. So, we're grateful to have all of these partners as it is coming up on just a few minutes before 6 here in Arizona. The Elden Crest race will be starting at 7 a.m. It looks like some of our fairly closely anticipated finishers here might be Richard Urias and Lisa Dane in the Cocodona race, and perhaps Paul Stovko or Jim Ryan in the Sedona Canyons races here as well. We'll be keeping an eye out on everybody we can. And do we have, it looks like we have a follow cam.
Runner coming in.
Can we get
sure if we have a bib.
Can we get that on the monitor, Jordan? I can't really see it over there. Is that
there we go.
Is
perfect.
That Caleb?
So we will ID this runner bib 250. Sorry. Oh, this is a 250 finisher. Yes. Do we have a bib number?
I'm assuming that would be based on who we've seen come in so far, Richard Urias, but I can't be 100% positive. Or possibly Jeffrey Barrington. That's a 2-digit number, so I think 25 perhaps. So that would be Jeffrey Barrington if
If it is bib 25?
Yeah. Yep. Sounds like that is being confirmed in the chat.
Oh, we love you, chat. You know these runners. You know their gaits. You know what they look like, and appreciate you helping ID.
Do we have the camera adjusted at the finish line
Yeah,
yet?
it looks pretty good.
Good.
No, I saw it, and dang it. I thought I saw it on my end looking good, but that's okay. This is still, there he is.
So, yeah, we still need a camera adjustment if anybody can hear us down at the finish line.
Let's see if we could reach maybe Jubilee or...
I reached out to Jubilee to see if she could, but...
Howie's down there. Is Steve down there too? Does anyone have Steve's number?
I don't have Steve's number, but...
Okay. We will try to work on that camera. Oh, Colby Jones saying that Jeff is a PNW ripper. Looking so strong, Jeff. Jeff Barrington, also proud of you. Getting a lot of love in the chat. Congratulations. He's going over to get his post 250-mile race photo from the Howie Stern. Love those before and after photos. I think someone asked if those will live anywhere. And I am not sure if you can access all of them. I know Howie posts some of them on his own socials.
Yeah, and Howie also will post them probably on his site as well. One thing to think about, pay for your photos.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a
for
big
sure.
thing for me.
Support these individuals and,
There are so many great photographers in our industry. You talk about Howie Stern, Jesse Ellis, Melissa Ruse, Anastasia Golden, Scott Rokas.
That's who I was trying to think of earlier,
Yes.
Scott Rokas.
Some of us, as you can see, the light being wiped from our eyes, and we are better able to see at the finish line.
Thank you. Whoever did that at the finish line, that's
pretty
much
sure
better.
that was Jubilee.
Thanks, Jubilee. We love you. We love you.
But
Yes. Thumbs up.
Wonderful. Yeah. I know that, some people have a philosophy about, paying for race photos. And my philosophy is if I want it, I'm going to pay for it. I think that it's not an unreasonable ask. I've actually been a big proponent of races rolling it into the cost and throwing in an extra few bucks. I have no problem with that. But, these photographers work hard to try and make you look as good as possible in the trails. And for some of you, they succeed. For some of us, they simply just don't have a lot to work with.
Get out of here.
But yeah, I am a big fan of those who create, in my opinion, art. I mean, when I happen to see, the most recent issue of Ultra Running Magazine, I kind of wonder, the odds are 1 out of 3, 1 out of 4 that it's one of Howie's shots. And chances are I potentially saw it, as it happened.
Yeah. And it's hard work, especially in a race that is this long.
Yeah, of course, we had Jubilee in the studio last night. Not only is she a race director, not only is she filling in for Steve at the finish, but she's also a pretty good hand with a camera as well.
Oh, she's an excellent photographer. She's taken our photos for Aero Viper racing team in the past, and they're really good. So,
and she adjusted the light the lens on the camera. So
takes a village here.
Yeah, so when you've got somebody like Jubilee, though, she handles the duties of several people in said village.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, because someone said in the chat, after watching this live stream and seeing people, doing this, I feel more and more like I could do it. I think that's a great sentiment. So many people have been inspired to try this race by watching the live stream. And we did mention yesterday that in order to complete this race under the time cutoff, you need to average 2 miles an hour across the 250 miles. Now, do take into consideration that you have to eat, you have to potentially sleep for a while. So that is total elapsed, average of the moving time. But it is, of course, 250 miles and around 40,000 feet of climbing over that, which sounds like a lot. If you break it down, across 250 miles, it is definitely doable. Now, the terrain itself is challenging. There's a lot of rocks. There's a lot of, you're climbing up mountains you're going through very, difficult terrain in terms of underfoot terrain. I heard that firsthand yesterday, that there's a lot of baby heads out there. There's a lot of, as we call them, these little rocks that just you have to navigate over that are not smooth. So, no doubt it's challenging, but is certainly something that I think, and these shorter distances are a great way to kind of see the course and then build up. Do the 38, do the 125, or start those, check out the course, and then, work your way up.
You're absolutely right, Corinne. That is a perfect way to approach the madness that is the Cocodona 250. That right there is our first morning shot of Mount Elden. The runners actually crest up close to the top of those towers there, kind of take that spiraling path down and head in a connecting path that actually leads them over to Elden Aid, which is a short runaway, maybe about a little bit less than half a mile perhaps down that path you see there. And at Elden Aid, which is kind of hidden from our view right now, they will actually head down a Forest Service road, cut over to single track, and through a section of the Arizona Trail itself, and into Buffalo Park and downtown Flagstaff. In the background there, you can see Humphreys Peak, the highest peak in Arizona, as well as Agassiz Peak, the second highest peak in Arizona. They are sister peaks of the San Franciscos. Humphreys, I've summited, I believe, 4 or 5 times. Never done Agassiz because it's illegal to do unless there's snow. It is home to an endangered flower.
Oh, wow.
The San Francisco Peaks groundsel. And what's cool, though, is I've seen the groundsel because it actually does exist over on Humphreys Peak. It's just that its primary location is on Agassiz. Soaking in these views, this is the kind of thing that makes a lot of these runners head up Blue Dot at 6 in the morning, which is, if you know, is absolutely crazy. But on that note, I think it is about time for me to call it a shift here on the Cocodona 250. I'm going to make way for some of the new talent here in the studio. Brianna Grigsby is going to be hanging out with you here today as part of the broadcast. Corinne, it's been a pleasure, as always.
Great job, Chris. You're rocking it as usual, bringing the great commentary and all the vibes. So we appreciate your hard work as well.
Well, thanks. I'm going to try and find myself room for a nap, as well as fulfill a promise I made to a friend here in the house, and also get some work done today, at least I hope. We'll see how it goes. But folks, stick around. The coverage of the Cocodona 250 is far from finished, and we will be basically going for another 28 hours from here. Yeah. It's basically
no big deal. It's just another day.
We're hanging out. So, yeah, we're not done until 10 a.m.
No sleep
morning.
till Flagstaff.
Yeah.
as our friend Rory Moynihan says.
Yeah. So, we had a lot of fun with that earlier this week. So, folks, stick around. Bree is going to be here with Corinne in just a moment, and enjoy the show.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring.
Soda! Oh, the energy of soda.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. What an incredible journey this has been. The joy that people experience when they're in the mountains. The personal growth that is obtained through going faster and farther in the mountains. The journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and how the products that they carry and the systems that they put in place, the training that they put in place in order to accomplish what 35 years ago I thought was not possible. But now it is possible. And it is possible because all the great innovation that is going on in this world, in all the areas of the industries, and now they are obtaining things that are incredible. With Ultraspire, we are truly inspired by athletes. And as I reflect back on my years, going from there to now, I am so happy to be a part of this journey.
Welcome back to the 2024 Cocodona 250. I am Corinne Chalvoy, joined by...
I am Bree Grigsby.
Welcome, Bree.
Great to be here.
Yeah, it's great to have you. So excited to catch up and talk a little bit about what's going on in the race and continue to watch finishers coming across the line. We've got bib 543 in the Sedona Canyons 125, just rolling right in, taking advantage of that slight downhill, moving well.
Looking really strong.
Strong finish. We also have a finish line cam, but thank you to our follow cam out here getting some footage of all of the runners as they make their way into Flagstaff. It is a beautiful morning here.
A little bit chilly out there, 37 degrees, probably much colder than that up on Elden.
Yep. 543. We're going to find out who this is. We're going to switch producers behind the scenes and give a quick shout out to Jordan back there, who's been doing so much for us, cutting videos, keeping things up and live and not sleeping and using his youthful energy.
I lost that 5 years ago.
Oh, you can't say anything, man. There's
You're too young for that.
How old are you, Jordan? 19. Oh my good Lord, 19 years old. Jordan is one of the behind the scenes gurus, but we're bringing in Bryce Brooks. He's gonna crush the production game today.
Did we figure out who this runner is?
Okay, 543. We got Andrew Sahlberg. Andrew Sahlberg is getting ready to finish. He is from Prescott, Arizona. Let's go.
Awesome, local.
Andrew making light work of the last little bit here, getting ready to take a right turn. And he will see the finish line. Yeah, it must have been a little chilly. He's wearing pants and long sleeve over the night. Here we go. Yeah, let's go.
Oh, that turn. Oh, such a good feeling.
You have done that turn, Bree.
I have. Whew. It couldn't come quick enough, I tell you that. He's running much stronger than I was at that point.
He's only doing half of the distance you did, though.
Well, that's true.
And a couple more days of sleep deprivation you had to deal with. But Andrew Sahlberg finishing the 125. Our own Jubilee Page is down there at the finish line, helping out and giving Steve Outerholt a little bit of a break. This is an aerial view of the Elden Aid Station. It is tucked away. It used to be, and we're checking out drone footage of what the runners are coming down after they crest Elden. So as you'll see here, this is a nice smooth downhill, although Bryce and I ran it yesterday. There is an uphill that, what's the name of that segment, Bryce? It hurt. It's like this, this stuff hurts. Because you just did Elden, then you get this downhill, and then you have to go back uphill for like another third of a mile. And
I do remember that section.
It's like,
thinking,
just kidding.
I just thought the uphill was over.
Yeah, not quite all downhill, man. That's beautiful. So this is the top of Elden Mountain.
Oh, what a beautiful view.
And on the back side of this is where the runners are coming up as their final climb. Just the last final hill at the end of a 250-mile race, climbing a couple thousand feet on very rocky terrain. That other side is quite different from this roadside you're looking at.
Pretty rocky, technical, steep ascent.
Yeah. I followed Jeff Browning up the last mile and a half of that yesterday, and I was highly impressed with how well he was moving on that, considering everything he'd done.
Yeah, whenever I'm watching the tracker of people going up Elden, I'm always impressed if it's, any faster than like 1 mile an hour.
Seriously. I mean, even if you're just doing that as a casual run, to get up it in, 20-minute miles is quite the effort. So
pretty intense, yeah.
Here we go. We got another runner coming in strong. We'll try to get a bib number on these runners.
Can't quite make out those numbers.
People running strong here to finish.
Yeah, looking really good. Running through downtown Flagstaff.
I imagine this is another 125 runner. We will try to get bib number. Our feed's just a little bit unclear at the moment. There we go. Here we go. Oh, finishers coming in hot. Oh, 342. No, not 342, because I could not find that anywhere in the. Thought that was it.
Was it 242? Martin Sengo.
There we go. Martin.
Yep.
Sego?
Martin Sengo.
Sengo. And if you click on him and scroll down, we can see where he is from.
Auburn, California.
Oh, Auburn. Some say the endurance capital of the world. Another runner crossing the line. All right. Oh, just turn around and we'll be able to see your bib.
Oh, I just barely could make it.
Shoot, he's going into the tent for the post.
Was it 89? I think it might have been 89. Caleb Stevens. Is that right?
I don't know. Our tracker was a little wonky too, so we can try to see what was going on there. Here's an individual partaking in Pete's Meats, which is still rolling up there at the Elden Aid Station. This is Pete Mortimer's vast, expanse of, that's a lot of different meats that he has brought up there because he's been serving people for like the last day and a half.
Pete goes all out, when he does something, he does it up.
He does.
He does it up right. Looks
like this individual's having a rib. Take it in the full experience. We got another onesie. We had a Santa theme before at the aid station. This is 8.6 miles to the finish.
Here we are back at the finish line.
It was the lake station that I just saw, which is 45 seconds behind you guys.
All right, so we are still just anticipating it's going to start to get busier and busier as we have 125 finishers and continue to have 250 runners coming in. Thank you all for joining us this morning. This is the Fort Tuthill Aid Station. So Squirrel's Nut Butter Aid Station, Fort Tuthill, mile 210.
From here, runners have 2 more aid stations before the finish. Walnut Canyon and then Mount Elden. So they are getting closer.
Bree, when you ran the race, did you have a cognitive check here at this aid station? Do you remember that?
I do remember this aid station.
Mm-hmm.
I was not feeling great at that point.
Oh man,
pretty sleep deprived.
Yeah.
Howie got some pretty awesome photos of me looking like a zombie. Yeah, my crew told me that my breath stunk really bad and they made me brush my teeth.
How'd that feel? I wonder if that was good.
Yeah, I think, getting anything you can do to just get a little bit refreshed.
Yep.
Certainly helps.
Okay, we're back. We're going to try to follow all the runners coming in. Jeremy says 129 just finished the 250. Maybe that was the bib we missed. 129?
129 is Richard Urias.
Okay, if Richard did finish, congratulations to Richard.
Richard is from Ivins, Utah.
And I know we've had some international runners in the race as well. Manu Villaseca, second place female. She lives in Spain now, originally from Brazil. I did see a UK runner out there. We've had, I think there are a handful of others, but it is the intention for sure to grow this into something that attracts international folks. And I know Manu said specifically she was like really excited to see the Arizona terrain because, she lives in beautiful mountain town in Spain, but this was a unique environment. She wanted to go through all of the different landscapes of Arizona, and it's kind of an exotic place to her, and she wanted to experience it.
One of the things I love about this race is I think it really does a good job of just showcasing like the variety that Arizona has to offer. I think a lot of people who aren't from here or haven't visited can be surprised to see like just the diversity that this state has to offer, from down in the Sonoran Desert up to Flagstaff, where, cold and snow in the winter. There's, as we can see right now, still some snow up on Mount Elden even now in May.
Yep. Okay, what is my favorite go-to snack, food, fuel, hydration for an ultra? Well, I think it depends on the race and probably how long. I have only done 100 miler. I have not completed a 250 like my friend Bree here. So I think the nutrition strategy might change if I was doing something multi-day. So for me, I'd say 100K type races or race efforts, a lot of liquid calories. It's hard to chew after a while. I like scratch high carb liquid and then there's a variety of gels, but I also like, you know, if you're going to do whole foods, like pickles, mashed potatoes, watermelon, things that are easy to get down. Yeah. How about you? What's your favorite?
Yeah, I think, like you said, it depends on the race distance. For me, I know if I'm in a shorter distance race that's like faster, you know, 50K, 100K, I am not going to chew. So if I have nutrition that depends on me chewing, I'm just not going to eat. So yeah, it's pretty much all about the liquid calories for me in those shorter distances. I love Goo Roctane drink mix. Big fan of that. And then I love Morton and Precision gels, I would say, are my favorites. Those are my go-tos. 'Cause the great thing about those is that you don't have to taste them if you don't want to.
Right.
You can just kind of squirt that in your mouth, swallow it with a swig of water, and
you're getting the calories
get that down pretty easily.
Yeah, these hydrogels and the kind of isotonic gels that are out now. I just maybe do a quick reference and plug to a company I'm working for called The Feed. They offer everything, and you can try single servings of things so that you can just experiment in your own training, see what works for you. You know, there's different formulations out there. So just maybe grab a variety of things. Yeah. Test them out in training, see what works.
Yeah, I've done that too with the feed. You know, it's so nice to be able to order single servings of things so you can test it out without buying like a whole case of it to see if it's going to work for you.
For sure.
Yeah. And I will say I certainly do not have the 200-mile nutrition figured out. That is for absolute certain. So that's something that's going to have to be worked on, you know, if and when I come back to this distance.
An ever-evolving thing, I think, also to learn how our bodies kind of start to process or not things over multiple days. And when other systems are working overtime or shutting down. So, I think, a lot of love for The Feed in the chat. Thank you for that. It's a great company. I would just say, like, I think that, you know, in a race like this, right, you got to figure out how to also eat a lot of whole foods or, you know, regular meals, essentially.
Yeah, for me, that was definitely one of the big struggles running Cocodona in 2022 was that I was having a hard time getting food down. My mouth was just so dry. It was just so hard to swallow. And then the GI system got all off. So yeah, it was a struggle.
I've heard about people too also getting like sores in their mouth or getting dry, you know, their mouth's getting so dry during these races. You have other things going on that like can affect your ability to eat. And so protecting your skin and your mouth and your nose from the elements throughout the course of the race is super important.
Yeah. Thank goodness I didn't have any mouth sores, but I definitely had the dry mouth going on.
Yeah. Zach Bates just into Tut Hill. Someone said at that aid station, man, we are following Zach Bates race as well. He is crushing it. We've got runners coming in. All right, we're trying to ID, thinking this possibly could be Lisa Dane, a 250 runner, finishing her journey. If so, she's moving great for
fantastic.
The 250. If this is Lisa, she's from Reno, Nevada. We appreciate our follow cams out there. Yesterday, the Shad cam ran, who knows, 40 miles or so doing just following of the finish line. It was definitely more than a 50K. He was out there for hours and hours. So
there's a way to run an ultra.
Exactly. Eli Webb did it, or Webby. I don't know how you pronounce his last name. I apologize. Weeby. He did finish overnight as well. Just some folks that people were following and tracking. Here we go, finish line.
Awesome finish. Is this Lisa? Number 32.
Okay, we are thinking that is Lisa finishing the Cocodona 250. Just before a truck comes in. Oh, man. Way to go, Lisa. What's the temperature in Flagstaff right now? I think it's probably, I'm going to guess it's like 40.
When I checked earlier, it was 37. Let's see.
40 degrees is what I show.
Yep, we're up to 40 now.
High is 60. High is 64 here today. That's like fantastic weather.
A little bit chilly for me, being from Tucson.
Yeah, I know my husband would probably kill me using the Apple weather. He'd be like, get on a different app. That is not correct. He's kind of a weatherman. But yeah, around 40 degrees, which they say is the optimal temperature for running a marathon, right?
Yeah, I don't know about a 250 though.
Most of them are bundled up here. And, okay, how do previous participants feel seeing the coverage? Is it more PTSD or FOMO? How do you feel this year? So tell us a little bit about, Bree, you ran the race in 2022?
Yeah, I ran the race in 2022. During the race, despite all the difficulties that I faced, even while I was puking and retching, I was thinking of, the next time that I'm going to do this and all the things I'm going to do differently and how it's going to be better. And, I was thinking about doing another 200. And so I was like, okay, well, I probably should go and crew and pace one before I decide to do another one.
Mm-hmm.
So I went out and I actually crewed and paced for Cali Vinson at Moab 240. And, just the sleep deprivation again, I was like, hell no, I am not ready for this yet. And then I came out last year at Cocodona. I was crewing and pacing for Alicia Jenkins, who was 5th female last year. Alicia Browder now. She got married in the past year. And once again, I was just like, no, I don't think so. But it's interesting because this year out here, I've been a little bit more like interested again. A little bit more like, I think I want to do this again, especially since the year I ran, we had the course reroute because of the fire in the Bradshaws. And, so yeah, I didn't get to run that first really hard part. I'm kind of curious about that.
Yeah, totally.
So yeah, I think I will be back at some point. It's just a matter of when. It did take me a long time to recover, so not quite sure I'm ready for it yet, but I will be back at some point in the future.
Awesome. Sounds like a combo of PTSD and FOMO.
Yeah, it's kind of a combo.
Yeah. But I think that's a good idea. Like if you're not sure, maybe, go crew or pace and kind of get in the environment again and then be like, how do I feel?
I think if you want to do, if you're eyeing, thinking, hey, maybe I want to do Cocodona, then definitely come out here, crew, pace, see the course a little bit. That's kind of what I did with Moab 240, thinking I might want to run that. And then, went out there to crew and pace and was like, no, I'm not ready yet.
Following bib 454 here. I think it is a 125 runner. Tony Moore. Carson City, Nevada, coming in to finish the Sedona Canyons 125 here. He is just a few blocks away from taking that. No, a few 100 feet away. There. 10 feet away. He's there. Hey, picked it up. Jogging it to the finish. Finishing strong.
Strong work there.
Nice work. Tony Moore.
Yeah, I am amazed seeing how good some of these people are looking coming into the finish line. I certainly did not look like that.
Yeah.
When I came into the finish line, it was a combination of like pooping my pants, barfing in my up in my mouth, and like a nosebleed all at the same time. It was awful.
Oh. Keeping it real on the live stream here. These are things that happen in ultras, and we're not going to just sugarcoat it. It is hard work, and there are things that happen out there. It's all part of the sport.
And you're just so sleep deprived at that point that you just don't even care. You just lose all sense of boundaries. You know, I started like stripping my clothes off when I finished, and my crew was like, hey, you cannot be getting naked downtown Flagstaff. Like you got to go in the porta pot or somewhere and change. And
you're like, I'll do whatever I want.
I don't care.
Yeah.
And they were like, well, you know, downtown Flagstaff probably cares.
Yeah.
This guy in the back is DJ Salmon from Phoenix, Arizona.
DJ Salmon.
And then there's two actually really tight. And the other one is Paul Stopko.
And Paul Stopko? From Chesterton, Indiana. They're both coming in to finish the 125 here.
Looks like he's having a good time. Big
soaking
smile
it in, yeah. Loving life. Is that Paul or is that? They're right next to each other, so this is 420.
420.
That's Paul. Oh, we have audio. Okay, sweet. So, if you have one of these, Bree, over there near you, maybe on the ground. Yep. Just throw it in, and then we can hear the field. All right, working on it here.
We did this together. We're going in together.
Okay, we can hear you. You got that, Bree? Mm-hmm. Who is it out there on the follow cam?
Right now we are looking at the
Curtis cam.
Oh, it's such an hour.
Oh, these guys are gonna finish together. 420 and 499. Coming in together, savoring the last moments of their race. I wonder if they ran, together during the race.
Yeah.
Okay. Like we're good.
It's a good strategy, especially if you don't have someone
Again, here,
facing
guys.
you. Team up with someone.
Yeah.
You're my guy now.
We've got audio. How are they feeling? What are the emotions?
How are you feeling? I'm feeling all right. Me and DJ stay together. DJ's a little more rough for wear, but you did it. You did it. He's here. That's all that matters. Thank you. Okay, here you go. Right? Yeah. Woo. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. Look at that. Look at that. Thank you. Thank you. Now it's setting in.
Now it's setting in. Oh, DJ Salmon and 420. And Paul. DJ and Paul coming in together. All right.
Is that 406?
Nice job.
Curtis Tavares on the Curtis cam, making the corner. All right, this runner from Scottsdale. I saw arms up in the air. You did it. Getting the finish line vibes. Yes.
Yeah, great job.
Huge accomplishment. Huge accomplishment. All right, we're getting ready to start the Elden Crest 38 in about 30 minutes here, a little less than 30 minutes, starting at 7 a.m. local time. That is the starting line we're looking at. Oh, Lisa from the Running University. Yep, Lisa Pizzoni. Out there. Is she racing?
She got a tutu on, so I imagine.
All right. Nice. I was excited to see. Oh, runners coming in. 89?
Nice job, Caleb.
Okay, we've got audio.
89.
Yep.
Caleb Stevens.
Caleb Stevens.
Oh, he's on Instagram. He's been posting a lot.
Caleb is from Phoenix, Arizona.
Let's
One
go.
of our locals.
Let's go, Caleb. He's running the 125. All right. Caleb finishing up 125 miles. That's it. You came in right in time in the chat to see Caleb. Oh,
Can hear that cheering.
yeah, we can. A lot of love for Caleb in the chat.
Oh, someone says he's a
Did he do the 250?
He's a 250.
He is a 250 runner. Thank you for that clarification. 250 miles.
Wow, really ran it in strong there.
Oh man, looking great at the end. Congratulations to Caleb. Yeah, folks referencing his Instagram. What is it again, Bryce?
Caleb's_adventures.
Caleb's with a K, Kalebs _adventures on Instagram. Sounds like he's been posting a lot about his journey. So if you want to go take a look and give him a follow and see what he has been through, I'm sure you can get a lot of great info there and give him some love. This is the top of Elden. Looks like we have had a lot of the smoke clear. We had a prescribed burn going for the last couple days. It's looking pretty good. Is that just fog off in the distance or clouds?
No, it's smoke.
Oh, that's still the smoke. Okay. So, but it's moved.
Yeah, when I stepped outside this morning, it was a lot better than yesterday was.
Okay, EcoPath Endurance. If Cody McKesson, also known as Orange Long Shorts Guy, wants to come in and have an interview in the studio, he is welcome to come by. If you want to just reach out to me directly, Corinne Chalvoyage on Instagram, you can shoot me a DM, and I'm happy to send over the information on how he could come in. So CORINNE_SHALVOYAGE. Or if you just type in Corinne Chalvoy, happy to connect with you there. And we would love to have Orange Long Shorts Guy in.
That would be awesome.
Sedona local school teacher. That would be great. Yeah, we heard word that winner of the race, Harry Subertas, might be going out to volunteer.
Oh, wow.
I mean...
Overachiever.
Yes. But just also what character to just go give back. I mean, many of our top finishers went back and stayed at the finish line and greeted runners coming in. I know Arlen was going to go down there, and Kevin Goldberg, others. Jeff Browning was there when Harry came in, and it's just a different thing to kind of experience it with people that you just go through. You just went through it together, and so there are definitely stories. Got the group shot there. That's the whole support crew, I assume. That's Caleb, right? Yep. All right. Someone said Caleb's hilarious. Good to know. He's smiling.
Maybe we should bring him on.
Yeah, come on, Caleb, if you can hear us. Come in. For sure. Yeah, tell us a little bit, Bree, about how you picked your crew and pacers for when you did the race and kind of what goes into that. People might be curious to know, like, yeah, what impacted your decision? Did you have kind of shifts of people? How was it?
Yeah, I had kind of like a lot of people, a lot of friends who reached out and were interested in crewing, pacing. Mandy Holmes from California is one of my besties, and we have crewed and paced each other many times at various races. So she was my crew chief and also paced, goodness, like a lot of miles out there.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember exactly how many. She probably does, but yeah, it was a lot of miles that she paced me. My stepdad came out, was living in Oregon still at the time. So he flew down and ended up driving the crew vehicle the whole way.
Yep.
And then, yeah, I had a lot of friends who popped in. You know, my friend Vivian is a flight attendant and had to actually work a trip during the week, but she was there to pace me from Tuthill to Walnut. We got stalked by a mountain lion.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I did not know at the time. Thank goodness she didn't tell me.
Woo, yeah.
Yeah, that was
yikes.
That was a rough section in the night. And,
oh man.
And if I had known that there was a mountain lion stalking us, I don't know what I would have done. So thank you, Vivian, for not telling me. But I just thought Vivian's being really sweet here because like every time I have diarrhea, she is just standing right next to me, like holding my toilet paper bag. And it turns out she was standing right next to me because she was afraid that mountain lion was going to pounce on me while I was squatting down.
Oh my gosh.
So
that's got to be super stressful as a pacer.
But now, yeah, it's like no boundaries now with me and Viv. I mean, we have been through it together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had, but yeah,
she kept
I had
you
a lot
safe.
of friends that came out and paced, crewed. It was awesome. I think being local really helps with that too.
Yeah.
You know, it's easier to get a crew together to come out when you live so close to the race.
Yeah. We also just saw a lot of people wanting to jump in. Maybe they were going to pace another runner who ended up dropping. I think if you wanted to, during the course of the week, show up at any of these aid stations, you could potentially pick up someone to pace.
Yeah. Yeah. Even just volunteering at Tuthill in 2021, I had people being like, hey, do you want to pace me to the next section? I was unfortunately injured at the time and I couldn't, but yeah. Yeah, I was supposed to run the inaugural Cocodona in 2021 and ended up having a foot injury that happened 2 weeks prior to the race. And that's why I ended up deferring till 2022 instead.
Got it. Don't want to start that with a foot injury.
No. It's too long of a race for that.
For sure. So we're looking right now at Fort Tuthill. If we have a finish line... If we have runners coming across or getting close to the finish line, we will certainly go over there. Okay, this is top of Elden. Individual getting ready to finish the last 8.6 miles of their race. Who's up there with the camera?
That's Mike.
Oh, Mike. Yeah, Mike McTeer.
Yep.
Mike's doing the field
93.
work too. Okay. Yes. There we go. 93. Bib 93.
Shalise Morgan.
Okay. Shalise, is she in which race? 250?
In the 250.
All right. Let's go, Shalise.
Shalise is from Salt Lake City, Utah.
Nice.
And she is still smiling. I love that.
She's been out there for 97 and a half hours, people. 97 and a half hours. Stopping here at the aid station, maybe considering some Pete's meats. We're not sure, but Oh, she's gonna take a seat. Pacer's gonna take their vest off, and they're gonna take a little break here and enjoy.
Have some breakfast.
Yeah.
Breakfast time.
Oh, that sounds good. Can we get some breakfast? All right. Caleb and Cruz said they'll stop by the studio. Woo! All right. We can't wait. Thank you, Jubilee. We got that word, and we are excited to bring Caleb in.
Yeah, he's got a lot of fans on the live stream, so that'll be awesome to have him here in person.
All right, so he's a coach for Ornery Mule Coaching. That's how, Michelle Hartwig. I'm seeing the whole connection here. Great. This will be cool. Ornery Mule Racing is a racing organization out of Illinois. We are working with them for the U.S. Trail Running Conference this year. Great community, so we will be excited to hear from Caleb.
Absolutely. If anyone has any cool hallucination stories, and that was one thing I was really disappointed about when I ran the race, is that I did not hallucinate. I was looking forward to that. I wanted to see what hallucinations were all about, and then I didn't have any, so that was a bit disappointing. I don't really have any cool hallucination stories.
Yeah.
Have you ever hallucinated?
Maybe just a little bit, kind of like seeing rocks as people, like it's not, I don't think it was really a hallucination, but during Leadville, I would look over on the side and there'd be like a rock, and I'd think it was somebody like sitting down on the ground.
Yeah, I definitely had some object recognition difficulties.
Okay, there you go. Good way to define it. Object recognition
Yeah,
difficulty.
That's what I call it. When you see a rock and you're like, I don't know what that is until you get up super close. But yeah, in my mind, that's not a hallucination.
Well, we heard that Finn Melanson got into the Elden Aid, and Peter Mortimer was wearing his panda coat, which has this giant hood that looks like a panda, and it's all bushy. And we heard that Finn was kind of in such a state of mind that he was pretty scared and concerned that he wasn't sure if Pete was actually a person or a panda. So that happened and was documented, and way to go, Pete, for confusing all the runners and making them think they're hallucinating when you come up to them.
The other thing I had happen was just like wanting to say a certain word, and then just a totally different word would come out.
Okay, interesting.
The brain does weird things when it's that tired.
Totally.
I guess I'll have to run another 200 and see if I can
hallucinate,
finally experience some hallucinations.
Try to hallucinate for sure. All right, we are getting some beautiful drone footage. This is what runners are coming down after they crest Elden. And it's a good time as a little break in the coverage for us to do an ad break. So we are going to check out some of our sponsors quickly who enable us to do this live stream, and we will be right back with you.
Today's broadcast is also brought to you by Speedland, the best trail shoes ever created. This is the brand new commission, the GS PDX, the 6th model in Speedland's short but illustrious history. You'll notice it's a throwback to the initial colorway of the first model, the SL PDX, though this is built on the GS platform. Plenty of cushioning to take you as long as you want to go on the trails. There's people going to be racing in it this weekend in both the 50K and 28K, but also people wearing it at Cocodona here in just a couple months' time. Everything you've come to expect, the double BOA fit system, the HTPU midsole, the drop-in P-backs, secondary midsole, also removable carbon plate, nothing better than the Speedland. Go pick up a pair of the GS PDX. You'll find a link and a discount code here in the description on YouTube.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. What an incredible journey this has been. The joy that people experience when they're in the mountains, the personal growth that is obtained through going faster and farther in the mountains, the journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and how the products that they carry and the systems that they put in place, the training that they put in place in order to accomplish what 35 years ago I thought was not possible. But now it is possible. And it is possible because all the great innovation that is going on in this world in all the areas of the industries, and now they are obtaining things that are incredible. With Ultraspire, we are truly inspired by athletes. And as I reflect back on my years, going from there to now, I am so happy to be a part of this journey.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring.
Okay. Welcome back to this year's 2024 coverage of the Cocodona 250 and the Sedona Crest 125 and about to be the Elden Crest 38. I'm Corinne Chalvoy.
I'm Brianna Grigsby.
Good to have you here, Brianna.
Awesome to be here.
And yeah, we are looking at the start line of the Elden Crest race.
These guys are about to get started in 8 minutes, huh?
Yes, they are. An ultra in and of itself. That's no joke. 38 miles this year because we are trying to honor a threatened species, the Mexican spotted owl. We are not going to send these runners up to the top of Elden this year. Only the Cocodona 250 runners will be doing the Elden Summit. But you still get a great tour of many of the trails at the end of the race here during the Elden Crest. One aid station Fireball may be running this race. Wishing him luck along with everyone else.
Awesome. Yeah, I know a few people were out crewing, pacing at Cocodona, and also running this race. So
yeah, that's a great way to do it.
People dipping in on a couple fun experiences this week. And I think, you know, this is a great way to get out here and experience some of the trails, part of the course, without having to commit to doing like a whole 250 if you are not ready for that yet. So it's nice that we've got some other options with the Elden Crest and with the Sedona Canyons 125. Give people a way to make their way up to that 250-mile distance.
Or just get good at, the shorter distances. Run fast, test yourself.
Looks like people are starting to line up here. I have a friend in Tucson who ran the Elden Crest last year, Jill Albrecht, and she actually was out volunteering this year at Fain Ranch as the aid station captain.
Nice.
She had been planning to run Sedona Canyon's 125 and ended up with an injury that prevented her from doing that. So she's hoping to come back for the 250 next year.
Nice. That's awesome. And that's a sweet aid station, the Satisfy Fain Ranch aid station with the couches and.
Yep.
Definitely. It's right around the 100-mile mark, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Just coordinating with a couple of folks that we might be getting in here for interviews.
Oh.
Yeah. So
any word that you want to say about
that? I think we might be getting Cody in here, who is the school teacher, and also we just saw Caleb finish. I think he might come in, so we're gonna work on those.
Sweet.
Folks are getting ready to start here. Oh, they're clearing out the starting line. Here we go. What are we? 5 minutes away from start, looks like.
We've got some people here in the chat who are thinking about doing Elden Crest next year, it looks like. And I was just looking this morning. We have already got a good number of people signed up for Cocodona 2025.
I know. We opened registration at 12 noon on, I think, Monday.
Yeah, I want to say there's like 75 people or so already signed up.
Yeah, don't sleep on it if you're thinking, because it'll sell out. There are charity bibs available, and I think one of the individuals we have come in, Cody, if he comes in, I think he was a charity bib. So we heard from the Wander Project, and they did 15 charity bibs this year.
Yeah, and then Susie Stevens, she's from Tucson, Arizona. She's also running with the charity bib for Rising Hearts.
Nice,
and, she is still out on course.
Awesome.
So
good for her.
Hopefully we'll see her later today.
We heard that, you can raise $5,000. They have a list of nonprofits, or you can kind of recommend one if it's not on the list to raise the money for. And if you raise $5,000, you can get a charity bib entry into Cocodona. So that's a really cool way to do it. Have it be for a cause beyond yourself.
Right.
Okay, and this is a great shot of the climb up Elden. They're getting real close to the top. That smooth section there is the top of the climb. So we've got a runner cresting Elden as the Elden Crest race gets ready to start. I love it, Bryce. The Hillary step. The Hillary step of or if you're from Colorado and the Pikes Peak, the golden stairs at the very end of the race. Nice.
Almost to the Elden Aid Station.
Yep. Did it. Almost all downhill from here. That one tiny little climb. Oh, they're going the wrong way. No, they're going the wrong way. They're going up to the very, very top, but they'll reconnect back.
They just wanted to get a little more climbing in.
Yeah, just even it out. I think that's okay. You can come around the other way, but maybe they're just taking in the view, taking a photo. Enjoying it. That could be a runner. That could be somebody just hiking. It's possible, but I think we'd only have a drone on it if it was one of the racers.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can see who that might be here.
All right.
1 minute.
on our tracker. All right, less than 1 minute to the start of the Elden Crest 38. So, yeah, Steve might be out there while Jubilee mans the finish line of the in Heritage Square. We've got Steve Adderhold out there getting this race started. Wonder if he slept at all.
Probably not. And they're off.
There's some ladies up there in front.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. The start of the Elden Crest 38.
I am all about trying to get more ladies up on the start line. Whenever
Yes,
I
you
run
are,
a
Bree.
race, I
Yep.
am up there pulling other women up there to the start with me.
I'll have to look back at the finish, how it landed, but at one point during the 125, there were 4 women in the top 10 overall.
That's amazing. Yeah. I feel like women's ultra running is just reaching a new level.
Totally agree. It's taken off.
Women have been crushing it.
Surging. And at one point, before she had to kind of step away for some medical attention, Mika Thews was under the men's course record pace during the
Wow.
250 by more than an hour or two. So she was on a really crazy pace, absolute heater, as Dylan Bowman would say during the race. And then, ended up Rachel Entrican winning. She was about 50 minutes over Sarah's time from last year. But at one point, we thought we were going to have a massive decrease in the women's course record as well. I think kind of just showing that it's possible.
Absolutely. I think we will see that broken, even next year potentially.
Yeah. They did get really good weather this year, good conditions, good temperatures. I don't know. It'd be curious to hear if people did feel like they had to do a lot of heat mitigation or not. I mean, it's one thing when you're out there and it's even if it's 70 and you're exposed, but just observing, it seemed like it was somewhat moderate. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Well, I know on the first day that first section is just so exposed and that climb is so rough. We have a runner in the 250, Ben Mead, who is still out there on course, and he ended up stopping on the first day with a runner who had heat exhaustion, was with that runner for a couple hours until they were able to get some medical help for him or her. Not sure if it was him or her that he was there with.
Sure.
But yeah, Ben Mead is still out there on course, crushing it.
Great job,
is
Ben.
The host of the Chasing Cutoffs podcast.
Nice.
And he himself, as his coach Alicia, who ran Cocodona last year, told me, is someone who himself chases cutoffs.
Yeah.
And so the fact that he spent 2 hours with a runner that first day and is still out there on course just crushing it is really awesome to see.
Nice. That's great. How are the temperatures the year you ran it, Bree? Was because someone's asking about temps across the past years.
Yeah, I don't even know. So I was having issues with regulating my body temperature, and I do remember feeling hot at some times, but as soon as I would stop moving, my entire body would be shaking, shivering, even if I was in the sun, in the heat. So I pretty much made trail napping impossible, because even if it was hot out, I was freezing cold. So I had to do all my naps inside a very hot heated car. When we interviewed Arlen yesterday, he was saying that he was
heating up
napping in a car that was 110 degrees. And that's about what I had to do as well, because I was just so cold as soon as I stopped moving. Yeah, I think when you just get that exhausted, you know, your body has a really hard time regulating temperature. So so I couldn't really tell you what the temperature was, but I was cold if I was not moving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Elden runners just have regular time trackers, not spot trackers. So I don't know if you can live track them via another mechanism or not. I would go to the Cocodona website and kind of look into that. And we're getting word that some of the runners at Fort Tut Hill, thank you, Rob, last night, mid and back of the pack, they were hitting heat on Tuesday and Wednesday at the lower elevations. That would make sense. You start around 2,000 feet.
Yeah, and I think it kind of depends on, you know, the timing of where you are in your race, where you are at night and daytime. Because, yeah, obviously at the lower elevations, it's going to be a lot toastier. So if you find yourself in Sedona, you know, in the middle of the day, it can get hot there. Yeah, totally. Yeah, and that section is pretty exposed too in Sedona and up the Kasner climb as well.
Yep.
Live.aeroviperrunning.com does have tracking from the split points from aid stations for the Elden Crest 38.
Live.aeroviper.com. You can track the aid station splits of your runners there for Elden Crest 38. So it won't be constant, but it'll be as they hit those aid stations, you will get some time splits. So if you're just joining us, it was quite the race at the front end of the field this year for the Cocodona 250. We had some crazy things happen. There was a pass in the men's field in the last 3 or 4 miles of the race. Harry Subertis from Alaska overtook Jeff Browning and won the race by just a few minutes. Jeff came in second, and then we had Arlen Glick rounding out the podium on the men's side. On the women's side, it was Rachel Entrikin with the win this year. And then we had Manu Villaseca taking second, and Mika Thuse taking third in the race this year. Okay, we've got Sedona Canyon's runners making their way to the finish line.
Looks like we have Jacob Buller, B-U-L-L-E-R. Jacob Buller from Fairbanks, Alaska.
Jacob Bueller from Fairbanks, Alaska, one of those runners. And Michaela Theisen from Spokane, Washington, both getting ready to finish the Sedona 125. Could be an interview. Stay with us. We've got potentially a couple special guests here to come in and chat. Woo! All right, Caleb's on his way in. So if we get some interviews here, we will try to stay on also the finish line to see runners finishing. We do want to make sure everyone sees their runners coming in, but may have Caleb Stevens joining us here shortly from Phoenix.
That'll be awesome to have him on. Sounds
All right. Welcome back. This is the 2024 Cocodona 250 coverage brought to you by Mountain Outpost. I'm Corinne Shalvoy.
I'm Bree Grigsby.
And we have a special guest with us, Caleb Stevens. Congratulations. You came right over here. You just finished the race.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Oh, man.
It's been a special day for sure. So.
Thank you for joining us. Tell us a little bit about yourself first and foremost.
Yeah, so I moved out to Arizona about a year ago.
Okay.
From Chicago. Got hooked on trails through the Ornery Mule Racing family is kind of what brought me into it. And then when I moved out here, my passion has just continued to grow, being able to run these trails and do these events through Aero Viper and different things. Cocodona was just a bucket list thing of just that journey, like physically and mentally that you get to go through.
Yeah.
And I wanted to experience that. And so, yeah, it's been a phenomenal, last year since I got out here.
What about your background in terms of kind of running athletics in general? Tell us a little bit about how you got to this point.
Yeah, so I played ball sports growing up.
Nice.
I had no interest in running. I hated it. And then really when COVID happened, I had to do something. And so I started to run and I did a marathon and then I did a big backpacking trip and that was awesome. And I'm like, I want to combine this running, backpacking.
Mm-hmm.
And so naturally trail running was a part of that. And I'll also say you guys do a lot of great work through the YouTube stuff and putting together the videos of the races and whatnot. So during COVID, right, when everything was shut down in Chicago, I was watching all of these videos about Cocodona and Black Canyon and Javelina and all these things. And it was like, man, I really want to do that. Right? This is so cool. So yeah, that was a big part of what got me hooked on it as well.
Awesome. What would you say was your highest moment and your lowest moment of the race?
Yeah, I had a couple of low moments. They all revolved around me just laying on the ground staring at the sky. Those were the lowest moments. I had
Only
a few
a couple?
of those.
That's actually highly impressive.
Yeah.
We're expecting
Very impressive.
Dozens, hundreds.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind when you were in those moments?
Yeah, it's one of those things, it's what you sign up for, right? And it's just, you have that moment where you can just, how am I going to get through this? And there's a reason why I'm doing it, right? And it's as much about accomplishing the race as it is how do you grow and develop mentally and prepare yourself for the rest of life. So in those moments for me, it's just I just take an assessment of what's going on.
Yeah.
And then, okay, now what am I going to do about it, right? And so it might take 5 minutes, it might take an hour, but at some point I'll start running again. And I just remind myself of that.
And how about your high point? What was your high point during the race?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that finish and turning that corner and then and seeing the banner, I've thought about that moment so many times and it makes me emotional right now, thinking about it. But that got me through a lot of really difficult training runs. The thought of at some point I'll turn that corner. So all of these really long Saturdays and Sundays and early mornings, it's for that moment. And just the culmination of everything that goes into training and doing a race like this. And then you turn that corner, it's just there, was so special.
That's awesome. Tell us a little bit about that training. What did you do? Do you work with a coach? A little bit of insight into kind of how you prepared, because obviously whatever you did worked.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. Yeah. So I've had I do a lot of my training solo, but I also have an incredible work family. And I work over in Buckeye. So Skyline Regional Park is right there.
Okay.
And so we started doing group hikes once a week that was helping me train. So I would go and run early morning and then they would come and then we would hike.
Okay.
So I had that. And then we started doing mobility and strength training sessions together and layering this on. So I'd have all of my individual training, but then I also had this community through work as well, which was so cool. And now they're starting to sign up for races and things like that too. Mm-hmm. So I think 5 or 6 of them now have ran a trail race for the first time, through this, which has been incredible. Yeah. So, and then, it's just a lot of hours. I like to kind of go by feel for a lot of my training. And so, yeah, that was most of it. Yeah.
Cool. What's the furthest distance you've done before this?
100.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some people are easier, harder, different. How do you view it now, having experienced kind of both those distances?
Yeah. This is such more of a journey,
the
200, right? And I'm really excited for the next week or two where I can just process. Like I haven't obviously processed any of what's happened and those memories that I made and like the things that I learned in those moments and those low moments. I'm really excited because that's stuff I'm going to pull on like throughout the rest of my life. And I'm really excited for that. Whereas like in a typical 100, you do have those moments, but if you get a blister or whatever, it's easy to just like grit your teeth and say, I'm just going to go through this. Well, like when I started getting blisters on day 2 and I realized it's going to be another like whatever, 48 hours, 60 hours, like, okay, what are we going to do? You know? So that's the difference. And I really enjoyed this. Like I'm excited to do more of this distance and explore. It was a lot of fun.
I personally want to know what you did do about the blisters because I've experienced them in a 100-miler and they've ended my races before. And so kind of curious, I would have trouble thinking about, I got to be out here for another 4 or 5 hours, let alone multiple days. Yeah. Like what measures did you take? And a lot of people are curious about the foot issues that happen and like kind of what people do. So did you do preventative or once things happened, what did you do to kind of get yourself comfortable?
Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing I did was I just complained about it a lot.
Okay.
Like, that was probably my crew can attest to that. Like
that's a joke. We're starting to learn the humor side of things. Maybe he did. Okay. Truth, not truth. We're not sure.
Yeah. No, but like the medics out on the course are great, right? So like getting them taped up as they came in. If I needed to pop it, I would pop it and they'd take care of it. It was really strange. I only had the issues on one foot and I had I think I have 5 or 6 on one foot.
Okay.
And so, the funny thing too is like after a 100-miler, when you wake up that next morning, your legs are tired, you roll out of bed, you try to stand up, whatever. And in this distance, you have all these blisters and you have all those feelings and you got to go run again that next day.
Yeah.
And you like stand up and you just hope your legs work and you hope the blisters don't hurt too much. And, my feet feel like they're twice the size that they normally are. So I'm excited to get those taken care of.
What shoes did you wear?
Ultra Mont Blancs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. People want to know about the shoe selection.
Yeah.
Any other like key gear? I mean, I know you guys go through so much, but is there anything that you're like, this was so important that I had it, or like that you think you didn't have on you that you wish you did?
Yeah, I wore like a sun hoodie for the first time and I wasn't sure if I would like that or not. And it was great.
Okay.
So that was fantastic, especially in the early parts of the race. I alternated between vests. I think that's something people are probably curious about too. So I went with the big Bronco for like those first 37 to be able to carry more water.
Okay.
And then the Salmon 12 for the rest of the race.
Yep.
And just kind of alternated between my old vest and new one.
Cool.
But yeah, I would say like the sun sleeves and all that stuff, like those minor details make such a huge difference, especially in a race like that. And I think that's one of the things too that I learned, like in a race like this, like the little details like blow up, right? Like they become these massive things that if you don't get it figured out, it just continues to compound over several days.
Yeah.
And that's like a fun thing. Like I'm excited to tease that out as I think about this race. And then like, where do I go in future long distance races like this? And like, how do I take those things into account? Because I definitely learned something new, like every day, like every hour it felt like, where you're just like, ooh, like didn't think about that. So
that's awesome. How is fueling for you? You're, kind of, and we'll go to sleep after this because everyone wants to know what people did with sleep. But tell us a little bit about the fueling strategy versus reality.
Yeah. I'm so used to like the high carb, like scratch products and those types of things that I love to like load up on. And I thought, I'll have a bunch of that stuff for this race and that'll be great. And that palate fatigue factor is just massive in this type of a thing where you don't want any of that at all. Like you just want real food and like real meals. And like going to the aid stations are so well done with all the different food options that you've got. Like I never thought that I would be in a race where I was like pounding like 3 bowls of spaghetti, then going and running more, So that helped me a lot. And that's one of the things I'll have to change because everything that I brought into the race was like just the more speed carbs and like that kind of like peak performance type stuff.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily what I needed.
250s are totally a different game.
Yeah.
In my mind, it's almost like a different sport.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
Nor are
from
you
the shorter ultras
exuding that kind of effort level to maybe need that quick carb. It's just like you need more sustained. You need to replenish proteins and, fats and things like that. So that's cool.
Did you have a favorite aid station meal?
Yes. I had macaroni. It was like macaroni noodles and a chili on top of it. And I just pulled up a chair and I sat right in front of the table, actually, because it was in the corner. It wasn't like I wasn't inhibiting anybody else from getting any, and they just kept refilling it for me. It was after a very tough section. I don't remember which one that was at. It was the aid station where the 125ers were taking a bus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Little chili mac.
Yeah.
Nice.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, that hit the spot.
All right. How about sleep? Tell us what ended up happening. Was it different than what you thought you were going to do?
Yeah, I played that wrong. So, like, yeah, that wasn't. I thought I could just delay it and then same thing, kind of go by feel.
Okay.
And so through that first day, like, I think I had 10 minutes of sleep going into day 2. Okay. And then I layered in another like 30 minutes. So I think through the first like 36 hours, I had like 40 minutes of sleep or something. And it just wasn't sustainable. Like, you can't catch back up is what I learned. Right. So like you think, oh, maybe I'll sleep 2 hours for this. Well, like, it just doesn't work that way. So like for me, and somebody had told me this, like one of the ways that you could approach it would be set a mileage goal and set a time goal, and whatever your buffer is, like when you finish that mileage, if whatever time you have left, that's your sleep time. So do it in chunks and block it out,
yeah,
like
that's
4,
an interesting
right?
strategy,
Yeah. His number was 50 miles, and I can't remember the hour total. And so like I may consider something like that, for future ones, but
that's
I didn't play it
kind of
right.
a unique strategy, and like banking depending on how well you're moving.
Yeah.
That's curious. And some people taking the approach to sleep on night 1 between 2 and 4 in the morning, kind of when the normal, circadian rhythms are going on, and then wake up with a sunrise. And then we saw like Rachel Entrekin, she went for a really long period, 30 hours plus. Yeah. And then she slept for like 2 hours or something and got a really solid chunk. So I don't know, if it's probably super individual dependent, but also like, how are you gonna feel after? Do you want a full REM cycle? Kind of just what are you used to and what's gonna work for you?
Yeah, and what sections do you have coming up, right? Too, because some of those, if they're a little bit easier and you don't necessarily need as much brain power, versus like those really tough, steep climbs that are just insane, and you're like, I probably need to be a little bit more prepared for this. Like my body needs to be a little bit more refreshed. So I think being able to layer into your schedule the structure of the course, right, would be another big thing.
Yep. Did you train a lot on the course? Had you been on most of the sections?
Kind like bits and pieces.
Okay.
So I ran like Black Canyon earlier this year to get some of that. I've come up to Flag a little bit, but most of my training is more in the Phoenix area. So, not as much as I would have liked to, but yeah.
People were curious too if it felt hot out there. We observed kind of like moderate temperatures, both on the high and the low end, just for, what we thought it would feel like. But how did it feel to you?
My threshold of heat has changed since I got to Phoenix.
Sure.
So I don't know, that's,
You're a little heat
if you would have
adapted.
asked me a year ago, I would have been like, it was real hot out there. It didn't feel, it felt what I would expect it to feel this time of year. Like it did not feel super hot though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. How about at night? Did you get cold?
Yeah, it did get cold.
Okay.
Yeah. Especially last night. I mean, as we continued to go up north. And then like the Walnut Canyon area, just like where you have the pockets, which is always an interesting thing too, where it's like, it feels great. And then all of a sudden you're in like this pocket of cold air and it's just so chilly.
I remember that I ran the race 2 years ago and I remember that about the Walnut Canyon section. I was there at night and it was really cold.
Yeah.
And you had Pacers?
Yes.
The Pacers are here with you?
They are.
How was the experience, Pacers?
Good. Yeah. Good.
Was it hard?
No, not hard. I mean, just keeping him going sometimes and moving, and he went through his ups and lows, and just giving him some encouragement.
Yeah.
Keep him going. Yeah. He did a great job.
That's awesome.
He was positive the whole time.
Positive the whole time. We're hearing from the sidelines that he was positive the whole time, which I'm sure helps a ton in something like this. Like you got to keep that positivity up. And so,
that's amazing.
Did you exceed your goals? Did you have time or placement goals?
Yeah, I wanted, like, I didn't exceed the time goal. I didn't know what to expect.
Yeah.
So, I missed that, but I think knowing what I know now, that would look a little bit different as I build out those goals. And,
Yeah,
and what
sometimes
that would be.
you have to go through it first to know like what is realistic or what, depending on the terrain. And I heard from a friend of mine who ended up dropping at mile 150 that it was a lot more technical than she anticipated. There were a lot of baby head rocks that, kind of beat up your feet and your legs a lot. That the course itself was very difficult. And, it is still somewhat earlier in the year, coming off of, winter and not having some of those, muscle adaptations from being on rocky trails or technical terrain very much. So it sounded like we even heard people who had done hard rock and the Triple Crown in Fort Tuthill saying this is a very hard course. So I think kudos to you. I mean, even if you didn't hit your time goal, like completing this thing is just a massive accomplishment. So
thank you.
Really, really good job out there. And
thank you.
Sounds like it's just the beginning for you.
I hope so.
You're a young guy.
Yeah.
So this is exciting to see what's ahead. And anything else you want to share about?
Yeah, I think, whatever people's goals are in life, whether it's running or anything else, like you got to go and challenge yourself. And I think that like, go find that big, scary goal and go chase it, because like, even if it terrifies the heck out of you, like the growth that you're going to have leading up to going and trying to achieve that is just going to be incredible. So for me, like the last 4 or 5 months, I will cherish those memories of training and trying to achieve like getting to the starting line as much as I will crossing the finish line. And I think that applies to anything that you can do in life, whether it's sports related or not. So, yeah.
What are you most looking forward to now that you've finished?
I'm looking forward to a shower immediately.
You haven't even taken a shower. Like the dedication
Yeah.
to come over here and have
Right
an
over.
interview, and you're very pulled together for
You're
having
very
done what you
coherent.
just did.
Yeah,
So
thanks.
we're really appreciative for you taking the time, and we will let you go get a shower.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Enjoy
Caleb
that
Stevens.
shower, that
Congratulations.
sleep.
Yeah.
Congrats on a huge accomplishment. Hope you celebrate it for a long time and take all those learnings. And I know we're going to see you back out there.
Thank you.
So thank you, Caleb.
Thank you.
Are we off? Cool. All right, welcome back. Okay, welcome back to the Mountain Outpost broadcast of the 2024 Cocodona 250. There's a lot of 2s and 4s and 5s in that. I'm Corinne Chalvoy, and I'm joined by Brianna Grigsby here. We
awesome
are your
to be here.
Yeah, we're here this morning for a number of hours. We just had a great interview with one of our finishers who came directly from the finish line over here to
dedication
to join
Wow.
us in studio. Caleb Stevens.
He still had his race bib on.
Caleb Stevens had his race bib on, came right on over here to talk to us, was way too lucid for having run 250 miles. Inspirational, telling us about his journey, and yeah, that was great. But we do need to switch over to another live stream. So if you're watching, it should automatically happen. We'll just run a couple ads as we move over. If you're just joining, you can tell people to just follow Mountain Outpost and look at which stream is currently live, and we will make that switch real quick.